Be courteous to others wishing to speak. Bauer.
Present.
Benzoni.
Present.
Reichardt.
Present.
Brody.
Present.
Birch. Present. Byro.
Here.
Clark.
Here.
Doherty.
Here.
Fitton.
Present.
French. Gallagher.
Here.
Herman.
Here.
Johnson. Kaufman.
Here.
Kensler.
Here.
Kearns.
Here.
Meade. Lund.
Here.
McCarville. Merle.
Here.
Osborne.
Here.
Parkinson. Peterson.
Here.
Clintonberg.
Here.
Rode. Here. Snell. Swanson.
Here.
Talon.
Here.
Turhall.
Yep.
Trendle.
Here.
Voss.
Here.
Walsh.
Here.
Williams. Here. Wilson. Wolf.
Present.
Yetley. Here. Okay, are there any objections to the minutes from the past 2 weeks? Senator Fitton?
As a note to the clerk, we can be a little more objective in our observations in the minutes. Just noticed a couple times there were some misquotations as it can be perceived from the floor. So with that, I'm going to approve.
Do you have any corrections on that? Is there a second? What? Senator Fitton? I can't hear you. What did you say?
Nothing.
And the minutes are approved. Sorry. Okay, with that, we'll move into reports, rules.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Rules actually met, so that was this general area over here. And so we met, and so there will be a bill up tonight seating our LAS senator, and we will to move that to Senate today. So we can go ahead and look at that. And excitingly, we will be choosing a rules committee as well as the other committees tonight, and so that's what we have to look forward to later on. So that's our
Are there any questions for rules committee? Okay. Yes.
So on the agenda, I did add finance, PRUA, and our vice speaker. We really don't have any committees, but I just kind of wanted you to notice what it looked like usually. So if our committee chairs want to say anything, yes, okay, perfect. So our committee chairs will go around and go ahead and say those if they so choose. So thanks.
Finance, anything? Stan? Okay. In that case, we'll move on to PR.
All right. First off, Meet Your Government Day is Monday. I'm sure Senator Voss will say something about that during open forum. We will be sending around a sign-up sheet to work shifts. It's from 11 to 2 is the actual event, but we need an hour before and an hour after for setup and takedown. I have it up in half-hour slots. Preferably, I'd like everyone to work an hour if possible. I know some people have class during that whole time, so I do understand that, but we appreciate all the help. We have a paper copy of the sign-up, and then I'll also send out a link to a Google Doc to sign up for that. If you have any questions, you can ask myself or Senator Voss, excuse me. And then, for those of you who haven't got your picture taken yet, I can do it after the meeting, for those of you who want to. And then also, there were some senators that will be doing it tomorrow between 12 and 12:30. Just meet downstairs in the Wassaws, if you want to see my space. And then we can come up here between 12 and 12:30 tomorrow if you want to do your picture then. Once again, make sure you speak up during meetings. For those of you, I'm sure everyone watched the full Senate meeting from last week already on YouTube. We're almost up to 100 views, so that's about 90 more than I thought that we'd have. So that's pretty good. We're doing good. We're doing good things here. And then finally, I said last week that I did an overview of the outreach program. So you all should have gotten the sheets and packet that Speaker Williams sent out. It should have an Excel sheet of the activities, and then there should have been outreach ISU overview sheet. It breaks it up to when you are seated and how many points you need for that. So a broad overview is the outreach is broken up into 2 periods. The first period is the first and second session of Senate. So the first 3 weeks, which we're now, and then fall semester is second session. So by the time to the second to last meeting, so it'd be the last Wednesday of November, I believe. Everyone in this room should need to have 100 points, since I think everyone was inaugurated. We haven't seen any new senators yet. So you need 100 points. If you go to the Excel sheet, I can also send it out again if no one got it. It lists, I think there's 12 activities that you can do. So such things as attend your office hours, discuss with senators. We haven't done office hours yet, but if you're down there and you talk about bills, just let me know about that. Attend your constituency council, dealing with social media, those types of things. So then once you actually complete an activity, you should have gotten an email from me with the link to the submission form that you go to. Just put your name, you put a description, a brief description, doesn't have to be very long, of the activity that you did. And then there's a drop-down menu where you select the actual activity, and it tells the points there too, so you don't have to go back and forth between there. And then I can give like bi-weekly updates of how many points you have, or you can just shoot me an email. I can just tell you it's a pretty easy process. But just overview again, you need 100 points by, I think it's the last Wednesday of November. So you have a long time to do it. I would advise doing a little bit each month so you're not bombarded in November trying to get it done. It's pretty simple. If you just do your general requirements as a senator, so attend your office hours, attend meetings, go to your constituency council meeting, those types of things, you'll end up getting 3/4 of the points. And then you can do little stuff with social media like retweeting at ISU GSB, sharing statuses that is posted on the government's Facebook, those types of things. And then once we get the newsletter up and running, probably next semester, you can write articles for that. Maybe things that you're doing for instance, if you're doing something at UA committee, those types of things, like a 100 to 200 word article about that. But that's kind of a brief overview. Does anyone have questions on that? You can either ask me now or ask me after the meeting. No. Okay, other than that, I think that is it. Any questions in general? All right, get excited.
Thank you. University first.
All right, so not much for me tonight since we don't have a committee yet, but we will be seating the UA committee tonight. If you are seated, look for a doodle to come out, and we'll look to have a meeting next week so we can get everything started before the end of the semester, so everyone's on the same track and can get some things going during the summer.
Vice Speaker. Oh, sorry, Senator.
Director Question and Chairman Kearns. Is there any process you're going to go through to see at-large members of the committee at all? I have a couple people that are interested in serving.
Yeah, we're going to wait until the fall semester, and right at the beginning of the fall semester, send out a mass email and to request applicants.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for you, Receiver? Vice Speaker.
All right, good evening, everybody. It's my obligation as Vice Speaker, I need to remind you to do your office hours, but since we've only got one meeting left, we won't be holding that to you. But like I said last week, be on the honor system. You were elected, so do your job. Come into the West Student Office space downstairs for an hour. Go out somewhere and talk to people, talk to your friends, whatever your constituency is. Try and do a little bit of that so you can gather some ideas before we head into summer of things that we can begin working on in the fall. As you can see from the agenda, we do have a long meeting this evening. Do not be discouraged if we are here past 11 or midnight. They are not always this long, so this is not typical. So if you're sitting here and you're bored, we got a lot of internal business to do tonight that we won't ever have to do again until you guys get elected next year. We will be doing committee nominations, as has been kind of brushed upon by some of the committee chairs. If you're interested in being on one of the committees, you can self-nominate, but just have one of your neighbors just nudge him and say, hey, you know, put my name up. It's easy, you won't be turned down for nomination, so get involved. since we're all new, a lot of us are new anyway, don't worry about party pros so much. I keep reiterating this. I want you guys to understand if you don't know the motions, you don't know the correct parliamentary procedure on something, that's okay. Just raise your hand. You can't make any mistakes here. Just ask questions. We'll figure it out, whatever it is that you want to do. One thing that we will try and clean up here is the point of information misuse and abuse. Remember, the point of information is not, give an example, where is Alex tonight? Oh, there you are. I made this mistake, so I'll out myself here. I did a point of information to correct him directly on something. That's something that we've traditionally done in GSB. It's wrong. So we're going to try and get away from doing that. The point of information is a question to the chair. You may ask her a question, and she can provide clarification. She can talk to whoever it is that you want to talk to on your behalf, but it's not to get into little snippets of debate. But don't be afraid to speak up, guys. If you got questions for whatever's going on, whoever's talking, whatever, stick your hand up and we'll figure it out. Let's have a good meeting, guys. If you have any questions, send me an email or just come and see me. Thank you.
At this time, does anyone have any questions for the vice speaker? Okay. Comments from the executive branch.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. Got a few things for you. I just emailed these all out to you as well, so you can read along if you'd like, or you have it for future reference if you have any questions about anything that I talk about. But since last week's meeting, I've issued 3 more executive orders. One appointed Chief of Staff Reed as the risk manager of the cabinet, which is required by the bylaws. Secondly, I appointed Director of Student Affairs Hofer as a voting member of the University Affairs Committee, which is also something that is in the bylaws. And finally, I declared Monday, April 7th, 2014 as the official date of inauguration. So I was actually looking through the bylaws for things that I have to do to make sure I did them all, and that was actually in the Constitution. That executive order sets the date of inauguration. So I thought I'd jump on that a little bit early, but now you all know that our days are numbered here. April 7th of next year is our last day as in GSB, so just keep that in mind, that we'll have 364 days together to make a difference here. Secondly, Vice President Clutcher and I met with Sherry Kyrus from Cyride, and we talked a little bit about some of the issues facing their organization, and those conversations will continue, especially over the summer in the Special Student Fees and Tuition Committee, which is just one of the many organizations that will be addressed in SSFTC. So if you're interested in participating in those discussions, you should consider being nominated for that seat on SSFTC tonight. I also met with Dave Miller, who's Associate Vice President for Facilities, yesterday. We discussed the accessibility concerns related to the Iowa State Center renovation project. He let me know that they had a meeting with the State Fire Marshal today to address a potential improvement that would install a sprinkler system at Fisher Theater, which would then allow the handicapped accessible seats to be moved from the front of the house back to where they were originally in the back of the house, which would alleviate the issue for handicapped or accessibility, limited accessibility individuals from having to go outside during a fire alarm. So he met with the State Fire Marshal today, so I'll hear back from him tomorrow about the outcome of that meeting. Yesterday, I also met with Pat Miller, the Director of the Committee on Lectures. We talked about some of the funding concerns that she had with that organization. I was surprised to find out that the funding that GSB provides to the Committee on Lectures for fiscal year 2014, which is the upcoming year, will be the lowest amount of money in the past 30 years that GSB has provided to the Committee on Lectures. Not adjusted money, just real money in general. It's a significant cut, and she's not happy about it. So we have some conversations to have in the future to help out the Committee on Lectures. Also, Election Commissioner Gunther is here, and I imagine he'll talk about this more a little bit later if he wants to. But I've been in conversations with him and others about a significant overhaul to our election code and our election process after seeing some of our peer institutions perform much better than we have in terms of election voter turnout and just general interest from the students that they represent in elections. Our voter turnout this past spring was around 8% of the students eligible to vote in the election. Compare that to the University of Kansas, whose voter turnout was 25%, and the University of Iowa, whose voter turnout was 26%. We have a little bit of work to do. Now, those aren't exact apples to apples comparisons because the University of Iowa election is only undergraduates, whereas our election includes undergraduates and graduate students, and the graduate student turnout is typically lower than the undergraduate turnout, but that doesn't account for the entire difference between 8% and 26%. So we have a lot of work to do, we have a lot of conversations to have, and I know that Election Commissioner Gunther and I both are looking forward to having some of those conversations. Where's the mic?
Corey's got it out in the hallway.
Okay. All right, I'll keep going. Tomorrow, Vice President Kletcher and I are meeting with the incoming leadership of GPSS, the Graduate Professional Student Senate. We'll talk about some of the ideas we have and ways we want to collaborate over the next year. Also, Vice President Kletcher, Chief of Staff Reed, and I are working our way through meeting with each member of our cabinet individually to make sure we have goals set and priorities identified before the summer, so that we're not wasting those months over the summer and everybody has things that they can work towards before we come back in August and really kind of hit the ground running. So those conversations are ongoing. I'd like to encourage you all to come to the Visha Parade on Saturday, where Vice President Kletcher and I will be participating. So maybe if we see it, we'll throw some candy at you. Just kidding, Richard. I promise no candy thrown away. That'll be fun. And also, be sure to enjoy Visha responsibly. Just want to get that out there. I'm sure with your 11th day tonight. Also, next Tuesday, Vice President Kletcher and I will meet with Brian Phillips, who's the management analyst for the City of Ames and also the 2007-2008 GSB president. We're going to discuss some of the ways that GSB and the City of Ames can collaborate on projects that will benefit students over the next year. Also, finally, next Wednesday, I will present my first State of the Student Body address, which I am required to present once per session. So I anticipate doing that at the end of each session. So next week is the end of our first session. That is all I have for this week at this point. I'll keep you updated on all the things going on. And if you have any questions, I would entertain those now.
Senator Crimson?
May I address President Peters? Two quick questions for you, President Peters. One, who is the, new leadership of GPSS?
The president is Anna Prisakari,
Okay.
and the vice president's name escapes me at the moment.
Brian.
Brian, that's right.
Okay. And then, have you informed them, because I know this is something that wasn't done last year, but they're required to, give kind of the state of the GPSS to GSB? Are they aware of that?
Yeah, that was something actually I found when I was looking through the bylaws when I said inauguration, that is required that once per semester, the GPSS president comes and addresses GSB, and then I address GPSS. So that'll happen in the fall as well as in the spring, and that's something that we'll talk about tomorrow. And then over the summer, we'll work to schedule those with the Speaker Williams as well. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, Dan, do you have anything on finance?
You bet.
I'll need this anyways, so. I apologize for not being here at the same time. You probably would have me on the agenda. Fantastic. Okay, a couple things today. We have a bill for carryover for the bike pumps that you funded through a bill last fall, I want to say, is the bill passed through. So you'll see a bill added to the agenda for that. There were a couple expenses from the executive initiative account. I don't know if those were brought up already, but part of my bylaw responsibilities are to let you know when expenses are made from that account. So there was $116.15. Basically, it's all transition materials that are generally covered by the previous executive but weren't for whatever reason. So a gavel, name plates, name tags, executive pens, and plaques for Senator of the Year and Cabinet Member of the Year have all been purchased through that account. Finance Committee selection is something we'll go through tonight. I know that I sent out an application, but in discussions, we've discovered that in previous years, we've probably been doing it a little bit differently than maybe the bylaws should suggest. So we're going back to the way that we seat every other committee as for seating finance. So you'll see that later in the meeting. We'll talk a lot about finance at that point, I'm sure. I've been processing line item transfers. We're getting to that point in the year where groups are looking to carry over parts of their budget to next fiscal year or transfer to line items that they can spend in the remainder of this fiscal year. So I've been processing through those if I can. It's under the $500 limit. I process through those by myself. Otherwise, when I get to Finance Committee, we will see anything from $500 to $1499.99. Anything above $1,500, like the line item transfer for the bike pumps, will come to you. So I will keep you up to date on all of that. And I will yield to any questions if anybody has any questions about the financial state of GSB right now.
Senator Pittman.
Yeah, address finance director. What was the process you went through with the executive approval for the?
It went through the same process that's outlined in the bylaws, which is that Cabinet is given a chance to give feedback on the desired purchases, and if there is any, I guess, objection, then it goes to a vote, if I'm not mistaken, is according to the bylaws that were made last.
I guess my question was the determination on whether it was the best use of student fee money, or was deference given to the exec on that determination?
That would be a question I think you would thoroughly address most of the Cabinet on, I think. So I don't know that I'm the best person to answer that question, as the expenditure is not directly under my purview necessarily. But it is my responsibility to report said expense.
You have the ability to object, correct, just like a Cabinet member?
I believe that point is unclear, but I believe I was given the opportunity to, without regard to what that's clearly stated in the bylaws.
Right. Oh, you.
Speaker Williams.
Just a little bit of response to Senator Fitton. If you have an issue with the way that the executive has been spent, I would, if anyone does, or any account that's being spent, I would ask you that you direct your questions to me in the future, your concerns, and I'm sure that President Hughes would love to hear any concerns about anything that goes on. So if anyone has any concerns over anything, and if it's especially a different account that the exec has most of their discretion over, kind of like we do for Senate discretionary, please just direct your questions to me and we'll have that conversation together. So that helps.
I guess for the last thing, did everybody get the account balances this week? Okay. I guess I have last week's account balances. I haven't been fully transitioning into the system yet, so I don't have half of the responsibilities and things I should have access to. I don't actually have access to our accounts yet. Working on it, waiting for the system to catch up. But as of last week, we had $7,000 in Senate discretionary. There were $34,808.92 in the events account. In capital projects, there were $50,883.12. I believe those numbers will probably be slightly important as you continue on, although those numbers will change as we go through the summer and start reclaiming funds that are unspent in this fiscal year.
Vice Speaker Scott.
What was the balance for events?
Events, $34,808.92.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for our finance director? Thank you. Okay, and with that, we will move into our program for this evening. So Nancy Keller from ISU Tiny is here. I invite you to take the podium, Nancy. So she's going to be giving us an overview of ISU Tiny. This time, please close your laptops. And for our full attention. When Nancy does give her presentation, there will be an opportunity for you to ask questions, and based on a request that Nancy has after that, we will have a special time. She wants comments on a project or initiative that she's working on, so we'll have a special time kind of set aside for that so that you can give student feedback for her. Cool. With that, Nancy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm passing out a paper to all of you. It has taken a little bit of time, but I know the Coke contract was signed and officially, and what we had is different funds, and what I'm sharing with you today is how the funds are allowed to be used. There is an exciting part of it on the second page, and there are a lot of people waiting to hear the results of our conversation tonight as to how those funds would be used, because it is something that is really student-driven. So in explaining, the support fund is actually a lump sum of money that is given. So you can see that we have used that for ISU Dining for projects. For example, the 0% increase last year and the 0% increase that's coming up this next year that's proposed, which will be voted on by the Board of Regents next week. Then, so these other ones are just kind of lists of items so that you can understand how those monies are utilized. The next one is marketing funds. Obviously, when it's written in a contract that says marketing fund, you're not really sure what Coke has in mind, and we know what we had in mind. So we did some negotiations, but many of you have seen the Fill the Fridge program and some of the other drawings that go on in our C-stores, and those have to be used for promotions with Coke products. So there's a degree of control in those dollars. The next one is merchandising, and then this is designated to use for Coke merchandising equipment. So for example, some of the signage, the banners and things like that that we utilize with Coke. The second page is $5,000, and this is really where I'm looking for feedback and questions. This fund would be available to ISU clubs and organizations. Obviously, if they are not listed with you, they would not be considered that for us. So it can be cans of pop, or it can be 20-ounce bottles of Coke products at a discount. Donations would be filled in, and if Gabby, you could bring that up, I would really appreciate it. I've given you a copy of what it looks like, but it is on our webpage. So you would just go to the ISU Dining, and there is a product ordering information for student groups. All we're looking for at this point is, I have worked at campuses where these products are given free to clubs and organizations at a first come, first serve. And you would fill in the donation request. And since most of you are looking at for next year too, this would be something that can happen this year and for next year. I know there's a group of people from Visha and a few other events that are happening as the end of the school happens, that they're looking to wait to hear what the decision is as to whether it is free product, which would have less people get the benefit, or whether out of that $5,000 benefit, what we did is discount the product. So one of the gentlemen that works in our purchasing department shared with me, since I don't drink soda, what a good price is for a discounted pop. So it's one that makes him drive to Walmart and get it. And so that was the best assessment we thought we could go with. And so he said that the best way to do that would be a 24 pack of 12 cans would be $5, and a 24 pack of 20-ounce bottles would be $10. So using that product fund in this manner would allow 2,638 cases of pop for the groups, which it would be less if we did it as free product versus having it discounted. So there's a buy-in that the students would have to use the group. We don't determine how you use it. It's obviously something to be used for fulfillment of things that you're doing, whether it be an event, whether it be you sell it. It's your call, but it needs to be something that's happening at ISU. Any questions on that?
Can you show me your bucket? Okay, Senator Talent, thank you.
Did you say that there'd be less cases if we offered it free?
Correct, because we wouldn't be able to offer as many cases of product. And I didn't know if you want to set up like they can only get 10 or anything like that as well, so that more people can be involved.
Senator Fitton.
Two questions then. When you say used for the group's purposes, does that mean my club's having a social, so we want to get, okay. I guess it's not something I would be necessarily in favor of, seeing as specifically when it comes to this body, we're not in favor of giving food or beverages just to specific groups to use. That's my personal opinion, obviously not for this body. To answer your specific question for free or discounted, I don't know if that would be something that Senate would want to go about in a resolution, as compared to, we can't just raise our hands and give a vote, or we could go around and everyone gives their opinions. But I guess my preference would be to see it discounted for as many groups, and not just for social purposes, but for events or for fundraising purposes as such. So with that, I'll yield.
Before I call on any of the senators, Nancy, do you want to have this discussion right now and then go through the rest, or go through the rest and then come back next?
That is it. The other part is just the form and where the webpage is for you. So that's all I really have. I wasn't planning on giving a big overview of dining and what was going on. It was just really, I wanted to get this information to people so they could utilize it. You're more than welcome to invite me back another time.
Okay, with that, I think we'll kind of open the floor for
So is your question on this, whether or not you think this is a good idea, or whether you should do the discount or the free? Well, I want
The
to clarify.
discount or the free, it is your money, is the way the money was given. Obviously, we could get a whole bunch of free pop and utilize it, but we looked at it as, this is students to use.
Okay, but this
So
isn't,
how you want to use it,
okay, this isn't like $5,000 and you're saying like, is this product thing, Coca-Cola said this has to be used for product.
and it has to be used by the end of the year,
Okay.
each year, or they don't get it.
Okay, well then, a little bit to give you my opinion, I guess, because that's what you're seeking. I think on the free versus discounted, I think that discounted is a much better choice. If it's free, a lot of student clubs and organizations will just say, oh, well, we're planning on having this, and oh, hey, we can get free pops, so let's just do it anyways. Whereas other clubs that are actually having an event, that they were planning on ordering the beverages anyways, and then this would allow them to save some money and possibly make the event larger because they're spending less money on beverages. So I think, in my opinion, doing a discounted rate is much better than doing free. If you do free, you're going to get a lot of people using the system. And then, yeah, I think that's good. And then, so I do have a question for you, though. So it says it's filled on a first-come, first-served basis, but then fulfillment of request is subject to review. So are you going to, like, say, oh, well, we don't think that, subject to review, you think, is that going to be, we don't think that's a good use of it, so we aren't going to give it to you? Or it's just, if you ask for it, you get the discount?
Are you a club and organization that GSB recognizes?
That's all you mean by review? Okay.
When did I have pop left?
Okay, yeah. Okay, well, I think it's a good idea. There you go.
Senator Rowe?
Yes, as I can tell from what you've said and what you've written down, there isn't a limit on what club can, how much they can get. I would be concerned with that, because if you have a club, I'm not sure if this is a general idea, but it's just like, I don't know if this would apply to it. But say sub, I believe that they're recognized as student organizations. They may not be, but this is just, we'll just use them as an example. Say they do movies every week and they sell products, correct? What if they jump on this and they get all of the pop or most of it? I don't think that's fair to other smaller organizations that may not use it. So I guess my opinion is that you should have a limit on how much each club can use it, and then I would limit it, how much they can have.
Would that come from you as a group? I didn't want to be the one to put that on.
I think that's something that we'll probably continue to discuss here. Senator, do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, I guess, I think it would just be up to us. I think all of us pretty much agree that it is a much better system to get the most for our money if this is a discount rate versus free. And I think it would be up to this body to determine how much a student group should get total. If it's, each group only gets, $100 or $150. If it's depending on the size of the group to answer, your specific question. But I think the bottom line is this is a great thing. It should be kept at a discounted versus free, and then it'll be up to this body at another time to discuss a particular limit. So I wouldn't draw out discussions too heavily, because I think we're pretty much all in agreement, judging by other senators' statements. So I yield.
President Hicks?
This isn't really related to the discussion at hand, but I just want to say how appreciative I am of how you have worked to propose the 0% increase for the next year and for this past year as well, because that's the concern that we hear the most often from students is the expense of dining, and so I know you're working hard to do that. I just want to let you know that I'm really appreciative of that.
Senator Turtle?
Hey, Mr. Speaker. I just have a question about one of the lines in here. It says, request for review to ensure the amount ordered meets the size and scope of the event. How will you go about determining, what scale of the event or how much pop would be?
Well, Visha would be a lot bigger. They're looking for, I believe, is there a rating to request the pop that's being utilized for the events for the lunches right now. So obviously, though we know that those cans are about 2,000 or so. So we would look at that. If someone came to us for a group of our committee, our club and organization that was doing a fundraiser, and we expect 100 people, and they're asking for 2,500 pops. I kind of go, that's what my team calls Nancy looked over her eyes at us, but, so I'd have that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Benzo.
May I just speak?
You may.
I think there are some smaller groups with significantly less funding. I think maybe give, I do support definitely discounts for the most part, but I think maybe we could give the first couple cases free to those smaller groups so that they don't have any additional expenses. I know we give them money, but not for food. So I think I would support maybe giving the first 1 or 2 cases free. Would you consider that?
Senator Brody. You may.
So one thing I think is that this semester we have this money right now. So I would say that for this semester, I wouldn't do the discount. I don't think that there's enough events being planned that we need to get to well over 2,000 cases out. But then I would definitely, I think that there's been a lot of good comments made about different ways we can work a system when we're looking at a whole semester, a whole calendar of events, where we might want to prioritize whether the bigger events or smaller events and things like that. But I would say that, for now, I would just
Get the money.
give away, get through this money so that we, because we're going to lose it in a matter of weeks and then move on from there.
And just to speak, I forgot to thank you the first time for coming out here. Not everybody is spending their 7 p.m. on Wednesday out in the Campanile room and take a special kind of person. So I want to thank you for that, and also congratulations on your marriage. I guess my other question was, are these funds specifically, is this starting up for the amount of the year we have left?
That's because the contract took so long to get signed, and then we had to negotiate this. It is actually those 2,000, whatever it is for this year, and then it'll start again as of July 1.
Okay, so it'll happen again in the fall.
Yeah.
Then that kind of go along with the comments made by the previous senator as well. The other thing, just for future reference, so I think we would do well once again, hopefully to write up a resolution and for future reference for you, direction from where we think to debate this next week possibly. That's what I would like to see done, since we can't really structure an argument right now out of thin air. So thanks.
So we would go with free. What I'm hearing is that we should go with free right now, so we utilize the funds and let you talk about what happens next year.
Once again, not speaking for the body, but
Yeah.
that sounds like where everyone's going. So thank you again for coming out.
Senator Foss.
Well, I hate talking circles, but I couldn't agree more with Senator Fitton and Senator Brody's comments. Since we have the $5,000 to spend now, I think it's very important that we just disperse as many funds as we can and then work on that the next year. So with that, I yield. Thank you very much.
Speaker Williams.
I would just color. I would just really like to thank you for coming out tonight. And for a lot of the new senators, we will be having her back, and so she can explain all the wonderful things that Diane does. She has a very nice presentation that she will give us, and I've been fortunate enough to sit on food committee here and there, and just hearing the things that she does with the budget that she has blows my mind. And just to echo President Hughes back there, she has been committed to a 0% increase, and she's stuck to her guns. And we should all just say thank you to her and what she provides on campus, and all the great places that you get to eat. And so the reason that I said Ms. Keller was because she was actually just recently married, as Senator Fitton just pointed out. She had, if you Google Denny's Chapel, you can see a wonderful wedding that they had there, and it's very special. And it's also been all over the media. So we have a celebrity in our midst, not just for her greatness, but just for her wedding.
Senator Hughes, do you have a question?
Nope.
Okay. Did you have anything else for us, Nancy? Okay. So we already gave her a round of applause, but I want to try something new this year. So we're going to do a thank you on 3. Okay? 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Okay, so program for next week, we'll have our first State of the Union address for the executive
At this time, I would ask the consent of the Senate to add Bill 2013-1-010F to the bottom of new business. So carryover request for bike pumps.
Can you say the number of that?
2013-1-010F.
Are there any objections? Okay, thank you. In the gallery, I know Rivka Fidel is here. If you want to take the podium right now, Rivka, that would be awesome. Okay.
I'm Rivka, and I'm president of F-Iranian. I have to introduce me anyway. But I'm here to talk about, sorry, is the microphone not working? Can you hear me now? Is that better?
We'll get the microphone set up.
Now is it good? Good? Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm here to talk about a letter that activists has drafted to give to President Leith, and we were hoping to get as many people to sign it as possible, and we're especially hoping to get the support of the GSB. If you, so I can just read our executive summary to you and see if see what you think about it, and I can also pass around the actual complete letter, and it can be emailed to you, whatever is most convenient. Actually, before I begin, I should give some background information. Some of you may have been involved in this. Activists has had a campaign called Beyond Coal for over 2 years now, where we're trying to get the university to move away from coal power. Right now, we're burning 100% coal power in our power plant, supplemented with approximately 15% wind energy that we've bought in from a nearby wind farm. And
Rivka, I'm going to stop you for 1 second. I'm just going to ask everyone to close their laptops at this time and really give her your full attention, because this is important and relevant to all students.
If we need to close our laptop, could the speaker put the executive summary up on the screen?
Yeah, that's what I was reading.
Okay.
do you have a
Yeah, that's in the
powder?
It shows up there.
Okay.
Okay, you can continue. Sorry about that.
Okay. So we've had this campaign going where we're trying to get the university to move beyond coal. And as part of that campaign, we conferred with the administration, President Leith and Warren Madden, as well as Jeff Witt, who's in charge of the operation of the power plant. And they've been very willing to discuss things with us. They've accepted over 1,000 petitions that we gave them, asking them to move beyond coal. However, they've gone ahead and decided, effectively, to keep coal in 2 out of 5 of their boilers and upgrade the other 3 to natural gas. And while we appreciate their efforts to reduce the amount of coal we're burning, even just a little bit of coal is it very, very negatively impacts the environment, so much so that it releases 4 times as much carbon dioxide into the atmosphere as other petroleum-derived and other fossil fuels. So, it also releases a lot of other toxic things into the atmosphere, like mercury and particulates. So it's not good for student health, it's not good for the environment, and we want them to more seriously consider moving beyond coal completely, whether that's a commitment to do so right away or even 20 years into the future. And so we've gone beyond our 1,000 over 1,000 petitions that we delivered, and written a letter asking President Leaf, basically, and the administration to involve us more in the decision-making process, like the whole university, not just the administration, and to more carefully consider their decision to not move beyond coal and reconsider. Now, the object of the letter isn't really to say move beyond coal, it's to just talk about involving more the university in that. So I'll just go ahead and read the executive summary and ask any questions you have. So Iowa State University's power plant has an obligation to provide reliable, low-cost electricity to the Iowa State campus while ensuring that they meet EPA regulations, preserve the quality of Iowa's air, land, and water, and maintain the integrity of local communities' public health. To date, Iowa State has only been concerned with how to operate as cheaply and efficiently as possible while meeting the bare minimum of EPA requirements. Since Iowa State is a role model for other universities and communities, we believe it should be going above and beyond bare minimums. We ask that 1, the substantive analysis and decisions undertaken by Iowa State be complete and sound, and 2, facilities planning and management, FP&M, engage stakeholders and the public in this analysis in a transparent, responsive, and respectful way. We are confident that the university will take the true cost of coal into consideration when finalizing plans to go forward with installing control technology in 2 of its boilers.
At this time, if you have any questions for Rivka about this, please put your fingers up. We'll have a discussion here, and if not, I can always get you in touch with her after this meeting. Senator Towns.
Can I address the speaker?
You may.
All right, what alternatives to coal have you proposed?
Okay, so Active Us is not, we don't do like analyses, life cycle analyses to tell the university what to do. We simply want them to not have coal. In the letter, we allude to an analysis that was done by Burns and McDonnell. They're a third party that came in and did on the power plant and made some recommendations as to how they might upgrade it in a way that would meet the new EPA regulations and that would be economical. And they had 5 scenarios. Some of them didn't have, well, one of them didn't have coal. All the other ones had coal, and they had mixtures of coal, natural gas, and in one case, coal and biomass. But none of them were completely renewable. That is to say, they're not derived from fossil fuels. All of the alternatives that Burns and McDonnell proposed had fossil fuels. We want the university to look beyond coal entirely so they could switch to natural gas, and that would that would be okay with us, at least in the interim. Ultimately, we're hoping that they will incorporate as much renewable energy as possible, so that would be using more wind energy, solar if possible, and they can also use biomass or biofuels, where biomass is basically any kind of plant material, and biofuels is derived from plant material, and they're renewable in that they are being used at a rate less than they're being replenished at. So, so in that way, they're a lot more sustainable because they're not being replaced, because they are being replaced, and they also tend to produce lower, even some cases negative net emissions.
We'll just let the Senate know that I have a copy of the letter that they're sending presently, and I sent you the executive summary this afternoon, but I can send you the actual letter after Senate tonight, just so you all have a copy of that and can see it and know all the details.
I just wanted to add, we are aiming to give this to President Leaf next week, ideally on Earth Day. So if you could let us know if you support the letter. We're collecting like individual signatures as well as group signatures. So the GSB members could choose to submit individual signatures, or if you collectively decide that you want to support it, you can just say that you decided that.
I have a question for you. I have a quick question for you then. Can we just email you and say that we support it, and it's like an electronic
Yeah, yeah, that we can accept digital signatures.
Senator Talley, so.
I just want to make a few comments here. I talked with a utility employee actually about this, because I did some research on it, so engineers can correct me because I don't know too much about this myself, but he said that upgrading like any stuff to the power plant would most likely have a trade-off with higher cost for consumption. There are things like wind and solar you can do, but the current like wind generator we have only generates 0.12% of all the power that we use on campus. So wind, like, it's good for the environment, and like there's not really any cost once you have it up and running, but it doesn't generate a whole lot of power. And so, but the thing that's going to come down to when deciding whether they do this is going to be the cost, like generating the power versus like what our image will look like for how efficient we are. And also he said that the EPA minimums that are in place right now are already very safe and effective. They meet the Clean Air Act and Clean Water Act. They don't have a whole lot of pollution as they are right now. Going above and beyond would just ramp up the cost of power production.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Senator Byron.
May I address the speaker? Do you want all of the, so I take from it that you want all of them switched away from coal. How do you feel about the two oldest ones that cannot be switched to natural gas that are currently on the ash scrubbers that bring it up and above the EPA standards?
So the older boilers that can't be upgraded, they could either just be replaced with something else, or it might be possible. I'm not, like, it would depend on the feedstock, but it might be possible to burn biomass in those instead, or a pelletized biomass. For example, the Biorenewables Laboratory and the Center for Sustainable Energy Technologies are developing whole biomass pellets, which could eventually be turned into biomass-only pellets, which behave just like coal does in a boiler. I should clarify that the letter doesn't say, what we want them to do at all in terms of the power plant decision, just that we want them to involve the entire university in a responsive manner, and that the process needs to be more transparent.
Right, I'll leave my other question
Senator Dwight.
Just speak. Thanks for coming out. It's really nice because it's the first student I think to come out and speak with us, so that's exciting. I'd like to know, before this letter has been written, what was the relationship between your group and university officials like? Was it existent, and how responsive were they to your concerns?
The university officials, like the administration?
Yeah.
Okay. So we spoke with them about, on average, once a semester. So it wasn't always with the president, but Warren Madden or Jeff Witt, somebody we would be able to access them and talk to them about once a semester. And we didn't have generally a problem with the frequency which we could talk to them per se. We were more concerned that they would go ahead and make this, in the case of the letter, we were concerned that they were going ahead and making these decisions without necessarily notifying us. We raised our concerns to them, and then they'd just go ahead and make a decision, and we find out about it from the daily. And so what we basically would want them to do is post on a website, that university website somewhere, the alternatives that they're considering, and that be open to comments, so that the process will be fully responsive, and that we don't have to request an audience with them every time there's something that concerns us or anybody else at the university, like any green group, any kind of student group whatsoever, that might be concerned with where we're getting our energy from. And so, yeah, it's basically like a holistic transparency that we're looking for.
Thank you.
Senator Kendall?
I guess my concern is
Point of order, just, point of information as well for the chair. This is open forum, and so this is not a time for debate. So if you have a question for our speaker, that would be great, but we're not voting, there's no resolution on the table as of right now. So just make sure that you are addressing questions and otherwise no debate within this full long march right now.
I'm getting to the question.
Okay, continue.
I'll phrase the phone question. How do you address concerns with the fact, as you stated, their methods are to be cheap and efficient, and there are concerns with raising tuition as it is, and if we go towards these other forms, which sounds but are going to be more expensive,
Can you speak up, please?
how does your group go about getting student support when, in the end, this would trickle down to costing more tuition and such?
A lot of students we've spoken to would support an increase in tuition if they know that it's going towards something positive, like renewable energy, because the costs are not just to them when you have the burning of fossil fuels, especially coal, because when you do that, you incur cost on the environment and on your own health. You could actually have a greater health bill in the future because of breathing in coal particles and other pollutants. So some individuals may think that it's worth it, some individuals may think that it's not. We just believe that the university should involve us more in that decision rather than just saying, okay, we think the students want the cheapest thing, we're going to choose it for them. So.
At this time, I just will remind the Senate one more time that the overall goal of this letter is to encourage the university to have transparency with what they're using for energy and to involve students more in the discussion. So I know there's a lot of nitty-gritty that we can talk about when it comes to energy, but I would say now is probably not the time. With that, Senator Walsh.
Thank you. Can I address the speaker?
You may.
Speaking as a senator representing off-campus students, whether or not I agree with this, that's not an issue, but I do have a concern, and that's that this is a very pressing partisan political issue, and whether or not that's for this body to decide on what route to go when there are other cuts that would probably have to be made. My concern is if that's what this body is designed to do. Being as it is, we are representing students as a whole, not any particular partisan issues. So that's just a concern I express. I don't know if you had thought into that at all, but with that, I'll yield.
We won't be making like a recommendation or decision. This is just encouraging administration to be transparent with us and keep us in on the discussion. So I would say we aren't here to make a recommendation of what they should do. We're just here to encourage the administration. What activists is doing is saying, hey, administration, involve us in the discussion. Don't just make the decision by yourself. Does that clarify anymore?
I think a little bit.
Okay. Senator Pons.
Well, thank you. Let me address the speaker.
You may.
The question I have is that what you're proposing is that you're going to draft up a letter, and then you're going to be asking fellow senators to sign on to it. Is that correct? Okay. With that answer, that does concern me because personally, if you agree with the letter assignment, I find that to be great. I mean, I appreciate you coming out here tonight to talk about different things that concern you, whether that be your passions or just things you want to talk about with GSB and others in public forum. But I worry that since Senator Walsh had brought up that it is more so a national, almost bipartisan issue that's trickled down to these almost local entities, that different people signing towards this letter acting in their official position, saying that they're a GSB senator and I support this, might lead us into almost a mudslinging kind of competition doing this. So if you personally support the bill,
It's not a bill.
or not, excuse me, not a bill, Hillary, you said. What I'm trying to say is if you personally support this, I commend you. I'm glad that you do, that you signed the letter. But be careful that you don't use your official capacity to do so. And with that, I yield.
Okay, Senator Voss, number one, please be kind in the meetings.
I agree.
Just make sure that you are, don't be disrespectful. And also, I think that is up to senators by their discretion to support things as they may. And this is not a time to do this whole political debate. I think this is really a time to ask her questions about what their organization is doing, since she so kindly took time to come here and share this with us and say, hey, if you're into this and you want to support us, I have stuff for you to support. It's not a time to debate it. And I'm just going to remind you all of that one more time. Thank you for your comments. And with that, Senator Hall. You may.
I think it's a good idea to involve students. I'm just curious, how you propose students can involve? Are we going to have meetings with administration, or are they going to send us a newsletter, or how would you propose we interface with them?
We were proposing that they put the information involved in whatever kind of decision they're going to make. So, for example, the different scenarios they were considering for upgrading the power plant on the Iowa State website. And what comes after that hasn't been really decided yet. It might be up to the GSB, it might be up to activists. We could probably negotiate something with the administration. But so long as this process is interactive, responsive, and transparent, whatever the interface is that serves that purpose best is, I think, what we'll end up having.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Fitton.
I want to first of all thank Senator Turhall for his legitimate question to the group concerning the matter of the open forum. That also speaks to what I was going to say next, so that this might not necessarily be the medium to be having this discussion right now, because it's not a bill, because we're not discussing our own opportunities. So kind of like with Ms. Keller coming up before, if we have any additional opinions or ways we want to act in our official positions, we might want to do so with a resolution. But I think at this time, unless there are any pressing questions or other comments, we need to thank the group, first of all, for coming as a student group, for giving your voice to the causes that organizations find worthy on campus. With that, I would just once again encourage senators, if you have any additional questions for the madam, just talk to her afterwards. If you want to lend your name in any medium, feel free to do so after the meeting. And with that, I'll yield.
Vice Speaker Snow.
Hey, Trustees.
You may.
Thanks for coming out, Rivka. We really appreciate it. As you can tell, GSB is sometimes a prickly bunch. I apologize on her behalf, and I'm sure I can speak for everybody on this. We don't get a lot of input from open forum, so sometimes we don't know what to do. So the students don't come here very often. For some reason, they don't want to be here at 8 o'clock at night on a Wednesday during FISA and talk to us. Go figure. So very sincerely, thank you for coming out. We do appreciate your input. It is a fact that we should be pontificating at this point. So do as I say, not as I do at this moment, because we have an interesting circumstance here. As has been pointed out, we need to remember during open forum, our job here is to inquire the student as to what her issues are, what she needs from us, et cetera, on the issues. This isn't a time for debate. We need to keep that in mind. As senators, to kind of address what Senator Voss had said, while you may or may not wish to lend your official title to her petition, or her letter, you, as a senator, should take her concern, her interest, her letter, back to your constituents and say, hey, we've got activists. We had this girl come to open forum, and she brought this letter to us. What do you guys think about this? If you're interested in this, why don't you get a hold of her and lend your name to her letter. So there is a GSB involvement here, and Rivka, you are absolutely correct in coming here and if we're doing our jobs correctly, what you're bringing to us will be disseminated out amongst our constituents. So again, everybody remember what open forum is all about. And once more to the speaker, thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ripka. And just as a reminder, everyone, I will send out an official letter along with your email after the meeting. So thank you again. Election commissioner out there.
All right, thank you. I'll try to keep it brief, but I did have something to go wrong. Oops, good lord. Hopefully it's, okay, I'm actually allowed. So as President Hughes alluded in the executive report, over the weekend I contacted election commissions and election agencies among the Big 12 and Pure 11 institutions, along with some smattering other universities I decided to go on because they were easier to contact. So I contacted roughly 15, 20 schools, can't remember the exact number, but I did get feedback from Texas, Indiana, Arizona State, Iowa, Oklahoma State, University of Illinois, Champaign-Urbana, K-State, Ohio State, West Virginia, KU, and North Carolina State University. And so hopefully the remaining universities will get back to me soon. They have given me some good insight on some of the elections. They've gone through my election code and the processes as I described to them. I've gone through some of them for them. So it's kind of nice that we're kind of starting a little network of elections throughout the United States. They have given me some good ideas. Some of their recommendations in brief is that, a lot of the schools that have higher turnouts also have coalitions and parties for the elections. I'm considering removing some of the revisions that I added in last year. They were not looked upon favorably by a majority of people. Signature sheets will be looked in again. Different approaches to public relations and announcing the elections. And then one thing that is vastly apparent to a lot of people is that we are one of a few groups of universities that don't have a separate election website or a website apart from the GSB one. So definitely something that I will be hopefully working on with the cabinet is some kind of election site or improving the section on the website that we have now for the elections. Another thing that I've talked to Senator Bowell, possibly Senator Combs, and then President Knight is in the fall I plan on joining. Wait.
President Hughes.
President, did I call you Jared again? No.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Oh, bloody hell. Okay. So, President Hughes, I plan on having a kind of elections joint committee with myself and my new election vice commissioner, some UA and PR reps, and then some exec members, so that I can kind of take some suggestions from a GSB perspective to the election commission for them to consider. A lot of the election commissioners are younger students that haven't had a lot of experience with GSB, and they can only kind of take in from an outsider's perspective. So to kind of revise the process from an internal perspective, I hope to have that formed in the fall early on. And then the last thing is that I'm always looking into people who are interested in joining the elections process. So if you know of anyone that is interested in still getting involved with GSB, it's not too late for them to contact me. I can work with them over the summer and get them right into the process when we get to the fall. So the only thing that I have for you right now is that if any of you guys have anything you want to talk about the elections in brief right now, I'd be glad. In the past, I've asked you guys to email me, but no one has, but then you'll complain about the election. So let's take, I think if we take like 2 minutes, I think that would be okay. So if anyone has any pressing election issues you want to get off your chest or bosoms right now, I'd really appreciate it. So that we don't have to have this wait until, middle of February and you're like, oh, why do you have this? Or not, I don't care, it doesn't matter to me.
Senator Kinsler.
May I address the commission?
You may.
I noticed you did mention something about how a lot of the other schools have a party system. Is that something that we're seriously considering, or is that just kind of an observation from the other schools?
At this point, it's hard to decide. That's one of the things that I want to discuss in the little joint committee, either on the remaining of this semester or next semester. I can tell you right now that that's something that I'm seriously considering, at least bringing to the election commission. Right now, a lot of you know I don't get embarrassed or read too often, but I'm fairly embarrassed and disappointed in this university and my election commission and myself on the voter turnout. I think it's reprehensible that Iowa, of all universities, had the highest turnout of all the schools that I contacted. So.
And then with that, I guess, you said that it's something that the committee will look at as far as which way to go. Did you mean the commission, or are you looking to actually get like a legislative committee formed to kind of pair with the commission?
I wouldn't say it's a legislative committee because I don't want just people from Senate. I want people from the exec and UA, PL, and people from my own commission. The only reason I'm thinking about having that is just because I don't think that we have, I think we need a new perspective on the election code that I think that we can only get from within GSB. I went to the special archives, or whatever it's called, up at the third floor of the Fox Library, and I know that this is something that they have done in the past. They used to do this annually before they made the election commission a separate entity, early 2005, I think. They used to have the election commission and everything rolled over every year. So this is something they used to do. It's something that I want to at least try and see how it works out. If it doesn't pan out, then it's not like we can get any roles. So.
Senator Talon.
What are the benefits of having a separate website for the election rather than having all at one place?
Oh, I would just, that was just a comment. I just know that if you look up any other student government association website on any school, you can pick whatever one you want. It's by far leagues above what we have now. So I don't necessarily need to have its own election website, but definitely the elections needs to be brought up to the 2014 level that we have. We're way far behind. So.
Senator Ballroom.
Thanks for coming out tonight, Commissioner Gunther. Just one question. You mentioned the coalitions. Do you plan on gathering information about how those exactly work? Because I'm not completely familiar with them. Do you plan on contacting universities that do have them?
I already have contacted a number of them, and I know how they work. They've explained it to me, and I have an idea of how it might work at Iowa State if we do choose to pursue that idea. And it's obviously something that I have to talk with GSB people and my election commission, and then of course if it goes through, it'll be voted on. But that is definitely something that I'm considering severely. It's not something I'm taking lightly. It's something that I probably would guarantee you will be up at some point.
Senator Parkinson.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. I just had a question. I just kind of had an idea. I didn't know if this could help improve voter turnout at all, but have you ever considered combining elections like with IRHA or any of those other large group organizations? I mean, we laugh, but it would improve turnout for both.
Senator Parkinson has a good point. I know that when I talked to, it was Oklahoma State, I was talking to Kyle, that's the election commissioner, and they said that they don't directly work with their Residence Hall Association, but they do have the election in the same time area. So like their elections is Monday, Tuesday, and then Res Halls have it like Thursday, Friday or something. And so I know that since I am a member of IRHA, the elections for that is this week, and all elections was like a month ago. So coordinating that, I don't know exactly how feasible that would be. It is something to consider. The only problem is that I am the GSB election person. The vice president of IRHA has theirs. So yeah, I mean, if we combine it, the thing is that ITS charges us money, and so then we'd have to decide what would be a fair split for the election, because there is a kind of a set price for doing it, and then it's it's incremental based on how many hours they work on. So, I mean, I'm up for anything right now. We can't get any lower than we're at right now. So yeah, we had 2469 votes, so about 7.8%. So.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Senator Fitch.
May I address the commissioner? I've actually done a lot of asking around to my friends at Iowa and different universities in Texas as well. And it's been my observation that the best turnouts and best coalitions parties are built out of creative candidates and getting your friends to run. I know a few people sitting in here that I encourage to run and are here now. I guess what's your take on making it relevant to the people in GSB and the students at large before we try to come up with these quick fixes for it as compared to the way GSB actually operates on our campus?
So there's a couple of things that addressed on that. So one, I think that the most pressing issue and why the elections had such a low turnout was that we roughly had 50% of the seats being ran for, and the majority of them didn't have to even campaign. I know that Senator Byro and Talon were the only ones that actually had a competitive race, and they both got seats, so it really didn't turn out that it really mattered too much. But I think first and foremost, if you go to Kansas University, they had 15 people applying for their IFCC, which is, they only have 1, 2. So, I mean, when you have 15 people running for one seat, that's going to drum up a lot of promotion and a lot of discussions and stuff. What was the second one? So another thing that I know that I'm going to do to help make the elections more relevant is that we need to start looking, at least from a PR perspective, is that we need to get GSB's name out there and a better recognition early on. We can't wait till the elections to start, trying to get people engaged with GSB. And then the third one is that I want to, first off, go to more groups before the elections to talk about having them run and going to the info sessions, and then during the election cycle itself, going to constituency councils and hall councils, house meetings, general announcements, those type of things to increase the turnout and let people know, hey, I'm the election commissioner. I'm not here to talk to you about issue A or X or anything. I just want you to vote. So, did I address everything?
Oh yeah, thank you.
President Hughes.
Yeah, I just want to add one comment that I forgot to share with you earlier, Adam, but I want to kind of say to everybody, is that when we're talking about, to address Senator Fitton's point, when qualified and interested and creative people running for office, one thing that struck me as interesting was that the competition for Senate seats was extremely poor in terms of number of people running, but yet Vice President Kletcher and I fielded 85 applications for cabinet, which we have 15 seats for. So there's a big difference in the way that people view Senate and cabinet, which is something that I can't explain, but something that we need to investigate. Because it's not that people don't want to be involved with GSB, but apparently that people don't want to be involved with GSB Senate. And that's a perception that I think we all need to address.
Senator McKelvey.
Right. I guess my biggest issue, other than no signatures about what you and I had, but it isn't really relevant, was that we basically couldn't host any events to vote. I know she didn't end up getting seated because she has to go to Switzerland next year, but I know would-be Senator Kelsenberg had wanted to, she's CA, and had wanted to just host a voting event during her floor meeting. And so I guess it kind of bothered me that we can't just have some voting stations set up anywhere, not necessarily endorsing any either candidate or anything like that, but just saying, hey, you can go to this laptop over here and vote for your senators, it'll take you 5 minutes. I thought that was my biggest issue with the election process.
I have to look for sure, but I know that there is a rule in the election code, I think it's somewhere in chapter 8 or 9, that says that no candidate can have any use of a voting booth, and in order for it to be a feasible option, that would have to be something that's manned. We can't just let that be just some booth left in the MU or some residence hall off campus. It would have to be something that would be staffed by someone on the election commission. And the problem is that the election commission was already kind of spread pretty thin. Some of you that did run, you were paired up with someone that was an election commission member. I had to deal with the execs and setting up debates and room scheduling and all that stuff. But the thing is that we were only at half the capacity of the commission, and so unless we get more people, we won't be able to do more stuff. So that's something that we're looking into for the fall. I know when UA wants at-larges and all that stuff, we'll also be sending out information. I'll get back to Senator Benzoni.
I might follow up. Could you have someone like back from the election commission verify that like basically the voting booth is say you set up some standards for a voting booth and who can run it here, who can run it? Would you support something like that?
It would be something to look into. The only thing is that, with the election commission, they're brought forward, to their official part of GSB so that they have more accountability. If it comes from someone that's outside of GSB, it's really hard to think about how we can keep them accountable and how we can really truly make it a fair process. I think one of the problems we had in the election was that in the commission's attempt to make it a more fair election, we also hindered turnout. So there's a lot of factors and a lot of variables to take into consideration and to think about which ones are more important and which is better for the university and our organization as a whole.
Speaker Williams.
Just really quick, I'd just like to remind Senate that I thank you, Election Commissioner Gunther, for coming out and always giving us reports. But we are still in open forum, and elections are a really big issue that we have to tackle all year. And so that's something that we'll be looking for senators' input on all year. And so just reminding you that we're not going to solve elections tonight. So the information is fabulous, but just keep the questions a little bit limited so we can move on to this discussion that we have tonight, and also we'll be looking for everyone's input on elections later. So.
Just quickly to comment on that, I know as we're wrapping up the little discussion right now, if you have any interest in serving on the Joint Commission, or if you have any suggestions yourself, you're welcome to email me or President Hughes. We're both in close contact to not have the elections fall downhill. I think this year we brought them up from to a certain standard that we haven't had in the last couple of years. So if you're interested, my email is on the website. I'll be sitting in the chair putzing on my homework for a while, so just come over. So that's about it. Thank you.
Senator Morales, do you have anything like that you can email me about this feedback?
I suppose not.
Okay. With that, thank you for coming out tonight.
I believe Senator Snell had something.
I'm waiting for open forum, thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Speaker Williams.
Okay, really fast. So I thought, since I did say that my favorite bylaw was open forum, you guys obviously took that as a challenge and wanted to make it really long. And so thank you, I appreciate it. But this is really great, and I love that we had a speaker come in today. So if you need just a frame of reference, just treat anyone that comes to discuss, Vice Speaker Snell said it very eloquently, but just address them sort of as a program, I suppose, someone that's coming to give us information, and we can see how we can help. So that's just kind of the etiquette for it. If we need a frame of reference, because we don't have them very often, and so, but we will. So that's the exciting part. But right now, I would like to ask you guys. Rivka will actually. Oh no, I will send out a sheet of paper, and from what you heard from her presentation and her concerns, if you personally would like to sign this, I think that was kind of the intent. Maybe it got jumbled up, but I'm going to say that this is the intent of what I'm passing around. If you personally would like to sign this and help Activus put this letter out to President Lee, then go ahead and sign this piece of paper. You are not to put like senator of anything. This is you personally as a student. If we do decide to do something as GSB, then that would be in the form of a resolution, and then we can have that debate and bring up all the concerns that you guys had, because they were very valid, but that's just in a different setting. So if you personally would like to help Activus and sign their petition, then go ahead and sign this piece of paper. If not, then that is completely up to you. And so with that, I yield to Vice Speaker Snell.
Okay, at this time, I move Senate Orders 2013-1-15 all the way to the bottom to, whatever the last one is, seating center and SSFTC to the bottom of general orders.
Okay, I think he wants me to just consent to send on that to make it easier. So are there any objections to that?
Would Vice Speaker Snell like to explain why?
Certainly, we have several hours worth of internal business just in that highlighted part, and we have students who need to be taken care of.
Yes. Senator Vincent.
Is that also moving the cabinets right now?
On the request of Finance Director Radisky, who is no longer here, we would like to get the cabinet taken care of so they can move as well. That was the request.
So you're not moving that now?
That's correct, I'm leaving it at the top.
Senator Voss.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'll walk the podium here. It's about the Meet Your Government Day. Part of open forum, correct?
We're still in open forum. We could also do it at the end during closing announcements since we still.
Oh, I was going to pass around the sheet
Oh,
for volunteers, just to clarify some things, just to make sure that we get that cleared up before we start.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. All I'm doing here is I want to clarify, I'm passing around a volunteer sheet, and two other things I wanted to address about the Meet Government Day event that's on April 22nd from 11 to 2. The sheet I'm sending around, Chairman Bow, or Senator Bauer, has wrote it. It's quite small. So what we're asking, like I said before, is about 30 minutes minimum. Of course, you're not required. This is volunteer work. But about an hour of your time that day to volunteer. And what I'm asking more so is during setup and takedown time. That is from 10 o'clock to 4:11. That'd be nice so we can put up tables, chairs, help KURE set up for their stereo systems. Whoever wants to be there, set tables for them as well. And I find that to be important. So what I'm asking is there is some nice green lines I made with my gel pen that I stole from a junior high girl. It's a joke. I did not steal anything from a junior high girl. But in the slots, if you write your name out here, I mean, if you're really worried about whether it's going to extend to a different time, just kind of circle your name within that box of the time. That way we can clarify when I send out the list to the SEC of whether who's going to volunteer for these types of things. And if you decide that your wholehearted intent is to be here the whole time for the event, which is what we all want, of course, just take your name and then whatever time you're going to start, take a pen line and to the end of the sheet that you're going to be there for the full time. We hope to see you out there. I hope it's a great time. I'll pass this over and we'll circle it around. Thank you.
Senator Meade. Senator Pittman.
I guess my only question is Speaker Williams.
Oh, me or no?
I'll give it to Senator Voss.
Well, I don't know if you had a question of me.
Oh, no. When not writing down your official capacity and signing the activist letter, I guess my only objection to that is you're always representing your constituents. So I don't feel it's quite correct to say that you can't represent them in signing this letter. So that's my only concern. William.
Is there anything else for open forum? Senator Walsh.
I was just going to say in regards to that, that's kind of what I was trying to get at, and I think that's pushed off the topic also, so thank you.
Is there anything else for open forum? Wow, that was a long one. Okay. With that, we'll move into special orders. We're now on Senate Order 2013-1-010, SD, seating in LAS Center.
Title, seating an LAS senator. Whereas LAS has no Senate seat, and whereas the LAS Council has nominated Casey Cusack to fill the seat, be it therefore ordered that Casey Cusack be seated as a senator representing LAS, and be it further ordered that Casey Cusack immediately assume all rights and responsibilities of the GSB senator as delineated by government law. Casey, if you want to say a few words about it?
Casey Cusack. I don't have my flag yet. I'm a junior in political science, second semester. I enjoy being involved, I enjoy the political process, and I enjoy talking with fellow students about issues that need to be addressed, so I look forward to contributing. That's about it. If anyone has any questions?
Senator Boss, is your placard up?
Yes, I re-put it up before.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it's or not. Okay, with that, Senator Boss.
Thank you. I just want to speak, on behalf of Casey, although he can speak for himself, is that he's a very qualified individual. I've seen him perform many times in class where he's had to answer different sort of questions, those types of things. And he's quite a go-getter, a thinker on his feet, if you will. And I think he's a very positive contribution to this group. And with that, I yield.
Senator Kinsler.
May I address the nominee?
You may.
Hi Casey, I saw that you did meet with the Rules Committee on Monday. Were you made aware of all the requirements?
Yep, it was very thorough.
Okay.
It was, well done.
I call the question.
Second.
You see.
He can withdraw his motion.
Is he going to? Are you willing to
Oh,
withdraw?
I'm sorry, I withdraw.
Okay. Vice Speaker Snow.
It's okay, he can't see me over the here, so. I address the Senate.
You may.
Knowledge. When it comes to confirming, this is for the new people, when it comes to confirming a senator from a constituency council, needs to be made clear, so we know this in the future, because this happens a lot, this is very frequent, that when a constituency council sends us a representative that they have chosen, GSB doesn't have a terrible lot of say in that. The only way that we can generally object to confirming somebody from a constituency council is if there's some big reason why they can't, do the duties of being a GSB senator. So, just in case anybody wants to vote no, I wanted you to consider why, and just put that out there. I'm not telling you how to vote, I'm just saying. So, I also know Casey. He's been in a couple of my classes. Great guy, smart kid. So, I'm gonna go ahead.
Speaker Williams.
Just to say a little bit what Vice Speaker Snell said. So when anyone is nominated from their council, they automatically, we have a bill go through our Rules Committee. And so in our Rules Committee, committee meets, and that was very this week, but usually committee gets together and we give them the whole rundown of their duties and what they need to do. And so they're aware of the time commitment, they're aware of all their duties. And then afterwards, just for your information as well, we'll give them a packet similar to the welcome packet and brand email for GSB that you guys received. And so we'll help transition them in as well. So just for further information. And it was a great meeting, and so I call the questions.
Second.
Are there any objections to see? This passes. And with that, we will move to Senate Order 2013-1-009SC, confirming executive cabinet members.
Okay. Title, confirming the remainder of the executive cabinet. During the April 10, 2013 Senate meeting, the Senate divided the question regarding the confirmation of the 4 executive cabinet nominees due to their absence. And whereas the divided nominees require Senate confirmation, be it therefore ordered that Tammy Reichelt be confirmed as Director of Graduate and Professional Student Outreach, and be it further ordered that Julia Huber be confirmed as Treasurer, and be it further ordered that Alexandria Havery be confirmed as ex officio Ames City Council Liaison, and be it further ordered that Allison Straube be confirmed as Director of Sustainability, and be it further ordered that these individuals immediately assume all rights and responsibilities of their positions as delineated in government law. I will yield to the President.
Thank you, Vice Speaker Snell. So with these 4, I mentioned last week that they weren't able to attend. Ali Straube, the Director of Sustainability nominee, and Julia Huber, the Treasurer nominee, are still studying abroad, so they will have to wait until the fall. Tammy Reichelt, the Director of Professional and Graduate Professional Student Outreach, is currently in a conference in San Francisco. She's scheduled to return to Ames next Wednesday, scheduled to return to Des Moines next Wednesday, but I'm not sure how her time frame works, if she'll be able to make the meeting or not. I guess based on our timeline, she'll probably be able to make it if she can get here by midnight, but I'll talk to her and see if she can next week. But the one nominee that is able to be here tonight is Alex Harvey, the nominee for ex officio Ames City Council Student Liaison. she is extremely qualified, and I will turn it over to her to speak. And also, before I do that, I would just ask one of you out there to divide the question, divide out Ms. Harvey. So I'll turn it over to her first.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Alex Harvey, and I'm a junior in environmental science and global resource systems. I am currently the co-chair of the World Affairs series of lectures and involved in other lectures committees. I have had previous experience networking with professionals and academics through the lectures program and other leadership positions abroad. I have some great ideas for continuing to make Ames a better place for students to live. This afternoon, I had the opportunity to meet with the mayor and city staff, and I'm excited to get started.
Senator Fitton.
As a friendly amendment, Alex Harvey. All right, yeah. Next, I will move to divide the question with Ms. Harvey. Since the other nominees are not here, I will ask you, Steve.
Point of information, Mr. Chair. Is this what the executive branch wishes to do? Are you okay with dividing?
Yes, we are okay with dividing questions.
President Hughes just said that.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, just check.
I have the floor.
Okay, so it's been moved to divide the question and that has been seconded.
UC.
Are there any objections to UC? Okay, that the question is divided. So we are back on discussing this bill, and only Alexander Harvey, she's here tonight. So Senator Fitton, you still have the floor.
Okay, now to speak on the nominee, and I'm speaking on behalf of Senator Johnson as well, who had to leave early tonight, but we give our full support to Ms. Harvey here. I've had the pleasure of working with her the past year on lectures. Very enthusiastic individual. She's from Texas, so that's kind of redundant, but also just very persistent and works hard at everything she does and puts in a lot of good time, and I think she'll represent us well in this city council. So I'll urge a yes vote and yield.
Senator Fitton.
May I address the nominee?
Yes.
Is Ms. Harvey, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you, I might have missed it in your intro, but can you talk about what you would like to see the relationship between GSB and the Ames City Council be? I know we have, once a year, we have a meeting with them jointly, but are there any other ideas or things that you'd like to bring up specifically to the council about GSB?
Just like I'm still new to the process, so just streamlining it and make sure that our GSB goals are streamlined with the community goals and to strengthen the connection that we have. There's also a commission, we're working on the Student Affairs Commission, and I know there's GSB appointed. Of what I've heard of it to that commission. So just getting that going again and, doing different initiatives.
Perfect, excellent. Sounds like a fantastic nominee. I yield.
Senator Moss.
Yeah. As part of the Student Affairs Commission, I look forward to you being there. I'm sure we will work together for great resolutions, ideas for student affairs for City Council. And with that, I call the
Second.
UC.
Are there any objections to UC? That is passed. Okay, we are now on Senate Bill 2013-1-001F, Performing Arts Carryover Request.
Title, Performing Arts Carryover Request. At this time, I move to table until the end, or excuse me, I move to table until the end of new business. Excuse me, general order. I don't know where it is, but after everything else that just involves us.
Okay. Are there any objections? Do I need to ask that? One moment, I'm going to ask a question to the speaker about rules.
Yeah.
Do I need to ask? Okay. Yeah, good now, thank you for that plus. With that, we are on Senate Bill 2013-1-002F, KURE Fest.
Title KURE Fest, parentheses E. At this time, I move to refer to Finance Committee.
Second.
This time, we are on Senate Bill 2013-1-005F, Iranian Students Carryover Request. No, that's not.
This is really.
Gosh, I don't have any. We need chops.
I got it. Okay, title, carryover request for the Iranian Students and Scholars Association. Whereas the ISSA was not able to establish their event list,
Consider it ready.
okay, is there a member of the group present? ISSA. Okay, you take the podium. And I will yield to the, you can introduce yourself and explain to us what this is all about. We appreciate it.
Well, my name is Mahdi Ramazani. I'm the treasurer of the Iranian Students and Scholars Association. We got some funding from GSB last year. We could spend part of it this year, but the thing is that we are initiating a couple different things and we couldn't get all of them done this year. And these are basically recurring events, so we will have them every year. So instead of trying to get the same funding for next year, we're just requesting to carry over this money to next year so we can start doing all these next year with the same funding.
Senator Fitton,
May I address the group, please?
you may.
Did you come to GSB for regular allocations this year?
No.
Okay, that was my only question. I was looking through budgets and usually we give, I would say daily ads during that process, but since they weren't giving you for next year, I see nothing wrong with this. I would call the question, but let others have discussion on this if they wish. I'll yield.
Senator Byron.
I feel that since through this year's allocations, and pretty much from what I understand, this group of being used as the allocations for next year, through this year's how we cut everyone down to one daily ad. So I feel we should do the same for them. So at this time, I motion to amend the advertising of the Iowa State Daily to 162.
Second.
Okay, we are now on discussion of the amendment, which is changing that line item of advertising the Iowa State Daily to $162. Senator Kinsler.
Just kind of echoing Mr. Byro, I think because we were because this past year we did this with every group, I feel like this is only fair. I'll yield.
Point of information from the chair, what is the $324? How many ads is that?
That would be two.
Thank you.
Senator Fitton.
I'd like to agree with Senator Byro as someone who went through the regular allocation process. So with that, I'll call the question.
Second.
UC?
Are there any objections to UC? Okay, that amendment passes.
I'll call the question on the bill.
Second.
Okay, we are now voting on the bill as a whole. Yes means pass, no means failed, abstain means abstain. Bauer.
Yeah.
Benzoni.
Yep.
Please use yes and no. Breitbart. Brody.
Yes.
Birch. Yes. Byro.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Dory.
Yes.
Can you remind me to say your last name?
Bisek?
Bisek? Okay, Bisek.
Yes.
Fitton.
Yes.
Gallagher.
Yes.
Herman. Kaufman.
Yes.
Kinsler.
Yes.
Kearns.
Yes.
Mead.
Yep. Yes.
Lund.
Yes.
Merle.
Yes.
Osborne.
Yes.
Parkinson.
Yes.
Peterson. Blandenberg.
Yes.
Rode. Yes. Snell.
Yes.
Swanson.
Yes.
Talon.
Yes.
Turhall.
Yes.
Trendle.
Yes.
Voss.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes.
Wolf.
Yes.
Yatley.
Yes.
By a vote of 33 to 0 to 0, this passes. Thank you for coming out. Okay. And with that, we are on Senate Bill 2013-1-006F, funding Trap and Ski Club.
All right, line item transfer request for the Iowa State Trap and Ski Club, whereas the Iowa State Trap and Ski Club no longer has equipment that requires repair, and whereas the Iowa State Trap and Ski Club requires competition entry fees, be it therefore enacted that $500 is transferred to the Iowa State Trap and Ski Club from consent discretionary account pursuant to the following budget. Are there any Trap and Ski Club members here tonight? Okay, all the members not here. Would you like to say something, Dan?
Other than I'm not sure that I have the line item transfer request in physical form for this one. No.
Okay. Senator Kemper used to have that.
Someone might have the physical one. I don't have it in my office. I'll clear up the confusion.
Okay, I'll yield to Senator Kemper.
Well, two things. One, the confusion is, former finance director Vanderbilt got this request, and he gave the forms to Senator Snell, and so that's where they've been. That's why you probably didn't see it, was because it was actually before the first meeting.
Okay.
And secondly, I'd like to actually amend the language in line 15 and 16, because we don't give carryover requests out of accounts. So I would just make that amendment to say enact that the following funding carried over to the following budget.
Second.
Okay, we are now on discussion of the amendment. So please have your placard up if this is something pertaining to the amendment. Senator Jordan.
Yes, can you just explain exactly what you're amending here?
Yeah, so I think it was.
Yes, Senator Kessler, you
Yeah.
may address.
So when we do carryover requests, the groups already have the money, so we've already given that money to them. So we don't have to give them any more money, they already have it. With that, I call the question.
Second.
Are there any objections to UC? That passes. We are now back on discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Voss.
Yes, this may be a point of information to the chair, but more so just a question for friendly amendment. I'll address the Senate, then I'll ask the question. When you say in line 12, whereas the student track and ski club requires competition, when you include two nouns, the Iowa State Track and Ski Club, would it be require or requires?
The club requires.
Would it require? Then I make a friendly amendment. Make it require. Well, I thought this is official business.
Point of order.
Point of order, please.
So I would make that motion.
Finance Director Rubin.
Okay, I'm gonna pause you for just a second. Does everybody understand what a line item transfer is? I guess I didn't quite make sure that everyone knew what everything was.
I do not know.
Okay. So what a line item transfer request is that we have allocated this money to a student organization either during one of the two allocations processes. So we do a major one in the spring, so we've already done ours for next fiscal year. And we do what we call special allocations in the fall, which is the same thing but on a smaller scale for special circumstances. And so when we allocate money from GSB, it's in a specific line item, so it'll say what it's for. So for instance, I haven't actually seen what this one is, so I don't know what line item it's coming from. But typically it'll say it is coming from this line item, so it's a specific line. It'll say how much it is, and then it'll say it's going towards this item. So in this case, it's a competition entry fee, and it's at the quantity of $500. So that is what a line item transfer is. It's just basically so that the student organization, specifically the treasurer, doesn't end up having to spend their own money because of misusing student fee money. Because when we allocate money and it's misspent according to what their budget is, it actually goes on the treasurer's new bill. So say if I were to mess up GSB's budget and completely misallocate $1.9 million, you'd be looking at the most intense student in our state history. But that's what a line item transfer is. So I apologize for not getting that earlier. It did slip my mind to explain that. And we can run over any other finance things later. We get to finance committee and you want to ask a couple more questions about the finance process outside of this specific. So was that cleared up for you? Fantastic. I guess as a note, whoever's in contact with the group should contact them because they emailed me today and I didn't know anything about the line item transfer itself. So I actually asked them to come fill out a new one. So that's just as a note to whoever is in contact with the group. Just to touch base with them because I might have confused them when I emailed them back today. So with that, if you have any questions for me, I'll take them. Otherwise, you can carry on.
Senator Snow.
Just to address the finance director's concern there, I was in contact with them via email. They told me that they were going to show up this evening, so I apologize for their absence. I don't know why they're not.
It's no skin off of my back. It might have been me that confused them. I emailed them today as well. So.
Okay.
Senator Lee.
Okay, so I've been in contact with the group now for a long time. But so what this basically is, for those of you who are wondering, is just line item transfer, like finance director said. And what it's transferring from to is Iowa State Government Student Body. We actually used to own a number of shotguns that Trap and Skeet Club used. We've owned them for over a decade. That came to the attention of the administration, and members of the administration didn't particularly care for that.
I think you're talking about a different instance.
No, and so this, I'll get there. This, they ended up selling the shotguns. This line item is for maintenance for the equipment. That was maintenance for the guns. They no longer own the guns. They were sold, so hence they can't repair anything. So they're just transferring the money that was going to repair those to be used for registration fees instead. So it's pretty cut and simple, not a big of a deal. And they were here. I told them they didn't need to come because I could explain it. So sorry, don't hold anything against the group. I told them they didn't have to come because I could explain it. So that's that. So I don't think it's pretty cut and dry. Anyway.
Senator Fitton.
I guess Senator Nee addressed my only concern because I don't like approving things for clubs that can't justify the expenses. So I was going to move to table. That being said, that's been explained. There's only one other concern I have with this. Competition fees, entry fees are usually cut in half through one of the allocation cycles, which FDR touched on. Regulars, they go through a special process through the Sports Club Council, which is called SEC, and they usually don't give more, or not usually, they don't never give more than 50% of the entire registration costs or transportation costs. So at this time, I'm going to move to amend the GSB, or I'm going to move to make another column that says steward, have 250 in that, as well as 250 in the GSB column. And that's a motion to amend. Sorry?
Okay, we're now on discussion of the amendment.
What's that going to do?
Is everyone clear on the amendment? Okay, finance director this week.
Okay, so this is a little bit different than what our normal one is since it's a line item transfer. Basically, if you put in the steward column, it doesn't really mean anything in this context because the line item transfer form doesn't have a steward column to it. So it doesn't really correspond here. So I guess not exactly necessary. If you change the amount, the other amount will just retain what's current. Excuse me, will retain the current. So.
Senator, do you want to keep as is?
That being said, as a question to FDR, that would just make the steward column arbitrary then on our part?
It would make, I guess if it makes it more clear to you, you can certainly continue doing it. I'm just.
As a friendly amendment then, because it doesn't change the intent, I'll strike the steward column altogether. And just have 250 in the GSB column.
Okay.
So the point of information is here we're going about and there's nothing else.
Correct.
But change the amount to 250, but that means 250 will stay in the line item that it's currently at.
Correct.
To make that clear. So 250 will stay in the line item to repair guns, and 250 will change to the line item competition introduced. That, FDR, you have something.
I think I'll address the question that will probably just pop up, which is what happens if you don't reallocate the line? That is, if it gets reclaimed at the end of the fiscal year, because we reclaim the allocations from every fiscal year, the student organization doesn't spend the money on the line item. So that's the next question that's coming up. Basically, it's saying that this is what we've done across the board, I think is the intent of the member who made the motion. And what's not addressed is just what we reclaimed at the end of the fiscal year. So we come back to capital projects eventually.
Information of the chair, is the following table what Senator Fitton wants?
Yes.
I can't see that because it's not Zoom, but I assume so.
It says 250.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Kensler.
I guess my only concern with this amendment is how do we know that because the whole purpose of the amendment is to fund the competition at half, right?
Correct.
So how do we know that the competition isn't $1,000? Or how do we know that the competition is 500 versus, I mean, it could be 250, therefore we'd still be funding it in full. So I get it.
Senator Lee.
Yeah, I think I was just trying to email John King, who's the president of the club, but I'm pretty sure the reason they used 500 was because that's all the money they had in the repair category. There was no money more than that. I think the event is more. I think they're using this for the national competition, for another competition that's coming up in May, I believe, and I think it's over half of this, or over twice this. So I think that I'm pretty sure that the $500 would be less than half of what their total registration fee is. So,
Senator Fitton.
To address the previous comments, sitting on Finance Committee, we can speculate here, but that's kind of the reason why we have groups come so that they can explain this process. So in the interest of student fees and allocating those, the burden of proof is on the group to prove that they, or that's redundant, to justify the expense. Sitting here, I don't have any proof from the group to Senator Nee's point, so at this time I'm only comfortable with the amounts in the amendments. And with that, I'll yield.
Senator Kensler.
I guess because of the unique situation that they were told not to come here tonight, I would urge them to set a caution just because had they come here for a line item transfer estimate for $1,000, it would have been down to 500, which is what they would have asked. And also for the fact that it was no fault of their own, they were told not to come to begin with. And with the competition being so soon, as you pointed out, I want them to not have money they're essentially expecting, especially considering that they already have this plan. We would just be taking it away. Thank you.
Senator Trent.
There are two questions. One, Senator Lee, are you aware of the date of this competition there? Okay, and then the second question is, seeing as, like Senator Kempner said, they were special circumstances and were told not to come tonight, I guess I would move to table until next week because of the fact we do not know how much registration for the competition is. Thus, we cannot allocate the funds directly to the percent.
We actually can't table that right now since we're on the amendment. We have to be back on the bill as a whole. Senator Fitton.
Use unanimous consent of the Senate to have a third speaking privilege.
You're actually good since it was in the amendment.
Gotcha. So with that said, I'll agree with Senator, can't see his name. I'll withdraw the amendment at this time and move to table the bill.
Are there any objections to table the bill?
Yeah.
This time we will take a placard vote. Up for yes if you want to table the bill until next week. Or yes if you want to table the bill until next week. No if you don't. Abstain from the stand as always. Are we clear on that? Okay. Up for yes. Yes is to table. Down. Off the nose. Down. Out for abstention. Okay, yes, wait.
Oh, no, that was a no vote, I was just waiting.
Okay. There's actually a vote of 16 to 16, so we need to. Yes.
Yeah, I'm actually the president of SEC, and if I could help clarify to, speed up the process of what's going to go on next. I'm free to ask questions or whatever.
Thank you for letting us know. We actually need to, right, one moment. We actually have to move, or vote again, right? Okay, so we're going to re-vote immediately. So, placards up for yes if you want to.
Vice President question.
Yes.
Since I can't do a point of information, you do have the ability to break the tie if you so choose. I just want to mention, you know, that you do have the ability to cast a tie-breaking vote if you still choose to do so. You can also choose to not do so and re-vote.
Cool. Wow. This is weird because I'm not supposed to have an opinion that's covered. That's kind of cool. At first, I want to do a re-vote again, and then I will make my decision if the re-vote does not change. So.
I will withdraw the motion to let the speakers answer any questions of the floor.
Since we're in the middle of the vote, we actually can, I don't think we can do that. So, we are re-voting. Placards up for yes if you want to table this until next week. Down. Placards up for no if you do not want to. Down. Up for abstentions. Did you want to vote yes or no on this?
I don't know what we're voting on, so I'll just, yeah.
Okay. By a vote of 14 to 19 to 0, we will not be tabling this until next week. And we will be voting on it tonight. With that, we are open to discussion again. Senator Fitt.
I still have the floor, correct? Since I after the motion, I'll yield to this.
But you have the floor now.
I'll yield to the president of SEC, to speak on the circumstances of all. Yep.
All right, so from what I understand, they're giving money to repair guns, which they do not have anymore, correct?
Yes.
And so they're trying to transfer that over to a competition, which is their national competition, correct? No, just a standard competition. Any questions?
Senator Fitt.
Do you have, I don't know if this is,
You are fine because we were on amendment before.
may I address the,
You may.
do you have any, are you familiar with the cost of the event, I guess, in general, as far as how much these competitions usually cost?
For track and skeet, no. Competitions vary between, club to club. I think, Alex Nee, were you the one associated with that? Like, do you know the cost of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I even.
Senator Parkinson.
Actually, just wanted to direct a question to Senator Meade.
Okay.
First, I guess, can you remind the Senate if you said that you're in contact with them right now, or you're trying to?
I just sent an email.
And also, would you be interested in tabling until the end of the meeting until you hear back, so we get more of the numbers and stuff like that?
Sure.
I guess with that, I make the motion to table this till after after new business.
Second.
Second.
Or after,
Okay. Um, Are there any objections to that? Okay, that'll be tabled to the end of your business today. Thank you. You can take your seats. Stick around and watch. Don't feel the pressure to be alone. And with that, we are on Senate Bill 2013-1-003F, Student Org Database Program.
Title, rewriting and improving the student organizations database. At this time, I will move to table until next week.
And with that, we're on Senate Bill 2013-1-004A, Senate Policies.
Get out of here somewhere. Yeah, perfect. Title, Senate Policies. Whereas during the 2012-2 Senate session, the GSB Senate decided that it would be best for the Senate policy. This is second read. I want to read it. So, yeah, this is the bill I talked about last week. We have to decide for the bylaws which Senate policies we wish to retain and which ones we wish to discard. I believe they were sent out by Vice Speaker Snell. So, if you have any questions, I guess, how this process goes, feel free to ask. I think I explained it last week, or if not, I was explaining one of the emails. Yeah, I'll explain it again. So, the policies you all should have received an electronic copy. There's 4 that we're going to be voting on tonight. Basically, after discussion of each policy, somebody should make the motion to retain the policy. Of course, stating the policy's name, and then we'll go on to a vote. Whether or not yes means you want to keep it, no means you don't. If you don't keep it, then the Senate will be gone by it. You could bring it up in the future in either a policy or a bylaw bill. That's always an option, but basically it's pretty straightforward. The one comment I will make is that the 2007-2-009 policy and logo we can use. I guess my opinion of it would be we just discard it, considering that no one knows what logo it actually is. So that's the only, I guess, information I wish to share at this time. And this may be a little bit of a hairy process. This is the first time we've done it as a Senate. We're going to see how it goes, and then any revision we'll make later on down the road as far as how to deal with this whole process.
I think we're going to move through each policy one by one. So with that, we'll start with the Save a Tree Senate policy. Do you want to share that with Senate to have that with you? Okay. I'm going to ask Vice Speaker Snell to read it so you're all familiar with what it says, and then we'll have discussion on that Senate policy, take care of that one, and then move to the next thing. So Vice Speaker Snell, you have the floor.
All right, Senate Bill 2009-2-029, entitled Save a Tree. It says, whereas the government of the student body is promoting sustainability and environmental awareness as a primary initiative, and whereas GSB should do its part as a student organization to minimize operations costs, and whereas many GSB members bring personal laptop computers to Senate meetings, public laptop computers are available for free checkout, and GSB has an LCD projector available and operating at most Senate meetings, be it therefore enacted that GSB ceases the printing of reports of standing committees and executive cabinet reports, and be it further enacted that no more than 25 copies of agendas and legislation for Senate meetings, imagine a one that say be printed, and be it further enacted that GSB exercises discretion when printing all other items, be it further enacted that all aforementioned documents be made available in electronic formats. I apologize, this isn't worded very well. It says in electronic format Senate meetings for all senators and guests, and be it further enacted that relevant documents be displayed on the LCD projector throughout Senate meetings, and be it therefore enacted that these changes take effect next Senate meeting and remain the policy of the GSB Senate until amended or removed through further Senate action. So at the very least, the final clause is no longer relevant since we have a bylaw addressing that issue.
Senator Parkinson. Senator Finn.
Move me down, please.
Senator Kinsler.
I would just like to say that this policy, although the last 5 may be redundant, the majority of it is still, I guess, applicable right to the Senate. It states how our bylaws overrule any policy, and see a conflict with that. I would be in favor of retaining this policy because of the fact that since this policy was implemented, we've severely cut the GSB printing budget. So even if we don't pass it, chances are we wouldn't print off any reports because we're not compelled to do so. And also the fact that even if we did want to print off the reports, we don't have the money to print off every single committee report, inter-committee communication, and I guess more than 25 agendas. So I would be in favor of retaining this. I yield.
Senator Bauer.
Point of information to the chair. Do you know how many packets Mary prints off per meeting?
Senator Kinsler.
Germaine.
22.
Yeah, 22 this week. It varies every week depending on how many people she believes will attend. So if we have like 8 groups that are coming, maybe more. But if we have completely internal business.
Okay, hey.
Senator Boss.
This would be more so giving my opinion. I mean, you can take it as you want to discussion. I personally, I mean, just to explain why I'm going to vote no, is that I personally don't like the idea that we limit the amount of papers that we print off for ourselves. The very fact that I don't even have one, I don't even really know how to pull one. I mean, I like to write on things, of course. It's just more for personal preference. And he's going to pass them down to me. And so with that, I just want to explain, you know, if you wonder why I said no, you'll know now why. So with that, I yield. Thank you.
Senator Finn.
I move to retain the policy.
Second.
Okay. We are now voting on retaining Senate policy safe retreat.
Can I request a record? Vote.
Okay. We're going to do a placard vote. Yes means you want to retain this policy. No, you don't want to abstain, you abstain. Up for yes. Senator Blunt, is your son? Down. Up for no. Down. Up for abstentions. By a vote of 32 to 1, we will be retaining that Senate policy. We're now on the next Senate policy. Sorry.
Okay. Senate Order 2009-3-76 SL, titled Social Networking Policies. Whereas there has been concern with a growing use of social networking sites to debate bills amongst GSB senators online during Senate meetings instead of verbally during Senate meetings. And whereas GSB as a representative government of students should comply with the Iowa Open Records Policy established by Chapter 21 of the Iowa Code. And whereas use of social networking sites is distracting to senators and can cast an unfavorable image upon GSB, be it therefore enacted that the use of social networking sites for any other purpose during GSB meetings requires permission from the Speaker of the Senate, and be it further enacted that repeated violations of these policies be reported to the Speaker of the Senate for consideration as malfeasance of duty, and be it further enacted that these policies remain guiding principles for GSB Senate until removed or amended by further Senate action. Anybody have any questions? I will yield back to the chair.
Senator Kinsler.
Again, in favor of this policy, we implemented something very similar to this for the, well, not exactly similar, but fairly similar to this for the executive cabinet as far as they came down with the reform, stuff like that. We're already bound by that. And the fourth, we're all bound by the state law.
Election Commissioner Gunther.
Yeah, I got a couple things about this. As the only person to actually get a misfeasance due to this bill, I'm heavily against it. I think that I think it should be voted down and then re-voted or something. I don't know. I just think that it's too vague and that it's used I think it's used too harshly to subject senators to, I don't know. I just think it's not properly worded for a body like this, and that it should be voted down and brought up in a more contextual context. That's not a thing, but whatever. Anyway, that's my opinion.
Senator Neal.
I'm fine with it. I don't know. I don't use social media, so I don't really know why you would need to get on it. But anywho, I just have a question, a clarification. You say, okay, this isn't numbers and lines. The use of social networking sites for any other purpose. What other, like, there's no, like, what is that referring to?
This was written in 2009, so I could not necessarily speak to the intent of the bill. If somebody else wants to surmise.
Usually when you say other, you're referring to something else, but they don't refer to anything else.
Does anyone have an answer to that question?
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Senator Fitton.
Permission to read from the bylaws.
Yes.
5.9.2, senators shall not use any social networking sites or any communication software during government and the student body senate meetings. 5.9.3, senators shall not use their computers or digital devices for any personal activities such as homework or text messaging, and may only use their computers or digital devices for GSB-related activities during government and the student body senate meetings. That's right in our bylaws, which supersedes any Senate policy, so I will urge a no vote or voting down this policy. I will move to retain.
Wait. Oh, okay. Senator Voss, do you have anything on this?
Will withdraw my motion.
Okay, I was just going to say, yes, it's already in the bylaws. This was a policy.
Just as a
Oh, yes, absolutely.
point of order, that is what he just said, so unless you're going to add anything new, he did move to
Oh, you're asking to
retain.
withdraw, is what you're asking. Okay. You already moved, did you make a motion?
He withdrew it so that you could speak if you had any new information, but if you don't, I mean, we might as well hold on, sorry.
Okay, well, I'll add something then. I was going to say, if we wanted to change bylaws, we could do so through the normal means, not necessarily by reinforcing the bylaws as fit and put. So that I will, Irving, yield.
Vice Speaker Snell.
Just to clarify here, Senator Fitton is absolutely correct, just in case anybody's confused now. Section 5.9 of the bylaws makes this policy redundant. We wrote the policy, so we wrote the bylaw, excuse me, so we didn't need the policy any longer. So now, thank you.
Move to retain.
Second.
Okay, we're now voting on retaining this policy. Up for yes if you, okay, yes means you want to retain the policy, no means you don't want to, abstain means abstain. Placards up for yes. Okay, placards up for no. Yeah, you're good.
Need what is approved? Yes.
Okay, down. Up for abstentions. By vote of 1 to 32 to 0, this is.
That's a lot.
Okay, we're now on Senate policy. Senate policy, a logo we can use.
Okay, Senate Policy 2007-2-009A. Title, a logo we can use. Whereas a newly adopted official logo is difficult to read, and whereas a new logo is not easily associated with Iowa State University, be it therefore enacted that the finalized GSB logo submitted to the Public Relations Committee in the September 19, 2007 memo entitled Finalized GSB Logo serve as the official logo of GSB. Have any questions? I will yield to the chair.
Senator Kinsley.
Again, this is what I pointed out earlier. There is actually no logo we can find for this bill. I strongly urge a no vote. With that, I will motion to retain.
Second.
Okay. We are now voting on the retention of this policy. Yes means you want to retain it, no means you don't want to. Abstain means abstain. Up for yes. Up for no. Down. Up for abstentions. Thank you for making me practice. Down. By a vote of 0 to 32 to 1, we will not retain that policy. We are now on Senate policy for speakers parking pass.
Okay. Senate Policy 2006-3-075A. Title, Policy for Speaker and Chief of Staff Parking Passes. Whereas the fiscal year 2008 Government of the Student Body budget includes a parking pass for each the Speaker of the Senate and the Chief of Staff, and whereas the Finance Committee created these budget lines with the intention of a policy being created to prevent abuse and define other rules, be it therefore enacted that requests from the Speaker and/or Chief of Staff to receive a stipend instead of a parking pass shall require an affirmative 2/3 vote of senators voting, and be it further enacted that if a stipend is granted, it shall be in the amount of the budget line item with $200 given after November 1st, and the remaining amount given after the final meeting of the third session. Be it further enacted that upon resignation or removal from either of these positions, the former Speaker or Chief of Staff shall immediately return the parking pass and lose the right to receive any subsequent compensation for that office. And be it further enacted that anyone serving partial terms in these offices after a resignation or removal of the predecessor shall be eligible to receive the parking pass or remaining stipend. And be it further enacted that these policies be in effect during fiscal year 2008 and any subsequent year the GSB funds a parking pass for the Speaker or the Chief of Staff. Questions? Yield to the chair.
Senator Kinsler.
Okay, just to talk on this, we do give, yes, the MU donates, I think they still donate, if I'm not correct, for the president, vice president, and then we purchase the finance directors and speakers parking pass. So this is money that's already been allocated. It's been changed a little bit, this bill. Unfortunately, no longer the chief of staff, they don't get a parking pass. Sorry, Jeff. But that was changed slightly after. So if we approve this, essentially we would be just approving the parking pass. Speaking, I guess as the former speaker, I think that it is somewhat crucial to give the speaker a parking pass for the MU because of the fact that a lot of times after we adjourn here on Wednesday nights, if Mary needs clarification, Mary is her secretary. You all don't know that or have that yet. If Mary needs clarification on something, or if she, I guess, needs a vote count or something, it's either the vice president's role or the speaker's role to kind of just convey to her what happened so that she can get the information typed up, sent out to Campus Oregon County for finance bills, stuff like that, and I guess to get the stuff in the official archives. So I do think it's crucial. Yeah, thank you.
Senator Rivers.
I was going to say, I campaigned against these quite heavily during finance regular allocations a few weeks ago when we met and created the budget for this upcoming year. I actually had both these pulled in the original budget, but they got re-added during the last budget hearing where the full set approved the budget. And my rationale behind it was that when we originally got our budget, we were $1 million over in requests, and we were looking for the best ways to give money to students. And I didn't feel like this was the best thing, best use of student fee money. What was your actual title of that?
Oh, Speaker Emeritus.
Speaker Emeritus Hensley does bring a good, bring a good point. There's a lot of work that he does in the office. I think there's a lot of work that we all end up are obligated to do here, and we don't get compensated for it. I guess, there's a fantastic bus system that we found that we can use. There's places that we can park on campus after 5:30 for free. And I know, me personally, I purchased a parking pass to park there on campus. And I guess I just don't feel like student fees should be allocated for this. So I would really urge no vote on this ideal.
President Hughes.
So the debate over the parking passes is something that happens every year. But I think that this policy has no impact on whether or not the parking passes would be offered or not. What the policy does, it would not impact the potential for the parking passes to be offered. But what it does is it says that in the past, the speaker and the chief of staff, if they didn't want the parking pass that was allocated to them, they would request from the Senate to receive that money that would be spent on the pass as a stipend instead. And that could be passed through by a majority vote. This policy would make that, if that request came from Speaker Williams or I guess from Chief of Staff Reed, which we don't do anymore, but Finance Director Radisky, that would require now a 2/3 vote to get the money in cash form instead of the pass, as opposed to the majority vote. And then additionally, what it would do is if a speaker or chief of staff resign, as you can see this all in the policy, if they resign, they wouldn't be able to keep the pass. They would have to hand it over to the next person. So what this really does is provide protections against abuse by either the speaker or the chief of staff. It has no impact whatsoever on whether or not you could actually fund a pass or not. I think what's in here is good ultimately, but since we don't do speaker and chief of staff anymore, we do speaker and finance director, I don't know if the way that this new policy retaining thing works, if you can amend it before you retain it or not, but I think eventually we'd want it for the speaker and the finance director. I just wanted to clarify before we get into a big debate over whether or not the parking passes are good or not, that this is really immaterial to that whole discussion. So
Thank you. Senator Reed.
Yeah, so I was going to bring up that point, which is a good thing, and then also, along with what President Hughes was asking, so I guess I have a question for the chair or whoever can answer. Can we amend these or not? Is it just a yes or no to retain?
We cannot amend the Senate policies.
Okay, then I'm in favor of the basically the bottom half where it's saying if you resign, you have to give up your parking pass. I think that's a good thing. Wow, I didn't know what that was. I think it's a good thing, but because it puts rules in place, but I think the whole top half about the chief of staff and the whole thing about getting a stipend instead, I think a stipend is like stupid. The reason we're giving the parking pass is because you have to be here to carry out your duties. I'm not sure what are you using that for that helps you carry out your duties? And it doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, so if we can't amend it to remove that stuff that I disagree with, then I would just trust that if the speaker does resign, she would resign her spark, or give up her parking pass. But so yeah, I'm going to vote no to this for that reason.
Senator Finn.
As a point of just speaking to the Senate, we can move to suspend the rules if Senator Reed does want to amend this. Suspend bylaw 4.16.2.1, so we can amend it. That would take a 2/3 vote, though, if the Senate did want to amend it. I don't really care, but going back to what, President Hughes said, this really doesn't change anything. It's already been allocated for the next fiscal year. So I'm going to vote yes.
Vice Speaker Snow.
Moving down, I know Senator Burrow has something to say.
Okay, Senator Merrill.
I have a question. Is it a bylaw that we can't amend this, or what's the rule?
Yes.
Really? It seems really interesting to me. It seems like it would be a really simple fix and something that would save a lot of time. So I would definitely be interested in moving to suspend the rules, at least this time. And then I might even move to change the bylaws later. So.
I'm going to give the floor to Vice Speaker Snell to address that.
This is my bylaw, and in the original bill that I had written, I had included an amendment process. And as GSB often does, sometimes it does things that are beyond comprehension. They removed the amendment process for the policies. So now we're stuck with just the basic yes or no. This is the first time we've ever done this. So if it seems a little weird, that's because it is a little weird. Plain and simple. Clearly, there are a few things that may want to be adjusted. Senator Merrill, I would suggest perhaps writing a bill that might smooth out the process for the next Senate. Do I retain the floor? Move on. I can deal with these guys.
Okay. Actually, Senator Merrill, do you?
That was my whole point.
Okay. Senator Goss.
With all the different bits of information that have been thrown out here, I'm going to make a point of information to the chair. Can I make a motion to suspend the rules, therefore to amend the bill?
You may.
I motion to suspend the rules.
Okay.
Second.
We are now going to vote on whether or not to suspend the rules. Reminder, this does need a 2/3 vote to pass.
Point of preliminary inquiry. So is this the suspension of the rules as outlined in Robert's rules? Or is there something specifically in the bylaws that says we can suspend the rules of the bylaws itself? Because nothing from Robert's rules can supersede the bylaws. So you can't suspend the rules, which would only be suspending these basic rules to do something that would go against what the bylaws of the Constitution says. Just like the bylaws of the Constitution can't go against state or national law. There's a definitive order. So this is suspension of the rules, it's just the point of preliminary procedure, and you can't suspend the rules to go.
I'm going to defer this to Senator Kessler. Vice Mayor Snell told me that you talked.
Yeah, we've had this conversation.
So, my view, the basic process for GSB suspension of the rules would be that GSB can suspend the rules or suspend the bylaws that pertain to the parliamentary, parliamentary nature of GSB. We can't suspend the rules as far as like account cycles or anything like that. But that's the way we've done it in the past, whether or not that's right. That was something that was brought up to the Supreme Court and they never took action on it. So I'm just going off of what we've done over the last 4 years. But I yield to, I guess, any point that you wish.
Senator Fitton.
I guess this is just a call of the chair. Basically, this is your discretion here.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
We went through this probably 2 weeks ago when we went through suspending the rules and the regular process. So I see this more as a substantive rule, not a procedural rule. So I would not be okay with suspending rules.
Point of order. That's submitting an opinion.
Yeah.
I know, that was the point of this, was to tell the chair my opinion on this. As we went through, like I said, 2 weeks ago, we didn't want to suspend the rules. We were okay with suspending only procedural rules as, that, so I guess.
Okay, but this is a bylaw.
Which was what our problem was previously.
Yeah. I think that at this point tonight, we are going to go ahead and carry through with this motion. But this is something that I would like to reevaluate in Rules Committee next week when there is the committee to change for future Senates to make sure we are clear for future Senate meetings. And definitely come to Rules Committee next week. Make sure your opinion is heard and that we can get this set up clear for future Senate meetings. So with that, we're going to move ahead on the motion to suspend the rules. So, we're going to do a placard vote. Up for yes if you want to suspend, no means you don't want to suspend the rules, and abstain means abstain. Does anyone have any questions about what this is? Okay, placards up for yes. Down. Up for no. Down. Up for abstentions. By a vote of 21 to 10 to 2, you're suspending the rules. Is that 2/3? It is. Okay, so that fails. That's not 2/3. So we will retain the rules, which means we cannot amend the Senate policy. So we are back on discussion of the Senate policy as a whole. Senator Hurst.
I just think it would be wise to send it, since we don't want to suspend the rules, just to vote this policy down and then actually introduce the bill, change it how we want it to do it the right way, following the rules without suspending it.
What do you want?
Senator Trent.
I was gonna say that's what I was thinking.
Vice Speaker Snow.
May I address the finance director?
You may.
Finance director Radisky, has the money for the budget pass has already been allocated for this year?
Yes.
Okay. I would say therefore at this moment, for this legislative year, this policy is irrelevant. And all the points that President Hughes made are spot on. What I would urge the Senate to do, regardless of whether we retain this or not, is somebody come up with a bylaw. This is my personal opinion, okay? I think that if we're gonna have annual, virtually mandatory expenditures, that this ought to be written down in stone somewhere, not in policy, floating around. So I would urge somebody to correct this permanently, so this does not have to be something we have to revisit. We are going to continuously, every year, give the speaker a parking pass, and then let's just make it permanent and give him a parking pass forever.
Senator Kinsley.
I guess at this time, I'll bring it up later, but I did find it in there. I will motion to retain.
Second.
Okay, we are now voting on the retention of this policy. Yes means we want to retain it. No means we want to not retain it, and abstain means we stay. Placard's up for yes. Oh, okay, sorry. Down. Up for no.
Ooh, flip now.
Okay, sorry, gotta recount those. Keep on. Okay, down. Upward sentence. Okay, by a vote of 3 to 28 to 2, we will not retain this policy. Okay, I have a quick question for our speakers. We need to vote on this as a whole, or we not?
I would actually like to make an amendment to the bill. Can I?
We are,
We're on the bill as a whole.
yeah, we voted through all the policies, so we are now back on this entire bill as a whole. Just to let everyone know, we voted to retain the Senate policy, save a tree, and we voted to not retain all 3 other policies. We're now back on the bill as a whole. Senator Kinsley,
Question.
do you withdraw?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I withdraw.
Vice Speaker Snow.
Okay.
Senator Fitt.
Looking at the bill that we're considering today, the only enacted clause is that we take action on the following Senate policies, which would lead me to believe that action on the bill is done. Oh, yeah.
Vice Speaker Snow.
I would like to amend this, and you'll understand why here in a second. The reason that we came up with the bylaw to do this procedure was because there are bylaws out there that have been passed decades ago that theoretically we're still liable for. So we are potentially, and I know for a fact we're under laws that we don't know about. There's stuff that go back to the 90s that I've seen. 1993 was a policy I've seen that we have no idea if it's still in effect or not. There's some from 96, 97. We don't know if they're still in effect or not. So, considering that the point of this was to always continually bring the policies back into our institutional memory and make sure that they still apply to the Senate today, I would like to move to amend this to add an enacted clause that nullifies all policies not reapproved here. So that way we start tabula rasa. Anything that we don't know about is null and void, and the only things that are valid are these that we just mentioned. I will move to amend so.
Object.
Okay, we're now, I do need a second. Was there a second on the amendment?
Second.
Okay, we're now on discussion of the amendment. Senator,
If you remember in the bylaws we passed, it said that all these Senate policies expire. So we're so it's completely, in my opinion, there's no need to do it, they'll expire.
Okay.
They're all expired right now.
Okay, I'll withdraw my amendment.
the amendment is withdrawn. We are back on the bill as a whole. Senator Kinsler.
To speak on the bill as a whole, while Senator Finn brings a good point, I do believe that just so we have all our T's crossed, we should vote on it. I will call the question on it.
Second. You see?
Are there any objections to UC?
Yeah.
If you're allowed.
We are the only time we're not allowed to.
But there was an objection to UC, so we're going to move into a roll call vote. Would you like it? Bauer.
Yes.
Benzoni.
Yes.
Breitbart.
Yes.
Brody.
Yes.
Birch.
Yes.
Byro.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
Feist. Feist.
Yes.
Fitton.
Yes.
Gallagher.
Yes.
Sherman. Kaufman.
Yes.
Kensler.
Yes.
Kearns.
Yes.
Meade.
Yes.
Lund.
Yes.
Merle.
Yes.
Osborne.
Yes.
Parkinson.
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes.
Plettenberg.
Yes.
Is that a yes? Sorry, I coughed.
Yes.
Rode.
Yes.
Snell.
Yes.
Swanson.
Yes.
Talon.
Yes.
Turhall.
Yes.
Trendle.
No.
Voss.
Now.
Walsh.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes.
Wolf.
Yes.
Yetley. She had to leave. By a vote. Okay. By a vote of 33-0, this passes. That, we are now on Senate Order 2013-1-015 SG, seating members of Rules Committee. Okay.
Sorry, just getting used to it. So, seating members of the Rules Committee, just to speak a little bit about the process tonight, it'll be a lot like we had for our chairs in our previous meeting. I already read, well, I guess I didn't read this, but seating the Rules Committee, so Rules and Finance Committee both have a limited amount of senators that are allowed to be on there. UA and PR do as well, but it's not as minimal as we have, or the two committees have. So what will happen, I gave a little bit of a brief outline, but what will happen is we'll have, as you can see on the screen, there's 5 blanks to be filled, and so we'll open the floor up for nominations. Like that was said in the beginning of the meeting, if you'd like to be nominated for Rules Committee, please have your neighbor or anyone go ahead and nominate you. So on Rules Committee, just to speak a little bit about Rules Committee, we go over a lot of really cool things, which are the bylaws, and as well as the Constitution and any other laws that we can see any bylaws having a problem with. We are the ones that if there's any time that there's a court hearing, we would be the representatives of Senate in those meetings. What else do we do? go over the bylaws and make sure that they're in order. You get the benefit of knowing whether we can suspend the rules or not, and certain activities like that, which is actually pretty fun. So, let's see, what other information on rules? It's just a really good time. It's pretty relaxed meetings. We have meetings on Mondays at 6 p.m. in the West Student Office Space. So if that's a time that is in a conflict with you, work your schedule around us, or just don't nominate yourself, or have someone else. Yeah, so that's pretty much it for rules. I think. Would you like to?
Basically, we look over legislation that's not financial in nature, and we try to ensure that that legislation will not become a constitutional or bylaw issue in the court in the future. If you like that kind of stuff, we'll just agree.
Yep. Also, we go over any nominations that come through as well. So like we just had an LA senator. So we get to be the ones that really prepare people and senators to come in if they're coming in at a different time, which I think is a really important responsibility, as not many people get to do that. And so we really get to show them the requirements and be almost one of the first people that they need to see and really get them ready for Senate. So I think that's important as well. Other than that, yes.
We are actually going to take a recess at this time. It's 009F, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so we're now on Senate Bill 2012-1-009F, funding Cyclone Ballroom event.
All right. Stevie's not here, I'll stand in for it. Title, funding a band for a Cyclone Ballroom event. Whereas Cyclone Ballroom is having a social that involves ballroom dancing, and whereas the organization needs help funding the live music by the Riviera, be it therefore enacted that $700 be allocated from the events account to Cyclone Ballroom for the band. I'll yield to questions of intent, and I will make Senate known that I will be asking to waive second reading.
Are there any questions or comments? Senator Turholm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are there any?
Seeing no questions, I will yield or not.
Senator Salmon.
Is it intent that this money fund the entire band in full?
I cannot answer that with a yes or no. I will defer to the group if that is acceptable to the senator.
To answer the question.
Yeah. So may I move to waive second reading?
Second.
Question.
Point of order.
Is it the actual intent to explain why you are motioning to
It is.
Okay,
Can you explain?
yes, I will. Are there any objections to waiving second reading? With that, you can explain why we're waiving second reading and then turn it over to the group.
Okay, actually, the best person to answer that is probably Finance Director Rubisky.
With that, FDR.
So the group sent me an email asking about the funding process, and I got in contact with Phoebe. She had previously had interest in writing a bill. So as an aside, if any of you want to write legislation and don't know where to start, I get a ton of it through my inbox. So that's an aside. But the group has indicated that it would be most advantageous for them to do the funding in a shorter process than our typical 2-week. So that is why waiving second reading was requested. So the event is on the 27th, if I'm not mistaken. 27th?
That's correct.
There you go.
27 April.
Concise answer isn't a timely decision.
Senator Fitton.
I'll let the group go first.
Okay. That, you have the floor.
All right. First off, thanks everyone for bumping us up. I really appreciate it. I know, as has been stated many times, you guys have a long night ahead of you. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. I'm Edward Leonard. I'm the president of Cyclone Ballroom. And what we are asking for is $700, which is
the charge for the band, the Rivieras, which is a pretty well-known band from the Des Moines area that we have in the past had come and do our socials for us. The social is open to all students and members of the Ames and surrounding community. Everyone is welcome to attend. We will be having a short ballroom dance lesson beforehand so that anybody who does not have any ballroom dance experience can know, the basics of what's going on. And it's something that, it's a tradition that we really like, and we have seen many students really enjoy as well. So, we'll open the floor up. Any questions?
Senator Fitton. Senator Doherty.
Madam Speaker,
You may.
does the $700 apply to PD systems and accessories of the sort?
The Rivieras bring all of their own equipment, so the $700 goes directly to them.
Senator Reed. Senator Fitton.
The only comment I was going to say, because I was going to call the question, is that, as the group said, it's free and open to all students and members of the Ames community, which is our first criteria of spending out of the events account. It's going to an event that's entertaining in nature, which is the other criteria of the events account, so I have no objection to this. Without a deference to Senator Lee, I will leave this time.
Senator Reed.
I guess I don't know if this is a question for anyone who has better memory than me, because I don't. I know that because it's an events account, it does not have to follow our rules. However, I'm thinking for some reason in the past, we've denied groups on the basis for entertainment funding, because on the basis that during our regular allocations and during our regular rules, all the funding for entertainment is supposed to go through committee on lectures. So I don't know if former or current finance member or finance director has refreshed me what's going on.
After you already got anything?
Okay, so your question is, what have we done in the past with requests such as this?
Yes.
Okay, so typically if the request is a speaker, it's sent to the committee on lectures because that's their purview. Entertainment such as, say, a band is typically not within their purview, so we have done those in the past.
Senator Kaufman.
When did you say this event was?
27 April, so Saturday, next Saturday, not this one, from 1900 to 2300 hours. 7 to 11.
I was wondering why we decided this in the week before. Is there
That's actually an interesting question. So we, in the past, have done this every semester, and we've gone through this process earlier. However, this semester, what happened was we went through the allocation for all that funding for next fiscal year. We put this in the budget for next fiscal year, and there was some question as to whether or not that would apply to this year as well. So we thought that since we put it in the budget this semester that I guess we're making for next fiscal year, we thought that since that was okay and everything, that it would apply towards this semester. It does not, so here I stand.
I've been to this before. It's not the exact kind of thing we should be sponsoring with a group that we give the IA's assessment of it. And the Rivieras are just awesome. I guess it brings up, so I don't have a question, but are you?
Senator Turnoff.
Just a little personality to this. I've seen the Riviera like 6, 7, 8 times. They're a great band. They put on some great music. They're not really terribly expensive for a band. I know a lot of students like Cambridge do follow them, so I'd say we should support this wholeheartedly.
Vice Speaker Snell.
Yeah, can't take the words out of my mouth, so I'll be brief. This is a great band that always brings a big crowd in, and like some of the other senators have said, this is precisely the kind of thing that we exist to fund. So we've done this before, the Riviera's been here before, this isn't the first time, so there's plenty of precedent on this. And I think
Question.
Second.
Nice. Okay. Yes, means levels fast. No means no. Stay. Bauer.
Yes.
Benzoni.
Yes.
Breitbart.
Yes.
Brody.
Yes.
Birch.
Yes.
Byram.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
Beeson.
There you go. Yes.
Fitton.
Yes.
Gallagher.
Yes.
Herman. Kaufman.
Yes.
Kensler.
Yes.
Kearns.
Yes.
Need.
Yes.
Lund.
Yes.
McCarvo. Sorry, he's not here. Merle.
Yes.
Osborne.
Yes.
Parkinson.
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes.
Plattenberg.
Yes.
Rhodes. Yes. Snell.
Yes.
Swanson.
Yes.
Talon.
Yes.
Turhall.
Yes.
Trendle.
Yes.
Voss.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes.
Wolf.
Yes.
Okay. By a vote of, wow, by a vote of 32 to 0 to 1, this passes.
Thank you, and I hope to see you all there.
Thank you for being patient with us.
No problem. You guys have a lot of work to do, I understand.
Okay, with that, we are back on Senate Order 2013-1-015SG, seating members rules committee. Speaker Williams already spoke on this.
So, yeah, so everything that I said still stands, and so, if you would like to be, part of the rules committee, then I would open the floor for nominations.
At this time, the floor is open for nominations. Senator Peterson. You. I'm just gonna go around the table and take nominations, so that's cool. Senator Benzoni.
I nominate Senator Peterson. And I will also nominate Kate Kensler.
Senator Brody.
I'd like to nominate Senator Brooke.
Senator Turhall. Senator Fitton.
I will nominate Senator Kaufman.
Accept.
I move to close the floor.
We got a clock up. Senator Bauer.
I move to nominate Senator Voss.
Vice Speaker Snell.
Is there anybody else who wants to be nominated? I move to close the floor.
How many?
We have 5.
Okay. So we have 5 open seats, we have 6 people. So we have, what? Okay. We have Senator Benzoni, Peterson, Kensler, Brody, Lund, and Kaufman. At this time, I will look forward to questions for our nominees.
As a point of privilege, can the chair repeat the nominees?
Yes. Benzoni, Peterson, Kensler, Brody, Lund, Kaufman. Senator Bauer.
I guess if all the nominees would just say why they want to be on the rules committee, what they would like to do.
Thank you. We'll start first with Senator Benzoni.
Right, well, to give you a little background, I did a lot of debate in high school. I'm intensely familiar with Robert's Rules of Order. Maybe not, I don't quite carry around a little book with me all the time, but I am intensely familiar with Robert's Rules of Order. I've always found the way that meetings function and the rules, basically the rules by which they run, as well as the way government functions to be intensely interesting. So that was just my own logic with wanting to get on the rules committees, because they control that, they have overview rules, the ruling of the rules. So essentially, that's why I want to be on it.
Senator Peterson.
Why I want to be on it mainly is clean up some of the more confusing rules and some of the potentially contradictory rules, which I think there's a couple I can't just, I don't know, but I think that's a lot of fun.
Senator Kinsler.
Yeah, I'd like to be on Rules Committee. First and foremost, I had the honor of serving on Rules Committee last year as Speaker. I also feel like I bring to the tables, I guess, institutionalized knowledge as far as why things in the bylaws the way they are, discussions that we've had in the past, as far as maybe we have a great idea, but we haven't actually taken on it. I feel like I might be able to provide that insight perspective as far as why things were done the way they were.
Senator Brody.
I served on the student senate at my previous institution that I did undergrad at, and I served as parliamentarian for our student senate. So I think I can bring kind of a unique perspective and a critical perspective to maybe how things have been around here, and just kind of to how the organizations have done it. In addition, I work a lot with student groups, organizations in my role here on campus within the Student Activities Center, and so I've helped draft organizational constitutions and place policy and looking at university policy as well. So I think that I'll be able to bring some
Senator Lund.
Yeah, I served on IRHA prior to GSB, and I always was a little upset with the way they ran things over there. A little by the seat of their pants, didn't really follow their own bylaws all that much. So I was hoping that, like, by coming here, I'd have a little more structured meetings, and I was hoping to be able to be part of that, be part of keeping things in order, keeping things off track.
Senator Todd.
Yeah, this is my third time on Senate. I served on this before, so I know exactly what we do. I've been through the bylaws completely. I can show you there's no punctuation grammar errors. I feel I work well with the current speaker and vice speaker. And
Senator Byron, you have a question?
Yes, I would like to know every potential nominee of their favorite bylaw and why.
What? He does have a good point there. New senators may not know bylaws yet. You don't want to? Vice Speaker Snell.
I'd like to do all the nominees.
You may.
Is Rules Committee your primary committee choice?
Benzoni.
Yes.
Peterson. Kinsler.
Yes.
Brody.
I am not aware exactly. I know that there's some university committees that are out there that senators are going to be appointed to, and so without knowing what those options are, I can't say for sure, but of the options that have been presented, yes.
Lund.
Yes.
Kaufman.
yes.
So you don't make it easy.
Vice Speaker Williams. Speaker Williams.
Okay, so for each person, does the time work for you at like Monday at 6 o'clock? We'll go over that probably with the doodle, but at least meeting once a week with your other time commitments. Is that good for you?
If anyone needs to know that, please say so now.
Yeah, give me a minute to check with my next semester.
Or around that time. Mondays will be good for you.
I have a current class until 8:30 on Mondays, but obviously that's just more of a week next semester. That is a free.
Senator Herman.
Point of order, Chair, are we going to discuss with the Ballroom?
Yes.
Yes, we will. Speaker Williams, do you want
I'd like to go
Oh, go through each of the answers. Okay.
an objection, then let me know, otherwise I assume. And also, just for everyone, so one part of our job is to go through the bylaws, painstakingly, like every line of it. So one, are you up to that task? Because sometimes it does get a little bit daunting. And two, do you have any ideas how to make that a good process? I understand that not everyone's been on the rules committee, so you don't know how that goes, but we usually over a lot of our meetings, we go over the rules and we go and make sure that they make sense, that they're in line with everything else. And so, just really briefly, if something comes to your mind, or there's something that you can see to make that a good process to go through. Is there an incentive thing that you've heard of or that you can see going through? If that makes sense.
I'm not sure I exactly understood the question, but I would like to, I guess, in some ways I think I can improve the process. I answered exactly what you're asking. I mean, I definitely said that most of the task is good. The way we improve the process is basically going through and commenting, then the bylaws, basically saying what our interpretations of them are, and kind of just giving a background, a more easy way of understanding them based for people who aren't on board who come from a background. But basically going through and commenting on each bylaw.
Peterson.
Very nice to understand what I'm doing this. Second, in an easier way, except for really simplifying the bylaws. Going through and commenting them, I feel like just walking through the comments.
As a point of privilege, can the nominee please speak up?
Sorry, I depend on, sorry about that. Just simplifying them would probably be the easiest way to make it easier to go through them. I love it.
Senator Kinsler.
Just so, I get the question correct, was your question, how to make the process easier?
Yeah.
Okay. One way that I would hope to make the process easier, I tried to implement this last year, was to not so much, I guess, make it a strict, meeting like this is. It was a very free and open, free-flowing discussion. I thought a lot of times were raised that way. When I originally joined the Rules Committee, I felt like things were very structured, very organized, you had to, have authority. If you didn't want, if you wanted to bring up something, you were kind of reluctant. You didn't know if you should or if it was the right place to bring it up. So I think just being more within the committee as a whole versus all the
Senator Brody.
One thing, this is my first term in the Senate, so I'm not really exactly sure how it's done. But I definitely think that there's room to kind of spark broader discussions of this in Senate and just bring considerations not only from just within inside our committee, but really solicit the opinions of senators and other members of GSB as well in terms of what's working for us and what's seeming to be sticking points and how can we smooth that out. And so I would just definitely kind of see it as one of the roles of the committee in a way to get more voices in and maybe make more progress is just to kind of do an assessment of how the bylaws and the Constitution are working for kind of the broader audience of the district.
Senator Lund.
I would say that an effective way, in my opinion, I of course haven't been on a rules committee, I don't know how it's done now, but to throw it up on something that's like collaborative, like Google Docs or something, I'll give them plenty of time to look over each section, answer their comments, and then they can go back and read each other's comments like later on in the week after other people have added their stuff. And then at the next meeting, you have that entire document with all the comments added, so that we can discuss why people said this, if they didn't clarify something, etc. So that way, they'd give them plenty of time, and you'd have an efficient way of assessing what people really want to see out of the bylaw changes.
Senator Kaufman.
Could you repeat your question, Senator?
Yeah. So I think rules sometimes has this idea of being a little bit dry. What we do in our committee throughout a lot of the years since that I've sat on it was that we have a time to go through the rules, page by page, line by line, to make sure that for grammar or punctuation, otherwise to make sure that bylaws are making sense or in line with everything else. So we go through this process, and sometimes it can seem a little bit dry. And so I understand that people haven't been on there, but I'm sure everyone has gone through a long presentation or a long, editing of something during this ruling. And so how do you make that process fun, or maybe not fun, but enjoyable for the committee, or how do you make sure that people are doing their jobs, and how do you make sure people are really getting their input to the best of their abilities instead of just having this daunting task ahead of them? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I know the first time I was on the host committee, we had kind of a competition where you get points for finding mistakes or corrections, and that kind of ensured that people would actually read through critically and actually take a good look at it. I think analyzing a massive document of rules is inherently dry, so no matter what you do, it's not going to be an exciting meeting necessarily. But I think there are ways that we can make it collaborative.
Senator Ramon?
Yeah, I have a question. So I'm not quite entirely sure because this is my first meeting and I don't know all of you. But for the ones that are returning and have been on other committees, could you just explain why you're deciding to leave those committees? I think commitment, if you're going to be here again a second year as a senator or third, of course, I think that it's important to be committed to a certain committee where you would be able to apply your knowledge the best. So I just want to know why you're leaving your committee, if you had one, and what your reasoning is why your knowledge would be more applicable to this new committee. Thanks.
Okay, we'll go through each of them. Senator Benzoni.
This only partially applies to me as I'm a new senator, but I was previously on the University Affairs Committee, and I actually do plan to continue on the Affairs Committee as well. So I guess it doesn't really apply to me. Sorry.
I was only asking the senators that are returning and have been on a committee before.
I just figured that would be applicable since he did serve on a committee, even though he wasn't a senator, he was an at-large member. Senator Peterson.
I was traveling for a senator, and so I was on UA as well, and I wanted to move to rules because it's a bit more structured, less of a, as some people like to quote it, just catch-all committee. That has a little bit more analytical aspect to it. It's something that I like to do.
And then he said, so everyone knows, Senators Kensler and Kaufman are returning senators, but have already served on rules and like to continue that commitment. And Senator Brody and Lund are both new senators. Does that answer your question? Okay. Senator Voss.
Yes, just to show that senators who've been here before do not exactly know what the motions are every time. This will be a point of making the chair. What is the process to start the voting process on the members? And to have them leave the room and then we can vote on it.
As soon as people have finished asking questions
Right.
in the room, we'll then ask them to leave the room. We will have discussion with them while they're out of the room, and then we will bring them back into the room to vote.
Okay, so it's just to ask them to leave. Okay, after 5 is down, if someone else doesn't, I will. With that, I will.
Vice Speaker.
Okay, as Speaker Williams said, the rules committee don't speak after I. But despite that fact, everything we do, whether it's financial or any of the other Senate orders, bills, follow the rules very clearly. Everything we do, there's a rule. So it's critical to the fabric of GSB. With that in mind, after the second meeting tonight, it's clear that sometimes we run up against, probably at least once a meeting, we try to run up against a rule that we don't know. We ran up against it twice. The rules are obviously important because when we do something that people disagree with, as we have also seen this evening, sometimes people get upset. So obviously rules are important, even though we might not intend to upset people, it does happen. So, as they say, knowledge is power. And the better all of us as a body know the rules, not just Gabby, myself, Hillary, not just us here, but more everybody knows. My question for you is, what would you propose to do as members of the Rules Committee to better educate the entire Senate about the bylaws and the Constitution itself?
Benzoni.
I'd basically like to create a quick lookup sheet. I know a couple of, I know Gabe has one, I'm not sure who else does it, but basically a quick lookup sheet of Robert's Rules of Order. Everything just so that both new members and old ones who aren't as familiar with Robert's Rules of Order and some of our kind of outer bylaws. How about a way to just look at it and know exactly what's going on and be able to address any issues if they believe there is.
Peterson.
I would like to encourage people that at the start of the term, Mary sent out a complete bylaw document that's a 45-page thing. I'd like to encourage more people to have like that and read through it from time, or read some parts of it from time to time. It has a quick, or an easy chapter by chapter, quick look. And if you have a question, you control F, it works pretty well in the actual section itself.
Kinsler.
I agree totally with what you said. I would also like to, if I understand the question correctly, another part of my answer would be the fact that I would encourage, almost strongly encourage senators that are not on those committees to attend those meetings and within the city. Because a lot of times, if the bylaws, if we have a bill or something that comes up, there's a lot of debate on that floor, which is great. But 90% of the debate we have on the floor has already been addressed either in the committee minutes or in discussion that maybe was stipulated in the if the Senate, certain senators attending the meeting, they would kind of know more conversation.
Brody.
Yeah, I would also agree with what's been said, like simplifying kind of common processes and making sure that information is readily available to senators. And again, I guess I would say that what I mentioned previously, just bringing interesting conflicts, that you have, because there are real decisions to be made in the Rules Committee, and if there's something that has, a big impact on the rest of the Senate, and just bringing those in, because, while most of it is going to be dry, occasionally there is something that, people do have strong opinions on, so bringing their opinions into the process and getting that in both points of the process is a good way to facilitate the
Lund.
I would like to look up some more common scenarios that occur in meetings and just have like a quick sheet, like others have said, of those bylaws that take effect there. And also, it would be kind of interesting if we would have some interesting conflicts, as previous senators have said, just to like bring up something that people might not know about bylaws, how they interact with each other. And so when something like that comes up, they might like, hey, I remember talking about that earlier. So at least they are prompted to look into that a little more if they find it interesting.
Coffee.
Well, obviously not everyone's going to know all the bylaws, or not even rules of committee members know them, but I think it may perhaps be a good idea to include like a bylaw of the week, something that, comes into question a lot, if people are unsure of, or is it just an important rule that we know. Maybe include that in the speaker's address or something briefly, or just in like the email from the or the agenda, something to get people thinking.
Okay, with that, I don't see any further questions for our nominees, so I'll ask them to leave the room. At this time, it is 10:33. We have until 10:55 p.m. to debate this bill before we move to the Senator Herman.
First, I'd like to start with the, counselor, for, and any of the other members vote for define rules. I think those are definite yes. I think it's very important to have those people really sign those committees. So outside the chair, but before there's people who know what's going on. People just somehow have one particular applicant was, Senator Sony.
As a point of privilege, Senator Herman, speak up, please.
Yeah, the only Senate I have one of the applicants was Senator Benzoni for 2 reasons. First of all, we, like we noted, we're one over. For, we have 6 people applying and 5, and he's already on the UA. So he already has his committee requirement in.
He's not seated in the committee.
Okay, and the other one was I was actually at a conference with him last week, one that was dictated by parliamentary procedure. And I watched him try to override all the rules and dictate his own rules on the committee chair. And so I had to petition the chair in formal proceedings to tell him to stop because he asked before we recessed, he goes, we need to lay out the rules on how this meeting was going to work after he interjected and interrupt very hard in the committee. And I had to remind him that the rules already set in place. It wasn't his or any of our jobs to make those rules as they were already made. So the county orders are having somebody kind of dictate their own rules for a specific meeting, be on a committee, which is next.
Question to the chair, when we move to fill the blank, is it going to be a vote, everyone says, each senator votes the person who they want the most, and then the person with the most votes is filled first, or can it be clarified?
I'll let Speaker Woods know that.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say for the process that comes in, so a motion to fill the blank, or not yet, sorry, long. Okay, so, when we take the vote, you'll vote for the person that you really want to be seated, and they need a majority vote. And so if you vote for the person that you really want to be seated onto the committee first, and then that person will fill the blank. And then the next person will go through and whoever you want as your top pick then to be filled in and so on. And then so they need a majority vote. So really pick your top person. But
So we will be voting 5 separate times?
Yeah. Right.
Okay. All right, well then, for my opinion, I definitely think former Speaker Kensler would definitely be a great choice because he ran this committee last year. So he's going to be my top choice, the first person I'm going to vote for. Then it'll be followed by Senator Kaufman because he also served on the committee last year. And followed by other members, which I have yet to determine. But those are my top 2. So I encourage you to vote that way.
Thank you. To reiterate Senator Mee's comment, and Senator Harmon's regarding the previous senators that been on rules. I strongly recommend that we vote for them. They have shown great amount of leadership, whether they were in leadership roles or not. Senator Kensler was in leadership roles. I would say, as far as part of rules committee, would still be a leadership role. The other, I do not know Senator Brody, but he has showed to me so far a very knowledgeable. He has shown knowledge on parliamentary procedure. He showed to us before here. Senator Lund, I do not know that well. Senator Benzoni, much to his disadvantage, I do know, not disadvantage to him personally, disadvantage to the prospects of him being on rules. I will reiterate, I need to make here to a senator, because I know speak through the notes, perhaps. But yes, I was on that same trip. I do know that as far as rules go, Senator Benzoni, I do not feel as refined in rules, Robert rules, or just those things in general. With that, I will yield.
Senator Roberts.
Yeah, so it seems like Kensler, Brody, and Kaufman should be seated on for sure. They have the knowledge and expertise regarding the rules. As for the other 2, I'm kind of still up in the air, so thank you.
Speaker Williams.
yeah, I had so Kensler, Kaufman, Brody. I honestly don't know. I haven't worked with many of the other people. But they all really impressed me for what I'm looking for from rules this year in their ideas. So that's up to you to decide for the last three and really feel the room and see where people are as well. If you do need a majority vote for the senators, so just keep that in mind. Senator Jordan.
Yes, just one more plug for Senator Brody. I just met him because we're both senators. However, he has stated multiple times he has served on senates for other institutions, so it's not his first rodeo, I guess you could say. In fact, he just carries this around, and I guess that's pretty cool too. When we had that discussion earlier about suspending the rules, he looked it up in the book, leaned over and showed me it. So that shows me that he's willing to go out of his way to make sure that everybody is clear on what the rules are. I really respected that, and as for the others, I really don't know who they are, but they all seem very nice. I do.
Vice Speaker Still.
Yeah, I know that I was elected to this position by you guys because you felt I was a good senator and was knowledgeable. I would like to believe that that is true. But to say that I am a knowledgeable and decent senator is not to say that I know everything. And as the de facto vice chair of the Rules Committee, I do ask your favor in reappointing the people who have already been on the Rules Committee. Former Speaker Kensler and Senator Kaufman would be invaluable assets to the Rules Committee. Nobody knows more about the rules in this room than Gage Kensler. He was picked to be Speaker last year, not on accident. It was a well-deserved thing. So, as a favor to me and Speaker Williams, I think we would appreciate if you saw fit to return our veterans to the Rules Committee. Last year, the Rules Committee, I did mention too, I won't voice any opinions on the other ones, but I will say about Senator Brody, I have said in the past that I think it would be valuable for us to have an actual parliamentarian. And he said that he was a parliamentarian in his last student government for his undergrad. And that might be something valuable that we could definitely use. Most places do have a parliamentarian, we don't. Might be a cool thing, and I will use it.
Speaker Williams. Can I just say, I echo exactly what Vice Speaker said, but I think we've established who the first three that we want. I think it's really important to not decide, but just I'd like to hear some more debate on the other three nominees. So if everyone can do that in their the following, that would be fabulous. Senator Cruz.
All right, so with those first three, can I direct a question to Speaker Williams?
You may.
Can we just UC those first three in and not have to go through the whole voting process?
Yeah.
It seems like everyone's in pretty much favor of that. It's a safe time. I know it's not technically go.
You'd have to return them to the.
Yeah, you can't vote until you.
Yeah, I know, not right now, but when they get back in, we don't have to go through the voting process.
Yeah, do that.
Okay. Just a question. Anyways, but it sounds like, unless anyone has something against any of the other candidates, then Tony's the only one anyone has spoken in dissent of, and so I think that those three are already pretty much set in stone, and then the next two would fill up 5. With that, I don't know, unless someone has an opinion on the rest of them.
If I can quickly just comment on that as well, there's no clear-cut way to put in committees, even in Robert's rules of order, I looked it up. And so that's something that we will need to do in the bylaws, but I am all in favor for what Senator Herman proposed. So
Okay, thanks.
Senator Clifford.
All right, so on the other three, as we call them, I've gotten to know and work with all of them and over the past year in various positions, and I'm going to speak on behalf of Senator Lund, who I've tried to recruit to become on GSB every time I actually had a vacancy since October, and he's very knowledgeable. In fact, just the other day we were having a great discussion about the IRHA bylaws and how all of those are relevant. So I really think that although he doesn't have very much like Rules Committee experience here, he does have a lot of valuable information about the rules.
Senator Fitch.
I kind of do want to talk about not those top three. I will mention though, I think dividing them out would just elongate the process as compared to just voting for them. specifically because I feel Speaker Kinzel would object because he wouldn't vote for himself, he would abstain. So I think that would just take the process longer. The odd man out competition I have is between Senators Lund and Benzoni, because I believe Senator Peterson kind of has the institutional knowledge of the body. He's been here, he kind of knows what's going on, and he can bring leadership. And that's really what rules is. It's the leadership committee to handle unforeseen circumstances, specifically what Vice Speaker Snell mentioned earlier, if anything happens with an impeachment or with dealing with the court. I think Senator Peterson can deal with that. And so that leads me to my odd man out conversation, which I do use Senator Lund as the odd man out, specifically when we're talking about institutional knowledge and leadership. I definitely think he'll be a great member of this body, but that's something he doesn't bring at this time as one of the newer members. So that's my comments.
Senator Trevor.
I guess I'd like to speak on behalf of Senator Lund. I don't know him that well, but judging from how he answered the questions, I felt like he was either really prepared or he really thought on his feet very well. I was impressed with his answers. They were very well thought out. I thought he had some great ideas. In all reality, I think he might not be a leader now, but I think he could potentially be a very, very strong one in the future. So I think I'll be yield.
Senator Turtle.
I'd like to speak on behalf of Senator Lund. I've known him pretty well these past couple of years. I serve with him on the Tri-Senate Executive Board currently. I can't speak more highly of his diligence and his commitment and his attention to detail. He actually likes this stuff, so that's a plus in my book. So he's very detail oriented, and I can't speak more highly of his work ethic and would highly encourage. Even though he doesn't have necessarily the experience, he would jump on this with relish, and he would do very well within the Rules Committee.
President Hughes.
I just want to offer just a quick little anecdote since Senator Lund was brought up. During the recess, we passed each other in the hallway, and I said, "You enjoying it so far?" Since I know he's a new senator. He said, "Oh yeah, I love it. I love these long meetings. I got nothing else to do." And as a former Rules Committee member, former Vice Speaker, former Speaker, I know that that's a lot of what Rules is: tedious and not fun. But if you like the not fun stuff, it sure seems to me like he does. So I just wanted to share that. And Senator.
Commissioner Guthrie.
Oh yeah, so I guess since we're on the topic of travel, the only thing I want to say is that he is like the de facto committee chair at IRHA for food committee, which I know doesn't sound that impressive, but he sets up all the meetings, he works with dining, he worked with Nancy to get everything set up. He's done a lot of good work in IRHA, and I think he is a really good leader, and I think a lot of those skills and a lot of that knowledge does transition well into GSB, and I think he'd make an excellent senator on the Rules Committee. So I encourage all in attendance to vote for Trevor for Rules Committee.
Senator Rose.
Yeah, I'm also going to talk about Senator Lund. I'm on IRHA with him right now, and I think IRHA is like a good little stepping stone to GSB personally, just because it kind of prepares you for everything. Being a first year on IRHA last year, I definitely, looking at everyone, I like to watch how people act and talk most of the time, just to get a general idea of their personality. And Trevor Lund has a very interesting personality. He thinks a lot. He's very intelligent from what I can tell. And whenever he makes a comment at IRHA, it's always relevant and it's always making a good point. Which for most people in IRHA, it may be, their point may be completely redundant and no one cares. Which I attest that some people, okay, yeah. Anyway, pretty much, I would just like to say, I would like to encourage you all to vote for him. He is a very polite man, and he knows what he's doing. I think that giving an opportunity to someone that's new, yes, Brody is experienced, which is good, but he's definitely new. I think that giving someone an opportunity to excel in something that they're passionate about or they really wanted to jump onto, I think is good. If someone's already been on a certain committee, I think in between the two, I would choose Lund, because I think that he deserves the opportunity as a new senator to really excel in something that he chose first of all. And I feel.
Senator Burge.
I still kind of wanted to echo some of that because I know a lot of us here are new. So I kind of bristled at the fact that they mentioned those committees because they don't have any background. So I would argue that you
7. Okay, so we're going to vote. So we're going to go through and do each one. So each senator needs a majority vote to be seated on the committee. And we have just 32. We have 32 senators present. So you need 17 votes to have their name filled in blank. So first round through, just say the senator that you want to be on the committee most, feel the temperature of the room so that we can get through this quickly. Okay. Bauer.
Senator
Benzoni. Breitbart. Brody.
Kensler.
Birch. Byro.
Kensler.
Clark.
Kensler.
Doherty.
Kensler.
Piesek.
Kensler.
Fitton.
Kensler.
Gallagher.
Kensler.
Herman.
Kaufman.
Kaufman. Kensler. Kearns.
Kensler.
Mead.
Kensler.
Lund.
Abstain.
Merle.
Senator Kensler.
Osborne. Peterson. Blankenberg.
Kensler.
Rode. Snell.
Senator Kensler.
Swanson.
Kensler.
Challenge.
Kensler.
Turhall.
Kensler.
Trendle.
Kensler.
Voss.
Senator Gary Kensler.
Point of order, and his first name is Gage. Walsh.
Senator Kensler.
Williams. Wilson. Sorry, she just left. Wolf.
Senator Kensler.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Senator Parker.
I was going to ask you to move down anyway. But, Senator Kingsley.
Okay. Okay, with 27 votes. I'm sorry, I didn't keep track of abstentions. My bad on that. Like, yes, Senator Finn.
No, it's after this.
Okay. 27 votes, Senator Kensler's name goes the first place.
I'm going to ask unanimous consent of the Senate to fill the second blank with Senator Kaufman.
Second.
Is there any objection to? Okay.
Retaining the floor, I'm going to ask unanimous consent of the Senate to fill the third blank with Senator Brody.
Is there any objection to that? Senator Finn.
I'm going to move to fill the fourth blank.
Okay. So, you can no longer use the names, you can no longer say the names Kaufman, Kensler, or Brody when voting in this process. So, three remaining senators are Benzoni, Peterson, and Lund. So please say the name of the senator you would like most to be seated on this committee. Here we go again. Bauer. Benzoni. Breitbart. Brody. Birch. Birch. Byro.
One.
Clark.
Benzoni.
Doherty.
Lund.
Piesek.
Peterson.
Fitton.
Pass.
Gallagher.
Lund.
Kerman.
Abstain.
Kaufman.
Abstain.
Kensler.
Abstain.
Kearns.
Lund.
Mead.
Lund.
Lund.
Abstain.
Merle.
Lund.
Osborne.
Lund.
Parkinson.
Lund.
Peterson.
Abstain.
Clantenberg.
Lund.
Rode. Lund. Snell.
Abstain.
Swanson.
Lund.
Talon.
Lund.
Turhall.
Lund.
Trendle.
Lund.
Boss.
Abstain.
Walsh.
Lund.
Williams. Abstain. Wolf.
Senator Lund.
Okay, with 19 votes, Senator Lund feels okay, we now have one remaining blank.
As a
two
point of
sen-
personal privilege, I'll abstain on that last vote. I passed.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Way past my bedtime, but seriously. Okay, we now have one remaining blank. Senator Fitton, your pledge.
I'll move to fill the last blank.
Okay. The two remaining senators are Benzoni and Peterson. Please say the name of the senator you want most to have their name represented. Okay. Third time. Good job. Bauer. Benzoni.
Abstain.
Reichler.
Benzoni.
Brody. Birch. Byro.
Peterson.
Clark.
Benzoni.
Doherty.
Peterson.
Piesek.
Peterson.
Fitton.
Peterson.
Gallagher.
Peterson.
Kerman. Kaufman.
Abstain.
Kensler.
Abstain.
Kearns.
Peterson.
Mead.
Peterson.
Lund.
Abstain.
Merle.
Peterson.
Osborne.
Peterson.
Parkinson.
Peterson.
Peterson.
Abstain.
Clantenberg.
Peterson.
Rode. Peterson. Snell.
Abstain.
Swanson.
Peterson.
Talon.
Peterson.
Turhall.
Peterson.
Trendle.
Peterson.
Boss.
Abstain.
Walsh.
Peterson.
Williams. Abstain. Wolf.
Peterson.
Bauer.
Abstain.
Birch. Peterson. And with 19 votes, Peterson's name fills the final vote. We're back on the bill as a whole.
Question.
You see?
Are there any objections to the UC? This passes. We're now on Senate Order 2013-1-014 SG, City Members of Finance.
There's the block.
All right, so same deal. Actually, I wanted to speak on this. Previously, we've done finance committees where the finance director holds an application process, and then where he or she comes to Senate with their nominations for finance committee.
Point of order.
This was looked at and questioned, and there was this was more off precedent and tradition of this process happening. There's nothing delineated in the bylaws and or Robert's Rules of Order that would allow or I guess not allow this. So we figured that this year we were going to set a precedent to have it be the same way as every other committee. And so this is what's happening now. It's the same idea, and so I'll open the floor up to nominations for this same process.
I'm gonna do the same thing as last time, just working my way around the room. Bauer.
I make Senator Meade.
Senator who?
Meade.
Oh. Kensler. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to see your left here. Senator Bauer.
I move to nominate Senator Fitton.
Accept.
Senator Kensler.
Pass.
Senator Voss.
I move to nominate Senator Harris.
Senator Talley.
Nominate Senator Gallagher.
Accept.
Senator Peterson.
Nominate Senator Benjoni.
I'm not sure yet. I don't know whether I want to accept it or not. So is that allowed? Am I allowed?
No.
Decline.
Senator Kensler. Vice Speaker Snow.
Is there anybody else who wants to be nominated?
You are.
I would like to withdraw.
Okay, we need a nomination now. I will yield to our former Senator Radisky and current Finance Director Radisky.
FDR, the floor
Can
is
you
yours.
repeat the names that have been nominated, please?
The names that have been nominated are Fitton, Herman, and Gallagher. Senator Kearns.
I nominate Senator Trundle.
What?
I nominate Senator
Yeah,
Trundle.
you got that. What did you say?
Accept.
Oh. Sorry, I thought you said you were behind your hand, and I was like. Are there any other nominations? Senator Kensler.
I nominate Senator Voss.
Do it. Do it.
I'll accept.
Make it a contest.
We'll make it a contest.
Senator Trendle.
I was drawing down
You just got sucked into it.
Point of order, please.
Okay, guys, this is, Finance Committee is arguably the most important standing committee the Senate has. I say that as yeah, I see that. I say that as Vice Chair of the Rules Committee too. It's a big deal to be on Finance Committee, and we would really like to have this competitive. There's nothing to say against the people who have been nominated here, but the Finance Committee is important enough. It'd be nice not to have to just walk on it too. So I will yield to Finance Director Radisky.
Yeah, so here's the thing. For those of you who are new to GSB, this is what handles probably 70% of the legislation that goes through GSB, maybe more. And you handle all of the money that GSB allocates unless it's already allocated through a contract. And with that being said, this last year during the allocation cycle, we became, I guess, unfortunately completely aware of exactly what kind of situation we're sitting in fiscally. And so the upcoming year is probably one of the most pivotal in, I would say, probably the next 10 years. Not knowing exactly what's going to happen, but at least as for making fiscal plans and taking a look at what GSB does fiscally, this is probably going to be the most important one. Partially because I think one of the things I want to set out to do is to revise the way that GSB does fund and to take a look and evaluate all of our rules when it comes to that. And reevaluate GSB's role as a funding entity at GSB or at Iowa State, because if nothing else changes, we cannot carry on the way we have been. It will not work, we will run out of money, and frankly, that doesn't, while we can do things and we can make impacts for students, our role will be significantly different
if that day comes, when our accounts hit zero. So if you are interested in having a significant impact on GSB in the upcoming year and for years to come, that's what this is going to be. And I will say that it will probably be a lot of work, and I hope that's not scaring anyone away, because it's very rewarding, but it is work. So I guess I'll leave it at that.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
No. We're going to close support nominations.
Motion to close the floor for nomination.
Second.
Floor is closed for nominations. You can now ask questions of the nominees or any questions for our finance director. Senator Kinzer.
I guess, kind of echoing what Dan said, if you don't know what happened in the past, I guess, regular allocation cycle, we were very, I guess, we're asking a lot more than what we had. So I would like to reiterate I guess, it's a difficult task, yet, I guess, very rewarding task the finance committee has ahead of itself. So with that, I'd like to ask each of the nominees, because there will be times where you have to look, I guess, students, group members in the audience and tell them, we can't fund this. So can each of you who are nominated tell student groups that we just can't fund you?
Yes. Senator Fitton.
To start out with, I served on finance committee this past semester as an at-large member, but I wasn't a senator. I served during the entire regular allocations process and through some bills. And to answer the question specifically, it really tugs at heartstrings. It's really hard to sleep at night knowing the situation we were in, but ultimately, you do have to say no to a lot of groups, and we did say no to a lot of funds because we were overwhelmed so much. So I think it takes a certain type of determination, but one thing we need to have to make sure that students are following the rules and receiving the appropriate funding, but ultimately at the end of the day, evaluating if every dollar is being spent as the best use of student fee money as compared to where else it could go. So to answer your question fully, yes.
Senator Green.
Yeah, I think as you guys have probably judged already tonight, I have no problem saying no. I like Kyrie said, I sat on finance this semester and did regulars with them, so I got to sit and do them all indoors, 80-some hours worth of meetings and 3-week period to allocate the money, and we had to say no to $1 million worth of requests. So, but it's not fun to do. It's something that you do knowing that you're allocating money the best way you possibly can to affect the most amount of students while following the rules as best you can. It's kind of a difficult balance to try to strike, but you do what you can.
Senator Gallagher.
Yeah, I've never obviously been on GSB before. I don't have that specific experience that the past two senators have had. As far as telling people no, I guess obviously I don't have that experience. I have been, I was assistant manager of my local pool. Obviously, we struggled budgeting there. I got to sit in all of those meetings. It can get really abstract. I guess just telling people no. The little kids would come to the desk and they were so excited to have their water wings on, but we didn't allow that. So just like telling the little kid that's sitting down in the front of the desk that they can't swim today, like it's just, you get used to it, you kind of get over it. That's all I got. As far as eagerness for the committee, I'm a finance major. This is what I do, this is what I enjoy. Don't have that experience, I'm kind of looking to start somewhere. Like we discussed with the rules committee, we got to start somewhere. I'm really passionate about it. Definitely want to come. So.
Senator Ross.
I have been a part of the GSB since actually only the beginning of this year, but I had relinquished my intention to join the Finance Committee to Senator Herman before, on the idea that time commitment. But seeing that come next semester, I only have about 12 credits, just thinking to myself, I think I'll have quite a bit of time. I didn't think 12 credits was a bomb. But I do have it. I have to be able to me. The question of whether I can say yes or no is pretty good to me, is that yes, I can say yes, and yes, that I can say no. I'm very good at that. No matter who it is, I don't pull any heartstrings really. If it's a good use of student fees, I usually find to be a very good use of student fees, I'll vote yes on it, and if it's not, I vehemently oppose it. That said, I'm very open to compromise. I've been swayed by other members of the Senate, Senator Barron, or Senator Snell, on certain things that I've been very adamant about, and I've been talked about and I've considered. So as far as hard line stances go, I've made them, but I'm very open to change, depending on different points of view, which would be acceptable in the Finance Committee, since there's 6 or 9 members in the Senate, or what is that, 9?
There are technically 10 voting members.
10 voting members, so I mean, I'm open to that. In addition to what I'm going to start talking to now, what I've noticed on Finance Committee from the last semester, and this is nothing this semester, is that when Finance starts to make suggestions to itself, it almost decides to close off the group that's there and to make decisions on its own. And I found it to be like kind of a shield, and I don't find that to be a barrier for me. I mean, if I need to address the group about a certain thing that I find to be a problem with their rules, I'll let them know. Otherwise, I feel that certain groups do deserve certain kinds of funding. I know that these are very vague, and I'll be open to questions about what I meant with that.
And then just a quick follow-up, because I think you answered it already, but for the other 3 members who haven't answered it directly, what are your time commitments outside of possibly Finance Committee?
Senator Fitton.
I'll actually have the Senate know. This past week, I gave up an executive position within my fraternity because I plan to take on this this commitment that was very trying for me. But I do put great priority and find great pride in serving students in this role. So it is something that I have made many sacrifices for and will continue to do.
Senator
I don't know if you were ready to 20 credits this semester with regular allocation. Good job.
Senator Gallagher.
Yeah, outside of GSB as a whole, I just ambassador for SALC and also a member of the business council.
Senator Jordan.
May I accept the award?
You may.
I am interested in a committee like this, but I'm taking 18.5 credits next semester, and time's looking kind of slim. I was wondering, for those who aren't on this committee but still aren't interested in maybe participating, is it open for other senators who are not on the committee to attend the meetings and have input?
That's certainly possible. And I guess the other thing to note is that the fall semester is not the super intensive one. It's actually the spring semester, which is regular allocations. So there are time investments in the fall, and it's certainly no small thing that. But it is certainly not the mammoth, I guess, that a lot of people describe when they talk about Finance Committee.
Senator Herman.
Yeah, also to address your point, it always happens that people graduate in the fall too. So if you would be interested in coming to the fall meetings, you can sit there and discuss, you just wouldn't be able to vote. But then you could at least learn procedures and things like that and how we operate. And then if during the spring the spots open up, you'd be able to jump on and do regular. That's what I did this spring. I was there in the fall and I just jumped on. I had to learn them all actually in a period of about 2.5 weeks going up to regular allocations.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Senator.
Okay, so I hate to put you on the spot here, but Senator Gallagher, first of all, words are eluding me right now. Finance Director Radisky, are you still planning on having Monday nights as usual?
I plan on finding a time that works, however, Monday nights to fit into the finance and the GSB overall calendar adequately because of the way that we set agendas for weeks.
Okay. With that being said, just to make you aware, Senator Gallagher, Frederickson Court, okay, is every Monday?
I didn't know we had finance on Mondays. I was gonna
Yeah,
ask that.
I did what
If it can
you
be
were trying to do 2 years ago, and it doesn't work out the best. Just to let you know, but
Okay.
you can try it if you like. Just a point of information for you.
Senator Brayback.
My question is for the finance director. I'm kind of curious because we're talking all about how much time commitment it takes to be on this committee. So I'm just curious if you know, like you have an approximate number, how many hours a week you put in towards this committee and how much it takes for a typical member of this committee.
How many hours I put forward?
Well, both. Okay. I mean, I guess I don't really need to know much about you, but about you.
That's good, because I haven't yet worked with Finance Committee as the Finance Director, so I couldn't answer that question. But as a Finance Committee member, it depends on the week and what, I mean, it's a lot like GSB meetings. I mean, they can be long, or they can be 30 minutes, I think was our shortest one this year. And it really depends on whether the bills that we look to examine that week are perfectly written. If all of the questions are answered within the bill, or if we have a lot of questions, or there's something that's not within our rules or our priorities and criteria that concerns Finance Committee. The other times that meetings become longer is when we start going through Chapter 11 bylaws, which are the finance bylaws of GSB, and so that's kind of the primary responsibility of the Finance Committee is to revise those in the fall for the spring allocation cycle. However, we will probably be doing that much sooner, / hopefully overhauling them over the summer in all ideals, but that really depends on a lot of different things. So I would say, in short, anywhere from 30 minutes to 4 hours. I don't think I've ever had a meeting longer than 5.5 hours.
Vice Speaker Snow.
Right. I have not yet had the pleasure of getting to know Senator Gallagher, but you certainly sound like you will be able to do the job, especially at your major, so I would assume that you enjoy this kind of thing. The other three, Senator Herman and Boss, I consider friends. We've had some knockdown, drag-down arguments before. Yeah. In fact, I think Senator Herman's probably mad at me tonight, but we're all friends, and we'll get over it. It's fine. You know, these guys are fantastic members of the Finance Committee. They've served us well, and since we've got 4 names, 4 blanks, I move to fill the blanks.
I would like to ask a couple of questions. May I ask a couple of questions before you go?
I withdraw my motion.
FDR, you have the floor.
Okay. To start it off, is anyone planning on graduating?
Barry loves college, actually. Yeah.
Like before the ending of, say, this Senate year, so 2013. Let's see, what other questions do I have? So I guess I would like, this is what I would have asked probably during the interview. So what are your, I guess, opinions on what GSB's role as a funding body is?
As many of you know, GSB is a sponsored student organization under the Student Activity Center. That means what we do directly emulates or furthers the purposes of Iowa State University as recognized by the university. So that's what I think GSB does through the finance process, is we spend student PD monies in a way that furthers student organizations and how they benefit the community at large.
Senator Herman.
Basically, we collect student fees and we give them back out. It's our judgment to find out how student fees will best be spent. There are a few areas that we currently spend student fees in that I know were contentious last year for a few different reasons, but like one I would like to particularly point out and work on for next year would be food events. In our bylaws, it says we will fund international and ethnic food events only, but not food overall. My particular view on this, we should not fund food at all. I think the funding that these groups get are there for two reasons, to support the group and promote the group. I think food gets used and construed too many times by groups to be a social event that's specifically designed for the group and not to help out or, give a better presence on campus. So I see us as funding groups and helping them while promoting them across campus so that everybody knows about them and everybody can join it and they can do better things for the campus entirely. And get away from policies that allow us to fund groups solely so that they can spend money inclusively and just have essentially a little social club. That's my personal opinion.
Gallagher?
Yeah, first and foremost, I guess we're all students. We're here for education, obviously, and the experience of being a student. We all pay those student fees. So I guess it's just our job to dictate where those fees are going back out, kind of analyzing the cost benefit of who gets what and how much. It's just our discretion to decide where we can get a bang for our buck and submitting those funds back out to students.
Senator Boss?
Thank you. I've always held the idea that us as senators, I mean, as Senator Snell one time said that, almost out of frustration, that we were a glorified finance committee. And to that point, yeah, we are. We take in student fees and we allocate them other places. But I think we're more than that. I find us to be public servants. And I was just at a meeting, I'm a political science major. I study public policy, interaction with human beings, all these different kinds of things. And I find it great that we're doing these types of things, even if it's under Robert's rules. But the lady was talking about Steve Jobs was asking I believe the chairman or the CEO of Pepsi-Cola, and he was trying to coerce him into doing something for the Macintosh or for a foundation. And Steve Jobs offered cars, offered things, offered money. And then finally, the guy had refused many times, and he said, I mean, do you want to just sell sugar water, or do you want to change the world? And the guy finally actually joined with the foundation. And what I'm trying to say is that we here have an opportunity to benefit students as part of our public duty. I mean, we're not sitting here tonight to benefit ourselves. As I said before in previous speeches, we're not part of the kayak club on the boat to go fishing somewhere. I mean, we don't allocate money to ourselves rather than someone else. And we do these things to benefit other people. And as I feel my role in the Finance Committee, I look to see that. I hate to meander off from, the question was, I mean, specifically, I'll answer that. But just a point I wanted to make, of course. Point of division chair, excuse me. What was the question?
I think you have already answered the question.
Okay.
So, at this time, I'll give the floor back to Finance Director.
Thank you.
Sugar water.
Point of order, please.
Okay. I guess working with student organizations can sometimes be a very touchy thing because oftentimes GSB cannot do everything the student organization wants when it comes to funding financially. So I guess this is not so much a question as an aside and a little bit of a comment on what the committee ends up doing. Is that yes, we say no, and you have to be able to say no, but I think it's very important that we be able to choose the correct words to say no. Because wording things is part of perception, which is another thing that is what I'm setting out to change in the upcoming years, how GSB funding is perceived by other organizations, not only by ourselves. And so I think that it's very important that we choose people who are very good at wording what they mean precisely when it comes to working with other people and being aware of the, I guess, sometimes emotional nature of what we're dealing with, because frankly, it is an emotional thing to tell someone no. And it is unfortunate that we have to, but we're going to. And then, I guess my last question will be, how should GSB be balancing its role with funding projects versus funding student organizations? Should it be one versus the other? Should there be a balance between the two, and how do you strike that? So.
Senator Fitton?
That's a good question that we had a lot of discussion on in Finance Committee this past year. To address FDR's previous comments with wording, I think that's, as members, word something we're always continuing to learn. As members, we have some heated moments when we're not always communicating correctly, or we have drama advisors almost in tears in front of us because their group isn't getting all the money that they need. So it's something that we're continually improving upon. To answer the question directly, though, I think that just comes down to the judgment of the members. I don't think there's any specific categorization of anything as compared to, and I think we ran around in circles in this, the best use of student fee money. So the things that I've worked on and will continue to work on are making sure that groups are funded appropriately. That's something we'll determine as a committee, but it basically comes down to me the best use of student fee money.
Senator Herman?
To be fair though, she was a trained actress.
She was.
So she might have been confused. First of all, I think that we need to be conscious of what we're saying and very concise. The thing that I notice the most during regulars is we sit in a meeting for 6, 7 hours, and we want to be there as much as the next guy, so we're hurrying through it. I think the most important thing that we need to do is to make sure to include the group in what we're doing. So when we're just flying through making motions or cutting specific things, to actually explain to the groups why we're doing what we're doing and what specific rule list goes into this. And I think if they can see some rationale behind what we're doing, they're going to end up, perceiving us in a better light than if we're just like, no, cut this, cut that, sorry, motion to approve and see it. And I think as far as between groups and capital projects, there is a balance to strike there because we have an obligation to fund both. Although I don't find that to be particularly on us, I think that's more of something for the Senate, especially those large capital projects, when it comes to the approval of their funding. I think it is up to us to decide, if we send it favorably or not. So I guess there's no certain percentage. I think it's something that we have to be aware of, that we have to strike a balance, but in the end, that balance is going to have to go through the approval of the Senate. So we have to keep that in mind.
As a reminder to the senators, the question is only to address projects versus groups. With that, Senator Gallagher.
I'll try to answer quickly. I think the balance obviously is hard to strike. It's so specific on what project versus the organization is. I think that's tough. Just try to answer the question as best as I can, I guess. Obviously, as enrollment is increasing, student population is obviously increasing, more student organizations, more students per student organization. So I think the increase in funds that we will get through fees would be possibly better used for specific organizations because they're only members opposed to capital projects. But it obviously does still depend, but that's just the only answer I think.
Senator Voss.
I hate to give the loose, really political answer, but it really depends. I can't, there's been no specific situation where I've been asked what I feel about that, but I decide between project organization, and so I can't even answer, and I won't.
Vice further?
I think this time no.
Vice Speaker Snow.
Okay, may I address the finance director?
You may.
Is there anything you wish to discuss with the Senate with the nominees not present?
I think it might be beneficial to have any discussion you would like to have. If that is the case, I think it might be warranted, but
I will take that as a yes. And I think we'll close the meeting room.
we also record the meetings.
I know. I will yield to finance director just so he can say what he's got in mind.
concerned about is, I guess with this one, we have a pretty good balance, but one of the things I was concerned about going into this meeting was that we would end up with a lot of veteran senators and nothing else. Because I think that there's something to be said for, looking for the future as well when you're building a finance committee. With that being said, I guess it was just my personal thoughts is that I guess I would find that in an interview process, I probably would not have vetted Senator Voss. However, you can take that as you will, and it is your final say. That's just from my various experiences through the last year as a senator as well. I think that we're going to have to find a way to forge forward without specifics as well. And I think that that's really what we're going to be working on is the ideal. Because frankly, we don't get specifics when we start talking about building new bylaws for the next, umpteen years. But I guess I can answer any questions you might have with that, or on anything finance from here.
Just a point of information, how much time do we have on this bill?
We have until 11:43. We have 13 minutes remaining.
Thank you.
That's all.
All right, I will try and keep brief. I would give a glowing recommendation, having worked on the finance committee with Senator Herman. I would give it my glowing recommendation to him. One of the considerations being he does have a rather fiery temper. I don't know how that will affect it, but.
So I kind of touched on this earlier, and I don't want to say that it is not possible. However, to speak about Senator Gallagher's position, if finance is to, as it is my understanding, meet on Monday night, as it always has, to my understanding, it will be a conflict with Frederickson Court. Frederickson Court Union Council meets every Monday night at 7:30. They always do that, and they've always done that since 2006. I know that because I have been on the Frederickson Court Community Council for the past 2 years. 2 years ago, I was an at-large representative. I wasn't a Frederickson Court senator, and because of that, I just skipped the Frederickson Court meetings while I was on finance. Obviously, if you're the Frederickson Court senator, that's your constituency council. You're not allowed through the bylaws to skip that. So I'm not sure what Senator Gallagher would do if he was in that situation where he was on finance, which will go past 7:30 on a lot of nights, and is required by the bylaws to be in both that meeting and the Frederickson Court meeting. So I'm not sure, he didn't offer an explanation for how he was going to manage it. If someone else has an opinion on it.
Yeah, I have an opinion on that. Personally, I think that everyone has their own knowledge of what they can handle. Yes, I believe he's a younger college student, but I don't believe that if you may not think he can do it, I think that's for him to decide. So, are they not able to step down and have someone else added later on? That's it. That's the thing, correct? Can I have someone answer that? Yes. Okay. So why not give someone a chance to figure things out for themselves? We should not be making a decision whether or not their schedule may or not work out, because you don't know what he is going to do. I think that's completely irrelevant, personally.
All right, well, I'm not trying to say he's not capable of doing it. It's just impossible for a human being to be in two places at once. And so, I don't know, I'm not trying to say that he can't do it. Like, I'm not saying he can't manage his time well or anything like that. I know he's a great senator and everything. I'm just saying they will conflict. And so, and according to bylaws, you have to be at both. And he did not provide an explanation for how he was going to do that. So, I don't know, Senator Radisky, I know there was a problem when I tried to do it 2 years ago, and I wasn't even the Frederickson Court Senator. So does Finance Director Radisky have any opinion on it, or? Because if I'm beating the dead horse, I'll shut up, but it just seems like it's going to be a conflict to me.
So here's the thing, is that I don't have the time set, but Monday nights fits in the GSB schedule. So Monday nights are probably ideal in the way that we've done in the past. My suppose GSB could switch finance committee to say meet on Saturday, meet on Sunday, meet on Friday of every week, and instead of doing finance bills on the Monday of, you have to have everything for finance, that far ahead of time, where we see everything after first reading. There are ways to do this. However, I would prefer not meeting on Friday afternoons, because by the time I reach my last class of the week, I am ready to not have a meeting around. So that's my personal preference. However, it is possible to work around that. So I guess I don't really have a straight answer because I don't have a time set.
Thank you. Senator Ball.
I was just going to say, I know the only opinion that I can form at this point, or the person that I feel like I know enough to form an opinion, is Senator Fitton. My junior and senior year at high school, I'm a sophomore now, but I worked with him on the State of Iowa Youth Advisory Council. I was the executive chairman my senior year of that. And he's a very sharp kid. He's one of the hardest workers I've ever met. And based on what I've heard from past senators, he will do a good job on this again. Everybody kind of thought, from what I understood, this was going to be a very contested race, and obviously it's not. So I guess I would just ask Finance Director Radisky right now, I don't know what I'm trying to actually ask, but the fact that there's 4 people and we're going to make a vote tonight, I mean, I'm concerned with there being concerns from you on possibly putting, I don't know about Senator Gallagher, but I know you expressed concerns about Senator Voss. I'm just kind of wondering if you had a straightforward answer maybe to what you might want to do with that.
My answer is that I wish there would have been like 40 nominations. I wouldn't be choosing between 4 people for 4 slots, or I wouldn't be giving an opinion on 4 people for 4 slots. That I would have liked to see it as a contested seat because I think it's very important moving forward, and that it is very important to have some of the best senators on Finance Committee, and to have some longevity. Basically, what happened last year is that, for the most part, 2 of the 4 senators on Finance Committee spoke for Finance Committee on the floor of the Senate. Myself being one, and Senator Cannell is the other. Former Senator Cannell, if you, I guess, technically refer to him correctly. But there isn't really a returning voice of the Finance Committee technically. That's not what concerns me, but I think that it is important to have some sort of longevity possible. So I'm not, I guess, especially alarmed, but I think that it's important that we have some younger senators to be there. So if we have concerns that Senator Gallagher might not be able to do it, or if the Senate doesn't feel that it will work out for him because of his conflicts, then on Monday nights, which have been historically the time of Finance Committee, then so be it. If you were to listen to my concerns and not see Senator Voss, then that's the way it goes. Can Finance Committee run with the senators that are appointed? Yes. I don't know personally all of the senators in the room to say that I would prefer that this person be nominated, so you can just point them out and be like, hey, no. I don't have an answer for that one, but I think that if you know someone in the room who is here and passionate and willing to do the work, I think that pretty much everyone in the room should be out for this.
We have 6 minutes remaining on this bill. Vice Speaker.
In response to something you said 15 seconds here, the Senate is under no obligation to seat anybody this evening on this. So you could fill 2 of the blanks and leave the other 2 open, and we'll worry about it next week or the beginning of the fall, whatever. There's nobody can force any of you to fill all the blanks. All you have to do is abstain once whoever you want is filled in the blank, and then abstain from there. You can do that. So I yield.
Senator Bauer.
Just as a point of information to the chair or FDR, when do we have to have Finance Committee seated by? Is there a certain date in the bylaws?
Point of information is the 3rd regular schedule.
Okay.
I don't know what the definition of seating a Finance Committee is.
You have that.
Quorum?
Senator Curtis.
All right, just on the issue of the constituency council conflict, I know for the College of Ag, and it's been this way forever, that our meetings are at 6:30 on Wednesday nights, so I literally go there for a roll call. So I'm essentially absent from all those meetings, and I can still work with my constituency council and have a good relationship with them. So it's definitely doable. I mean, I'm literally there for no time at all. And with that, I'd like to just go off the statement that yes, we don't have to fill all 4 blanks, but I think that if those 4 individuals have shown interest, then they obviously want the position, then give them the chance, like other people have said, to prove that they can do it.
4 minutes. Speaker Williams.
Really quick, I just wanted to touch on the issues right constituency council. In the bylaws, it is actually up to your constituency council to report unexcused absences or tardies, and so it's really up to them in how they would decide to report those, or if we could work with them to do exactly as Senator Kearns has done. So yeah, and yeah, I was actually going to say what Vice Speaker Snell said, that we don't have to fill all of them. I'm assuming that the Vice Speaker might want them filled by that time. But the reason why we changed this was to have this great discussion and to have Senate involved in this process as well. But please take what the Finance Director is saying very seriously and have it hold some weight as previously said. So I yield with that. Senator Kinzer.
Real quick, I'd like to point out that although we have engineering senators, their constituency council meets on Wednesday nights, so as long as I've been on GSB, the engineering senators have.
They now meet on Tuesday nights.
Previously, my freshman year on GSB, there was not an engineering senator who was able to attend the constituency council because of the conflict. That was fine, so it is a discretion. I think that if these 4 people feel they're qualified, and nobody else is nominated, we have 4 people for 4 slots. Nobody else is looking at least right now, to take on this fairly large responsibility. So I think that we should vote on the 4 applicants or 4 nominees tonight because they feel they're qualified. I think they're qualified. I know all of them personally except for Senator Gallagher, who I hope to get to know more personally in the future. I strongly urge you to vote on it fairly fast.
Senator Pinson.
I just want to call the question.
Okay, we need to bring them back in. Yeah, bring them.
You should read this. Herman, we're actually going to impeach you, so you might just want to leave.
Kevin, save me having to resign.
Oh, go do that. So much good.
Okay, Senator Mazzoni. Okay, so the motion was to fill all 4 blanks with the 4 names of the 4 nominees. Yes. Does that mean is there any objection to UC and fill the blanks?
I object.
Okay. With that, we will go to a placard vote. Placards up for yes if you want to fill the blanks. These 4 names. Down, up for now. Down, up for abstentions. By a vote of 27 to 1 to 3, we'll fill the blanks with those 4 names. We're now back on the bill as a whole, and it is 11:43, so we immediately move into voting. So,
UC?
is there any objection to UC? This passes. We're now on Senate Order 2013-1-016 as 3 city members appear.
Hi, city members of the Public Relations Committee. Yeah, so pretty much what we've been doing, there's 7 spots. I kind of gave an overview of what PR does last week. I'll open the floor for the nomination.
Floor is now open for nominations. We're just gonna do it all night. Vice Speaker Snell.
I nominate Senator Birch. I also nominate Senator Yetley in her absence.
Does she?
She does exactly.
Senator. Don't you pull that on me. Senator Byron.
I nominate Senator Rhodes.
It's Rhodes. It's Rhodes. Yeah, it's okay. Senator Voss.
I nominate Senator Casey Pisak.
Lindbergh.
I nominate Senator Parkinson.
Accept.
Fitton.
I nominate Senator Walsh.
I'll accept.
Senator Breitbart.
I'll nominate Senator Doherty.
I accept.
Peterson.
I nominate Senator Benzoni.
Accept.
I nominate Senator Byron.
I accept.
Any other nominations? We have one, we have 9 names, 7 spots. Are there any other nominations?
I move to close the floor.
Okay, the floor is now closed. You can now address any questions you have for the nominees. The nominees are Birch, Yetley, Rode, Pisak, Parkinson, Walsh, Doherty, Benzoni, Byron. Senator Fitton.
May I direct a question to Mr. Benzoni?
Go.
Is it your intent to serve at all on UA?
Yes.
Okay. That being said, any other dying needs for committees for any of the other nominees? Do you want to serve on any other committee?
If so, please address this question now.
Do we still do sustainability? Is that it?
That isn't, it's ad hoc.
Certainly. We have the 4 standing committees, and everybody has to have a seat on one of those or one of the university committees. The ad hoc committees are, if you want to chair the sustainability committee because there's particular field needs to be addressed, you would come to the speaker and have her create an ad hoc committee with you as the chair. That is being a good senator, but unfortunately, the bylaws doesn't count for your committee.
Okay.
Senator Vincent.
Also, to kind of address that point, there is a university committee, I believe it's still in effect, it was last year, even though it's not with President Joker anymore, but it was President Joker's committee on sustainability. That does count if it's still in effect, which to my knowledge is still a university committee. So that would be I yield.
I believe that the reason that some of these senators are asking that is because we do have 9 people. Not to say that competition is a bad thing, but if you feel that your services will also be somewhere else and you wanted to drop from the list and have other people to be seated, that's kind of, I think, some of the intent of these questions. But by all means, this is a fabulous committee, so fight for your right to be on it. Senator Benson.
Yes, I would, if I had to choose one, I would choose PR over you.
Well, Curtis. Yes, his problem. Other questions for our nominees? Senator Tibbs.
I guess in a fairly concise way, do you have any project ideas or do you have any ideas as far as how we can improve our public relations perception? Any
think that's something that needs to be done. And as somebody that has done journalism and PR type things before, it's not something that gets talked about as much as I believe it should be. It's something that frustrated me when I worked at the newspaper. So I think that doing something like that would be very important as well.
Yeah, Lee's not here.
Do you want to speak under Matt?
Yeah, what was the question then?
The question was, do you have any ideas as to how GSB can better our perception?
Okay, well, obviously I can't tap into Senator Yabby's mind to say those ideas, but she seated on PR this past semester. She was very active on the committee. Some ideas that she came up with, and she's currently in the process of working with myself, Vice President Fletcher, and President Hughes, and planning the retreat for the fall. So that was one idea that she came up with, and she's currently in the planning process of that. Other things she worked on was a lot with elections. She did a lot of promotional things for that, going around campus, writing on chalkboards, those types of things. So I would think she's very active. I think she'd be good on the committee.
Senator Rhodes. Yeah, I have a lot of ideas. If just to give you guys a background, and I know it's not completely the question, but just to give you guys a background of my experience working with PR. I'll just start back in high school, which is kind of embarrassing. But I was a cheerleader in high school. I've been to a lot of different schools, so I went to 5 schools in high school, so I know very well how to adapt. And my senior year, I moved and I got the opportunity to run all the pep rallies and plan all of them. So I did that in high school my senior year. I am currently in fashion merchandising. My option is fashion marketing, and my second major is event planning. What I plan to do actually is PR stunts, so publicity stunts. As far as ideas, I'm sorry. Also, I currently no longer work there because I wanted to get my grades up so I could be on GSB next year. But I used to be an assistant event management office, and I'm very, I know a lot of policies there. When I didn't have something to do, I would read the policies. So that's just a background of what I do. Also, I'm on the events committee for IRHA, and do a lot of events for that. Moving on to ideas. I have a lot of ideas. My first idea, I think that it should be added to the outreach program that every single senator needs to take one of their largest classes and get up in front of them and tell them what GSB is. I think it should be part of it because then you'll know what GSB is. Also, I think that there should be some type of event, even if it would be event-free or a publicity stunt every single month. You may say that's a lot to put a handful on, but I think that if you want to get your name out there, then you definitely need to actually work hard on it. I am not sure, do you have a representative that works with the Daily every single day?
It's been attempted in the past. It's been unsuccessful. But we do have a daily reporter that is kind enough to show up to every meeting.
Okay.
She's been one of our best ones, in my opinion, because she stayed the longest, so. So yeah, that would be the thing.
Okay, well, I would advise that someone would be appointed as a daily representative. So what you would do is you would go to the daily and meet with them at least once or twice a week with her specifically, and then you could tell her about your stories and what you would advise her to write about. Even if it maybe not be the best PR. Sometimes the best PR can get the best buzz for people. The worst PR can get the best buzz for people to actually be interested in what we are. I know that GSB wants to have a positive outlook, but sometimes the best, as I'm repeating myself, the best way to get an outlook in general is to maybe have a couple bad stories where people are like, what's going on? And then you can fix it and be like, no, actually, we're really good at this. So I believe in strategic planning a lot. I also have...
Please eliminate the side guy.
I also have taken a class on a Twitter strategic plan at McCurr at a leadership conference I went to for IRHA. So I am trained in writing a Twitter plan, and it's an outline of generally you set your objective, and then you go through different ways where you decide how you're going to meet that. I'm going to stop talking. I have a lot of ideas, but I feel like I'll just stop there so we can all go to bed.
I think the problem with visibility isn't going to be solved by one step. I think you need a series of tangible goals and events that you can plan that slowly associate what GSB does for our student community, for the students to recognize, because I think that's the biggest problem. And before I got started here, I couldn't really tell you what GSB, I mean, I understood what they were, but I couldn't tell you what they actually did for me, and I'm a student. And so I think you need to connect constituents with their representative, and I think you need tangible goals that students can see. And I understand social media is what a lot of people use nowadays, but I think the best way for people to associate what GSB actually does is probably on campus. I mean, that's where you have all the foot traffic, that's where people can see what goes on. So I think it starts with a small set of goals, and you work from there and build a base, and I think that's when you establish really your role.
Right. Right. For those of you who don't know me, I was. This is my second year as a senator. I sure did serve on committee on lectures. But as far as events goes, for some of you who pay attention to the elections for the Radisky-Bauer campaign, I actually made the campaign videos. I do a lot of work with videos, and also I kind of have an idea for doing a commercial for Cyclone Cinema beforehand, since us and IRHA both fund that. I think we should put a 30-second commercial in front of it, especially a humorous one. I've always wanted to do like a GSB, like Harlem Shake or Gangnam Style video. I always thought that'd be awesome. I actually started to give you a little background on my video experience. I made a lot of videos growing up in high school, and I started the Iowa State Film Producers Club, which is still a club on campus. They actually came through allocations for those of you that were there. Also, I think we should, in the YouTube video, I know this is our very first one we just had recently, but I think we need to put up like chapter sections where we have the bill, like this is the bill we're discussing, like little chapter markers in there. As far as like coordination with the agenda. And also I think we need to connect with students right away at events like Destination Iowa State, right away, so freshmen have no excuse to say we've never heard of GSB. I mean, I transferred into Iowa State, so I've never been to Destination Iowa State, but I think we should have someone give a large speech like President Hughes or Speaker Williams, and just our top officers up there to introduce themselves, and so everybody knows who the top officers are. Also, we talked about social media a little bit. The videos could be, I mean, I've seen links on Twitter to videos and Facebook to videos. If we have a funny video, I mean, I think everyone's seen the Iowa State Harlem Shake video. Has everyone seen that? Okay, yeah. But anyway, so I mean, I think everyone's seen that, and if we do something fun like that, not necessarily a Harlem Shake, but if we do something fun like that, it's going to spread through the social media, and everyone's going to know who we are. So, and the second way you can get, like, especially change people's outlook on us is just to get out and meet and talk to people. And as many of you that know me, I'm a very social guy. Like Senator Rode, I actually went to 3 high schools in Iowa, and I've been to 2 colleges in Iowa. So I tend to know a lot of people, and most of my friends from all those high schools actually came to Iowa State. And I guess to do more of that, we need to do more of more Meet Your Senator days. We did that once last semester for the veterans. We were out to the library talking to people, and I think we need to be more engaging and in person, because I personally like to talk to people in person, especially over something that's a little wet in the class, and that's the way I like to approach people and have a good time. And you know, we need to get out there and more Meet Your Government days, and especially pending the results of this upcoming event here. And I guess I have a bunch more things on here I listed. I have about 20 different bullet points. So yeah, so I mean, I'll let someone else speak for a little bit.
All right, I don't know how I'm going to follow that, but obviously, GSB election is going to start out with that huge. 8% turnout. Gunther can't do it all by himself. We definitely need to help out and get the GSB name out of it, or get the GS name out there. I served on
committee that basically had developed a toolkit for a group called the Quackers. That, there were kids with the cause, and it was for Global Youth Service Day. And they needed a toolkit, and they wanted to get their ideas out there. And we actually developed about a 30-page toolkit that got dispersed across the state for groups like them to start up. And I mean, that was a big PR scheme. I think something like that might be effective here. Any way we can network is crucial. I mean, just getting the name out there. We need to go out and talk to constituents. Obviously, that's just a job of the senator. But for PR to go out there and say, hey, you know, we could do, or GSB has this money. Every club, every organization, you know, money. If you want money, you got to come to GSB. And I know I was talking to a friend the other day, and he said, you're on GSB. Like, what do you guys do? I'm like, well, we do a number of things. We allocate money. He's like, well, do you guys have very much money? And I'm like, well, it's in the millions. He's like, no, it's not. And I'm like, no, seriously. So people have no idea what goes on here, and that definitely needs to be understood. So that's all I have.
Jordy?
Yes, everybody's made great points tonight. But I want to say that I love social media, and I think it's a great way to get out your name recognized, but I also, a lot of people can probably attest to this when they were getting their signatures for this. A lot of people said when you walked up to them and said, I'm running for GSB, first question they'd ask, okay, well, what's GSB? And the fact is that we've had social media sites out for a while now. You know, it's great that we're using those, but I informed a lot of people what GSB is by personally talking to them myself as a candidate. And I believe that GSB is not a .com, it is not a website, it is, you know, it's campus. That's where we are, that's where we need to see. You know, we need to make our presence understood. And I don't believe you can replace FaceTime with social media or any other media. The way you're going to get people to know who you are and understand who you are is through FaceTime. So that's what I'd like to do, and I know a lot of people aren't very interested in getting out and having more FaceTime because it's more time out of your schedule that you have to dedicate to something. But if we want to get our name out there and we want to be understood, we've got to make that commitment to get to know our constituents. Some of the ideas I've been working on with Dan here in the College of Business is we've already made steps to ensure that the College of Business, the people who run the College of Business know who we are. We've contacted the websites, we've contacted their newsletters, just to ask them, hey, can you please put at least our emails in the newsletters or on the website, so that if people have a problem, there's more access to find out who we are. You know, something so it's one less step for them to have to go. So you go to iowastate.com or iastate.com and look up GSB, click Senators, scroll down to find College of Business. That's more steps for them, and the easier we make it for students to find out who we are, the more presence we have. I've got a lot of other ideas, but it is midnight, so I'm gonna slow down and start rambling.
I'm gonna try and keep it brief because I don't want to be here as much as you guys don't want to be here. So.
I did mention that in the question for you.
Pretty easy thing. I think that it's sort of a, I hate to quote Reagan, but sort of trickle-down thing. So we need to network with leaders of various groups. You know, we already do. We need to let them know, let their own groups know that we exist, know that we're a tool that students can use. And so I've already started working with that through UA to try and get it better. That was more of an idea to get them tighter together, but the same tool form that I created could be used as a tool to basically for us to network with those leaders, and then for those leaders to network with their own. I don't want to say constituents, but it's basically the members of that group. Beyond that, I think we need to basically start working in subtle ways and kind of worming our way into people's minds, if you will. That is, basically asking the groups that we fund to say, you know, can you put a funded by GSB up here? And then when they're coming up on the corner of the sign, and then when they come up to get their hot dog or whatever it is, they say, oh, what's GSB? And so then they start thinking about it, and suddenly worming our way into their minds, and so eventually we'll get on their minds and look it up. You know, we'll get going. Also, I want to have a flash mob, and Meet Your Government Day, I love it, and I would love to find things like that. So I'm already running over more than I wanted to, so I'm done.
Myra.
To keep this short and quick, we need to get out there and meet people. Our website is aesthetically dead. We need to reliven it up. Through the elections, I've gotten into contact with many of the people who put the advertisements on the TVs or on campus, and I think we can use this way to our advantage. And also, I have a great idea about the logo that I'll be sharing with President Hughes sometime, and not necessarily changing it completely, but adding a little to it, so.
Okay, Senator Herman, the floor is yours.
All right, I have one question, and I want it to be kept to like 30 seconds.
I'll time it.
4 words. I know you will. All right, I believe that social media is an absolutely horrible way for us to get out because it puts us in the backseat where people have to find us versus where we have to go out and search outside. And I think it's been stated by most people that FaceTime is obviously better. What I would like to hear is, you know, for us, the reason we do social media is it's free. Or if we do a daily ad, it's $160. It's cheap. How can we cheaply, or to no expense at all, get out and interact with people on campus? And kind of the segue off that, as you may know, you're required to do 1 hour of office hours, or somewhere on campus, you sit 1 hour a week to, you know, to meet people. If you've ever done that, nobody ever comes up to you and talks to you. So maybe a possible way to reformulate that, but probably adding on to way more discussion, but keep that in mind. So those are the 2 things I'd like my question focus on. How we can cheaply, or for no cost at all, get out and have events or ways to interact with people.
Senator Herman, do you want it to be limited to?
I don't care.
I mean, I'm not going to do it if you.
No, it doesn't have to be limited, just please brief.
Senator Birch.
I think you just, part of it is you gotta go to those places where you know a lot of people are. Like setting up just a table or whatever at the MU or over the Parks Library, various other places where a lot of students gather. And because even if you just have a sign there that says that it's GSB, somebody will come up and wonder what it is. People are curious. That's just how it is. So I think finding a way to kind of use these crowds of people to your advantage. Maybe some days you have free food, maybe some days you just stand there with a sign. Either way, you're going to get people that will come to you.
Yep.
I never know.
Okay.
Do you want to say anything?
No? Okay. Road?
I'll be brief, sorry. Okay, so like I said before, I think that every senator should have to talk in one of their classes, and through the whole class, about what GSB is. Also, I strongly believe in PR stunts. I also strongly believe in not spending a lot of money. So just an idea, it never went through, but I did plan a flash mob with one of my PR classes. It never went through, but what you can do is you can do things like a flash mob. You can do things like, did anyone see the gorilla walking around campus? And the sign saying, take a picture of the gorilla, you get something free, or something like that. You could do something like that. You could have some crazy outfit walk around campus. That would get people's attention. So just general PR stunts. I can think of more, but I'm just gonna move on. Also, we could work with clubs. So say a club event's happening like Orchesis. Orchesis always has footfalls. What you could do for that is you could simply just walk up to the club and be like, I believe it's GSB funded because it's a student organization. So you can be like, hey, we fund you. We would love to speak at your event. And then you go and you speak at the event and you speak. You have to make it upbeat, definitely. You can't make it boring. But that's what you could do. So you could speak at events that they have. I have scribbled down something, but I can't read it because I have atrocious handwriting. So I'm just going to go with that. Do you want to hear anything more? I can keep going. Okay.
I don't think setting up a table and just throwing a GSB banner in front of it will necessarily garner attention because people don't usually stop. People usually just walk by, and you may get some passerbys, but realistically, that's not necessarily going to attract more visibility than we already have. And I also don't want to associate GSB with something silly like and I'm not attacking your idea, I'm just saying a pink gorilla walking around isn't necessarily conveying our message. I think you need to find groups that are going to be interested, convey what we do, and then have them network. So you start and you reach out to people and then hopefully you build a base and work from there. But I don't necessarily just think sitting at a table is going to garner attention. And I don't necessarily think standing at a corner is going to garner attention, though it might help. But I think the visibility problem is probably bigger than that. I don't have one solution for it, but I think it's going to take ingenuity to probably reach some sort of goal that's tangible and reachable.
Parkinson?
Okay, yeah, I actually kind of agree, I agree with the last two ideas. I think we as a body need to attend more events that we fund. I actually went to the International Food Day, excuse me, the International Food Fair. Yeah, there we go. And we did fund some of that. And I talked to a lot of the different people, and they don't know what GSB is. And I think we need to, face-to-face is the most important, but it's upon us as senators to get out there. Yeah, I know some people might be a little more reserved and less outgoing than others, but you have to kind of get over that. It depends on yourself. And also, I think you need to base your out-of-office hours in social environments. I did mine in the library my first semester last year, and I barely had anybody. I had one person come meet me because we had set the meeting up. Otherwise, nobody talked. Because the library is a place to study, it's not a social environment. You should go to places like the Hub, where people are there to socialize and talk and drink coffee, or the Carryover coffee. So restaurants, and now that I'm in campus town, I'm going to be doing my out-of-office hours either at Jimmy John's Fighting Burrito, places like that where I want to get awesome food, and then two, I can meet with a whole bunch of, there's all sorts of people that come over there. So, I mean, that's kind of the way I think of it. The best way to connect with our constituents is to get out there. And actually, before, when we had connecting with constituents, we used to have to go to a club each month, and I think we should have a generic slideshow with some good humor, and not only some good humor, like some serious elements to tell people who we are and what we do here. And I think we need, as senators, need to go to those clubs. We still need to do that. And that's the best way to reach a mass audience right away. If there's a club of 40 people and you get 15 minutes to go up with this GSB slideshow and you can go through things, have some good jokes, be humorous, be fun, they're going to come out with a positive feeling from GSB. And I feel like that's the main thing, is we want to increase the positive feeling from our constituents. So.
Walsh.
All right, I'm going to be very brief. I'll say this till I'm blue in the face. Networking, networking, networking. In a perfect world, you might go out and be like, hey, I'm on GSB, like, here's what we're doing, are you interested? Not everybody's going to be interested. I mean, that's just how our political system works. But you will find people who will be interested. And it's not just about saying, hey, come tell me what you want. It's like, hey, here's an issue, and empower them to go out and get other people to join in, because that's what it's all about. I mean, we can't do everything here. We can only do what our constituents want us to do. So if we go out there and empower our constituents and students here at Iowa State and get them involved, I mean, that can only spread the word more and more. So just got to get out there and get people on board.
Jordy?
I very much agree with that last one. Like handshakes are typically free. I've never charged for them. But I do agree with our own constituencies. I'm in the College of Business, and one thing I plan on doing, at least in the fall semester when most of the students are coming back with new students, is giving just a little presentation at the beginning of the club meetings. I know marketing club, finance club, the really big clubs is where I'm going to get the most exposure for what I'm doing. And what I'd like to do at those meetings is say, here's some things we've done on campus that you may or may not have noticed, but that's what we did. What else can we do for you? I know me and Dan Radisky talked to me before the elections. And I really like the platform. It's not tooting your own horn if you say, this is what we've done before, now what else can we do for you? And I'd like that to be our message. We're here to work for you, and we'd like your input on what we're doing. We don't appreciate being left in the dark by most students when we're trying to represent them.
All right, as always, my fellow nominees have excellent ideas, which might pale in comparison. But I do really like the "What can GSB do to you?" or "do for you" idea, but to get my believe I addressed the question pretty well in the previous question, but as reiterate, we need to work through existing on-campus leaders because they already have those networks built with these people that we can work through. And we can do that for effectively no money. And so all I need to say is we need to reach out to the leaders. It's a much smaller group. It's much more manageable. We don't have to go out and elaborate and bother people while they're studying and say, hi, I'm on GSB. You know, we can work through existing leaders on campus that want to work with us. And so those leaders can work with their own people. And then the one other place that I think we really need to work is people come to GSB for help. They want money most of the time, but for other reasons too. We need to place ourselves where people need help. I don't know exactly where that would be. Places like student legal services, that kind of thing. We need to place ourselves, maybe even a physical person there, or have some sort of presence in those locations where people go to get help. Beyond that, I do love all of the other nominees that you said. I think we should implement those too.
Well, we need to get better at kissing babies. Well, actually, hopefully, for most cases, there's no babies on campus because that leads to college dropouts sometimes. Anyways, we need to, when we get out there, we need to go where, like people said, where they're not trying to study or anything. You know what? Go stand on a Cyride and talk to people while they're on a Cyride. I mean, that's something we fund, and they have to at least talk to you for 20 seconds between stops. So, get yourself out there.
Okay, that is all the nominees for that question. Just so the Senate knows, we have 13 minutes remaining on this bill, and we have yet to discuss the nominees while they're not in the room. Senator Neal.
Okay, I have a real quick question for only one of the nominees. Senator Rode, you had a lot of good ideas, I thought, but one of the ideas that you talked about was talking in front of an auditorium or whatever. Are you talking about, would you be in favor of mandating that for all senators, or are you talking about just providing senators with the tools to do that?
Can you rephrase that?
Okay, so for
what I'm getting from it is, am I going to provide them with the tools to go out and do it, or do I want to make it mandatory? You know what? I would not mind taking time out of my day to meet with every single one of you and talk to you about how to speak in front of people and help you out. I'm okay with that. I will take lunch with you and I will help you do that. Say I did do this and I met with you and you were just completely appalled about the idea, I will take time out of my day and go to your class and talk for you if you don't want to. I'm not kidding. This is how much I want this. So I think it should be mandatory that either you speak in that class or someone up behind on your behalf will go speak in that class. I think that maybe there could be a process of why someone else would be speaking, but I think if you're in GSB and maybe you don't want to talk publicly, I think it's your job to speak to your constituents. So maybe working on your public speaking skills would be good.
Can we have the nominees lead their witness, please? Point of order, please. All right, maintaining the floor, I have 2 quick points. One concern is Senator Benzoni, who ran for UH here last week, ran for Rules tonight, and is now running for another committee before, depending on whether he runs for another committee. So that's my only concern if we're dealing with my nominees. Second of all, I will speak on Senator Walsh's behalf. Senator Walsh is actually my predecessor in an organization outside of ISU, and when he talked about the Quackers Project, that's something he did the year before he got elected chair, which was 2 years before I got elected chair. And it was very effective for our organization after all. Our at the end, I've spoken about SIAC many a times, but what Gabe really did, his passion of talking with people and networking, really made a difference from SIAC. I mentioned a time or two before. We went from having my first year, Gabe and I's first year both, having 14 applicants for 21 positions, which is something GSB can empathize with, to having 40 applicants for 10 positions by the time I left office. So Gabe really was instrumental in that change and really has a passion for these type of things. So you.
Senator Blankenberg.
All right, so I'm going to speak on behalf of Senator Parkinson, who, first of all, he does know many people, and I've seen him advertising GSB to all sorts of just random students as we've been walking around campus. And also, speaking further on him, we occasionally talk, and when we do talk, GSB comes up, and he's spent on several occasions like 30 or 40 minutes talking about some of these projects that he's mentioned briefly tonight, like a similar version of Meet Your Government Day that he was telling me about a couple weeks ago, and he's very passionate about these ideas and would make a great PR committee member.
Senator Kinsler.
Yeah, I would like to first just kind of raise a couple of things of concern. Not really concern, just points of information. That's not very good. One with Senator Benzoni, he was, I feel, very valuable as a UA committee member. I know he did a lot of work with the name escapes me, but
Club Connect.
Club Connect, thank you. And I think that being that's just starting to be implemented, I think that maybe it would be he would better serve GSB on UA committee, seeing as how he was going to put that idea together. It's starting to be implemented, and if anything goes wrong, it'd be really good to have him kind of at the reins of that. Senator Doherty, I think he's expressed interest in possibly serving on a sustainability committee, although he's not aware of what those committees are at this point. I do think that if that's one of his passions, I think he should really go that route. As far as specifically speaking for individuals, I know Senator Yetley and Senator Parkinson very well. They were both very valuable, as well as Senator Barrow last year on PR. I had the honor of serving, the privilege of attending 2 committee meetings, and they had a very good discussion within the group. So I do think that it would be good to have them there as far as kind of returning members. But I am excited to see some of the new senators get on as well. So with that, I yield.
President Hughes.
Yeah, I just want to provide some information like I did earlier with a different committee, and not really try to push you in any direction, but one of the few senators, really one of the only senators outside of the leadership who contacted me about an issue and really wanted to discuss that issue was Senator Doherty. He sent me an email with the concern he wanted to discuss, and I responded to him, and we had a nice little conversation. So he did reach out to me to discuss that. I can tell he has a lot of passion. He has the energy to do things. Now, whether or not this is the right fit for him or not, that's your decision. But I wanted to share that so you had that information. That he did reach out to me. He wants to represent students on GSB, so he does have that kind of energy.
Senator Breitbart.
I'd like to speak on behalf of Senator Doherty as well. As both him and I are 2 new senators here. He approached me within the first week of being elected and wanted to plan events. He already outreached to the website for the college business as well as their meeting group, and had ideas about going to finance club meeting, accounting club meeting, and outreaching, saying, hey, we're here for you if you need any help. And he's very passionate about it, and I know there's some questions raised about him also relating to sustainability, and he said that although he is interested in it, that is his second choice. So this is really what he's passionate about, and he really like to do this.
Senator Peterson.
I just want to talk in defense of that gentleman. He's been putting himself out for a lot of positions. It's not that he's trying to overexert himself or stretch anything that he can. He's a computer programmer. He has a specific checklist of things he wants. He's a hard worker, and what was that last thing?
Senator Yetley, but in her absence, I just want to make sure that her name stays in all of our minds. She was, I would actually say Phoebe was probably pretty critical to PR last semester. She was, as PR Chairman Bauer said earlier, she was very active in PR, and I think it'd be a darn shame to not reinstall her as one of the senators on the PR committee just because she's not here. So keep that in mind. Another person I'd like to speak up for is Senator Birch. She is new to the Senate. I work with Amy at the Daily, and I've had a lot of leadership positions in my life. And one of the continuing, ongoing problems of any leadership position is trying to identify talent and utilize them in the best way possible. And Amy's pretty shy, she's pretty quiet, you can gather that. She'll speak when spoken to, and every once in a while speak up, but she's not as big and outgoing as some of us are. And because of that, in the very social environment of the Daily, where you got a lot of people who are very outgoing, sometimes the people who are good at their jobs, but are a little bit more behind the scenes, a little bit more technical, a little bit more of the planning and coordinating types, they get kind of left behind and they get forgotten about. I believe Amy is one of those people. She's a graduate student, she's already got a bachelor's degree in this kind of thing. She's a graduate student in JLMC right now. So this is what she does. The PR kind of thing is her life. This is what she wants to do. And that's what she's doing, her master's degree and whatnot. So it'd be a darn shame if GSB didn't recognize the hidden talent, just like I think the Daily probably didn't recognize the hidden talent there too. So I would advocate on her behalf as well. And other than that, this is a tough choice. I don't know what else to say about this. So
The Senate has 2.5 minutes before we move directly into voting. Commissioner Gunn.
Okay, real quick, I want to speak out to people real quick. So, Senator Roche is on IHA with me. She is like the blood that runs through IHA for any of the events. She's got the know-how, she knows how to plan things, so I really think you should take people very seriously in contention for the spot. Also, real quick on Senator Roche, I think it's been a long time since we've had an active member from a graduate perspective. So I'm glad that we have 2 graduate senators that are taking an initiative to actually be a part of GSB and be on one of the central, has interest to be in one of the central committees. And lastly, I want to talk on Phoebe. She's a really good person. I know that she really is passionate about PR. I think you should also think about having her on PR. I think she did a great job this year with the election.
Voss.
How much time do we have left?
Approximately 2 minutes.
I would like to speak on behalf of, we've been talking about other people, but one thing we may have left out was Casey Fesek, the newly elected senator here. Although we may take our first choice to the senators because we know them better, I'd like to point out that just going off of what I have telling you, that Senator Fesek is a very capable person. He came to this late, whereas he didn't know how to essentially become part of GSB, and now that he knows the means, I think he would be very beneficial to the group as a whole, and as to the PR itself. And so I want you to take him into consideration when you're voting, so it comes down to the fine line between two senators, but to keep him in your thoughts as you are voting. And with that, I yield.
1 minute, Senator Reed. Oh.
I just want to quickly vocalize my support for Senator Walsh. I know I'm outside of GSB from the working class, and he has, I think, more enthusiasm for going to student body than I've ever met. He'll come and talk to me about it, and his face is just glowing, and I think that that's the kind of positive energy we need on the PR committee. So, I don't know.
Senator Biden.
I'm just going to motion to extend the debate by 2 minutes, just so I can, Senator Peterson can say the remarks.
I'm just going to ask if we are allowed to extend the debate, independently extended longer than 2 minutes.
Okay, extend it 5 minutes. Move to extend the debate 5 minutes. I don't want to express my opinion on who should be on PR and who should not, so I don't think that's my place. But I just wanted to mention that the members that were on PR last term or involved in PR last term were very active. They were a good resource to myself and the community as a whole. I just want to say that those three were yet to by Road and Parkinson. So I'll just leave it at that.
Senator Fitton.
Can we get the nominees, please? Unless there's.
John D. He wants to say movies, but we want
I ask unanimous consent of the Senate to fill the first blank with Senator Byron.
Are there any objections? That passes.
I ask unanimous consent of the Senate to fill the second blank with Senator Yetley.
Are there any objections? There
I'll yield.
Senator Green.
I ask unanimous consent of the Senate to fill the third blank with Senator Parkinson.
Are there any objections?
And I ask unanimous consent of the Senate to fill the fourth blank with Senator Rode.
Object.
That's all.
Not to personally, just we should vote.
Did you have an answer? No?
I'll yield.
Senator Kensler.
Motion to fill the fourth blank.
Second.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna move into voting. Say the name of the person you want most to serve on the PR committee. Byro, Yetley, and Parkinson already have their name, filling the blanks. So please do not say their names. And the remaining names are, yes, good point. Senator Burge, Rode, Fusen, Walsh, Doherty, Benzoni. That's it. You want me to repeat those one more time?
Yes.
Okay. Burge, Rode, Fusen, Walsh, Doherty, Benzoni. What? Yes.
I asked for UC to fill in the fourth blank with Senator Walsh.
Oh, we're already on the motion. What? Yeah, so we're gonna go into voting, and then, so the voting, once again, say the name of the person you most want to be on PR committee with those 6 names remaining, 4 spots remaining. Are there any questions? We'll move into voting. Bauer. Benzoni. Breitbart.
Senator Doherty.
Brody.
Senator Doherty.
Birch.
Abstain.
Byro.
Abstain.
Clark.
Birch.
Doherty.
Abstain.
Fesek.
Abstain.
Fitton.
Pass.
Gallagher.
Doherty.
Kaufman.
Walsh.
Kensler.
Pass.
Kearns.
Rode.
Knee.
Road.
Lund.
Rode.
Merle.
Doherty.
Osborne.
Doherty.
Parkinson.
Abstain.
Peterson. Blankenberg.
Birch.
Road.
Abstain.
Snell.
I'll abstain.
Swanson.
Road.
Talon.
Doherty.
Turtle.
Road.
Can you repeat that?
Road.
Doherty?
That's a new one.
Boss. Walsh.
Abstain.
Wilson. Wolf.
Doherty.
Fitton.
Doherty.
Kinsler.
Doherty.
Did I miss anyone else?
Me.
Boss.
Visa.
Okay, we don't have a majority vote on anyone, so we're gonna vote again.
What was the count?
Wait, does it, don't we need a majority? Like, out of everyone here?
Yeah.
Yeah. One
Okay,
information.
you want the vote count?
Yeah, what was the vote count?
Vote count, 10 for Doherty, 4 for Road, 2 for Birch, 1 for Walsh, 1 for Fisek, 1 for Benzoni. A lot of abstentions, I'm sorry, I did not tell.
Ask
What
QC,
is, go ahead, that's what I was.
ask QC if the Senate to fill the fourth blank with Doherty.
Are there any objections? That blank is filled.
What is, and point of information, what is majority right now?
We have, yeah, we need 16.
And how many abstentions were there in the last vote?
I did not tell you that.
Okay, so can we even get 16 if all the candidates
Yes,
abstain?
you can.
Yeah.
We can, okay.
Vice Speaker Snow.
I ask unanimous consent of the Senate to fill the next blank with Rhodes.
Second.
Are there any objections?
Object.
Okay, I ask the consent of the Senate to fill the next blank with Birch.
Are there any objections?
Object.
Okay, this is too much for rounds. Too good.
Okay, guys, remain positive. I know it's late. I know we're all tired, but we can do this. Senator Jones.
I move to fill the next blank.
Okay.
Second.
We now have Birch, Road, Fisek, Walsh, Benzoni. I just ask that you guys really feel for the temperature of the room. Please vote if you can vote. I mean, like, if it's not a conflict of interest, let's do this.
As a point of information to the chair, the nominees can vote for themselves, correct?
Yeah. They totally can. Thank you. Bauer. Benzoni.
Abstain.
Breitbart.
Road.
Point of order.
Brody. Birch.
Abstain.
Byro.
Pass.
Clark.
Birch.
Doherty.
Fisek.
Fisek.
Abstain.
Fitton.
Walsh.
Gallagher.
Road.
Kaufman.
Pass.
Kinsler.
Road.
Kearns.
Road.
Mead.
Road.
Lund.
Road.
Merle.
Road.
Osborne.
Road.
Parkinson.
Road.
Peterson.
Road.
Blankenberg.
Road.
Road.
Abstain.
Snell.
Abstain.
Swanson.
Road.
Talon.
Road.
Turhall.
Road.
Voss.
Pass.
Walsh.
Abstain.
Williams. Abstain. Wilson. Wolf.
Road.
As a point of privilege, I'll change mine to road. I thought she was already filled.
As a point of personal privilege, I'll vote for Birch.
I still have some people that passed, so I'm still going back through those.
point of information, who did vote?
Fitton voted for Road. I realized this, but who passed? I'm sorry. Senator Voss.
Road.
Kaufman.
Road.
Did anyone else pass? Okay, Rhodes' name fills that blank with 18 votes. We now have 2 remaining blanks with 4 names. Birch, Pisek, Walsh, Benzoni. Sorry. I did not see who's planning this first.
We're doing the same thing.
Okay, Senator Clark.
I move to fill the 6th blank.
Yeah, okay, let's vote. Bauer. Benzoni. Did you need the names again?
Yes, please.
Okay, we will start over the voting after I give the names. The 4 remaining names are Birch, Fisek, Walsh, Benzoni. We will now begin voting. Bauer.
Stay.
Benzoni.
Stay.
Breitbart.
Birch.
Brody.
Birch.
Birch.
Abstain.
Byro.
Birch.
Clark.
Birch.
Doherty.
Bisek.
Fisek.
Abstain.
Fitton.
Birch.
Gallagher.
Birch.
Kaufman.
Walsh.
Kensler.
Birch.
Kearns.
Birch.
Nee.
Birch.
Lund.
Birch.
Merle.
Bisek.
Osborne.
Birch.
Parkinson.
Birch.
Peterson.
Benzoni.
Blantenberg.
Birch.
Rode. Abstain. Snell.
Abstain.
Swanson.
Birch.
Talon.
Birch.
Turhall.
Birch.
Voss.
Pass.
Walsh.
Abstain.
Williams. Wilson. Sorry. Wolf.
Birch.
Voss.
Birch.
With 18 votes, Birch's name was that one. We have 1 remaining blank,
I move to fill the blank.
with 3 names. The 3 remaining names are Fisek, Benzoni, and Walsh. I acknowledge Senator Fitton's motion. We are now moving to vote to fill that. Give me 1 second to make a new tally. Bauer.
Abstain.
Benzoni.
Abstain.
Breitbart.
Bisek.
Brody.
Benzoni.
Birch.
Abstain.
Byro.
Pass.
Clark.
Benzoni.
Doherty.
Bisek.
Fisek.
Abstain.
Fitton.
Walsh.
Gallagher.
Abstain.
Kaufman.
Walsh.
Kensler.
Pass.
Kearns.
Abstain.
Nee.
Walsh.
Lund.
Bisek.
Merle.
Bisek.
Osborne.
Walsh.
Parkinson.
Benzoni.
Peterson.
Benzoni.
Blantenberg.
Benzoni.
Rode. Benzoni. Snell.
Abstain.
Swanson.
Walsh.
Talon.
Walsh.
Turhall.
Bisek.
Point of order.
PSAC.
Walsh.
Abstain.
Williams. Wilson. She's gone. Wolf.
What did you say? I can't.
PSAC.
I apologize.
We got you. Byro.
Walsh.
Kensler. Did I miss anyone else who passed? Okay, so we have 10 votes for PSAC, 7 votes for Walsh, and 6 votes for Benzoni. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a runout. At this time, I would ask the senators not to abstain because this is obviously it's your decision completely. It would be helpful if you choose not to abstain in this voting process. It's completely your decision, but it would be helpful. That's all I got. I had to reword that. Forget that I'm not a senator. Bauer.
Wait a minute, Corey, does the person with the least votes fall off, and now it's just between Walsh and PSAC?
Thank you. Yeah. Yes.
Point of order.
Okay. We have 1 blank remaining. 2 names are Pisak and Walsh. Bauer. Benzoni. Breitbart.
PSAC.
Brody.
Walsh.
Birch. Byro.
Pass.
Clark.
Walsh.
Doherty.
PSAC.
Pisak.
PSAC.
Fitton.
Walsh.
French. Oh gosh. Gallagher.
Walsh.
He hasn't been here all day. Kaufman.
Walsh.
Kensler. Kearns.
Pass.
Need.
Walsh.
Lund.
Walsh.
Merle. Osborne.
Walsh.
Parkinson.
PSAC.
Peterson.
PSAC.
Plattenberg.
PSAC.
Rowe. Walsh. Snell.
Abstain.
Swanson.
Walsh.
Talon.
Walsh.
Turhall.
PSAC.
Voss.
PSAC.
Walsh.
Walsh.
Williams. Wolf.
Nisha.
I am sorry. Who abstained? I don't figure out. Pass. Thank you. Byro.
Walsh.
Kensler.
Walsh.
Who else? Kearns.
Walsh.
Okay, by a vote of 16 to 10, Walsh is named as the final vote.
Question.
Are there any objections you see? This We are now on Senate Order 2013-1-012SG, sitting members of the Committee.
All right, how you bring it back real quick. So this is last committee, UA, we talked about it earlier. Do you want me to read the bill actually, or you just explain? So University Fair is basically where the catch-all, as people have explained it before. We deal with university policies and services as well as other capital projects that might be presented to us. So if you're interested, have someone nominate you.
I'm really sorry, did you just open the floor now?
I move to open the floor for nomination.
Excellent. Sorry, guys. I'm good. Okay. Kensler.
At this time, I'd like to nominate Senator Platenberg.
I accept.
Walsh.
At this time, I'll nominate Senator Clark.
Accept.
Kearns.
I'd like to nominate Senator Trundle. Is that
Fitton.
Benzoni?
He just walked out of the room.
I'll accept in his absence.
He did declare his interest already.
Yeah.
Multiple times on the record.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
Like, he's asking me to know.
Can you not refer to the record that he intended to?
That's what it said.
Yes. That we can do. I mean, he did say earlier that he was an interest.
Okay, we're going with it. Okay. Senator Fitton, you still before.
I'll yield.
Gallagher.
I'd like to nominate Senator Wolf,
I accept.
as well as Senator Talon.
I accept.
I yield.
Senator Lynn.
I'd like to nominate Senator Carroll. Accept. Senator's motion.
Accept.
Doherty.
I would like to nominate Senator Breitbart.
I accept.
Snell.
I'd like to nominate Senator Bissett.
I'll accept.
Anybody else want to nominate? All right, move to close the floor.
Second.
Okay, at this time, we can ask questions. I will. At this time, we'll ask questions of our nominees. The nominees are Platenberg, Clark, Trundle, Benzoni, Wolf, Talon, Turhall, Swanson, Breitbart, Beeson. That is 10 nominees for 7 spots. Senator Kensler.
I'd like to address the nominees, but I would like to share the time, 30 seconds or less, on one idea you have for UA. Go.
I need to get something written down.
Okay, that's fine. So please respect the 30 seconds.
Did you want 30 seconds or?
Yes.
30, okay. So how this is gonna work, I'll say your name. From there, you will have 30 seconds to answer his question. When I say stop, you literally stop talking. And then we'll move on to the next candidate. I will give you a 5-second warning. Platenberg.
All right, my idea would probably be the athletic trainer idea that was discussed by the rugby club when they came, as it is a serious thing that would impact all the clubs that are physically active and violent. Yeah.
That was 15, great. Clark.
Okay, just quickly, I was very happy to see that a group was coming forward with the goal to reduce coal. That was what I wanted to do last year. But going forward, there's so many ideas that I have. Getting more parking is something that I think would be great. Getting more representation from graduate students, which we already have as of a couple weeks ago, that's great. Maybe even international students as well. But like I said, I have a ton of ideas that I'd like to look at next year.
Trendle. Currently got anything for me?
As for specific projects, no.
Benzoni.
More than specific projects, I'd like to see more collaborative projects, and we already went over this last week with the UA president, or like chairman nominations, so I feel like we already don't need to do it, but basically I want to see more collaborative projects.
Wolf.
I also like the physical trainer idea that Senator Platenberg brought up. I think that's going to be something that's going to come up in the future and it should be addressed.
Talon.
occupancy sensors in buildings, working with facility planning and management to minimize our power consumption and carbon footprint. 2, I heard massages earlier, and that was something I really loved to jump on.
Swanson.
One thing I've heard from some people is trying to come up with more places to sit and study outside, and also trying to reduce the financial impact on students.
I think we need to connect constituents with representatives and something with the context of that. Do that, and we collaborate with the university.
Cool. That was under 2 minutes for all of you. I'm super impressed.
One of us are voted. Can I speak?
Oh my God. I'm so sorry. That is so
1 o'clock.
Yes, you may. Yeah.
I was going to say, speaking for Senator Fesak, he mentioned the event and people were kind of giving an impression, but this is his first meeting and we did just vote on a event, but that's still a very good idea that he came up with. I just so everybody just remembers it here.
Okay. With that, we'll back on the question. I am very sorry about that, gentlemen.
Alright, so I've been the pleasure of IHA working with the bike pumps and bike infrastructure. It's something I like to continue working on, whether that's bike lanes or looking at more bike pumps or looking at better bike parking. It's pretty crowded. I also, kind of example of projects that I've done. I've worked with an aerospace group, and we built a model airplane in 8 days. And that's something that other group has ever done before. 5x5 airplane, so basically I get things done.
5 seconds. Breitbart.
Okay, so I also too was an RHA and dealt a lot with the bike pump situation, and I'd like to continue that and also see more of the nice U-shaped bike parking go up around campus because everyone likes those better. And also living in Willow Hall, being one of the older dorms, I'd like to possibly replace light fixtures and things like that because sometimes in the dens you can hardly see in front of you just because of the buttons.
Senator Fitton.
I'm going to ask the nominees to leave the room.
Second? Third? Second.
Okay.
No. Yeah, weird. All right, we're taking the floor. First and foremost, people that have experience with UA specifically, who should be coming back. Plattenberg, Clark, and Benzoni, if you see this, you need to get that. Anyone else, I should urge you to come up with the comments. I yield.
Mr. Gunther.
Okay, so some of you may know that before I was the election commissioner on school the elections, I was actually UA chair. And we have a lot of good nominees. I just want to speak on Senator Dan from business, because I can't pronounce his last name, Nick from engineering, and Austin. I all know them previously through IHA or another group. I think they all have good ideas. I know that when I was talking to them through mostly IHA, that they all came up with good ideas. I think that they can take a lot of those ideas from IHA and they can bring them on to UA. And I think that a lot of the ideas that we did not finish when I was a UA chair, they can take on. So I think that this is a really good opportunity for them. And I think you should all consider the three of them for UA.
Gensler.
Yeah. I agree with Senator Fitton. I think the three that were on it last year should come back. They were all crucial in the success of the committee as a whole. They attended a few meetings. I also would like to speak up for Senator Wolf. He actually is new to GSB, but I've been impressed with his willingness to hit the ground running. He is a fellow IRJ senator. Had the pleasure of meeting him at the first IRJ meeting 2 weeks ago, and he seems really passionate about what he can do in UA, and so I fully support this. Immediately.
Jordy.
I'd like to say that on behalf of Dan Gray, I've worked with him for a few days now, and he's been one of the most driven people I've met on campus so far. It's refreshing to see, so I urge a vote for him. He's very driven, and he's very open-minded as well. I yield.
Merle.
I definitely urge a vote for Clantonburg. That seems like that's already happening, as well as Clark and Minzoni. But additionally, I'd like to say that when I was in IRHA, Nick Turhall really got a lot of things done, and I would urge you to vote for him.
I've worked extensively with Senator Turhall. I'm actually serving on the Bradley cabinet with him this year, as well as through IRHA. And he really knows what he's doing. He's really organized and keeps our group on track, encourages projects that we're working on, and helps out in any way he can. So I would strongly encourage you guys to vote for him.
Road, keep it short, I promise. Okay, Senator Turhall is a great person. IRHA, he speaks the most on everything that we do. I would say he's probably the most knowledgeable person on IRHA. I'm saying that over the president of IRHA. I think that he does so well on it. He gets a lot of stuff done. I look up to him as a president in my hall to run my council as he runs his, because the way he runs his Freddie Court council, not Freddie Court, Friday, I'm sorry, it's really late, is amazing. Personally, I think so, the connections that he has. And on Dan, I don't know Dan's birthright. I'm sorry. He speaks well in IRHA. I'm on MWL. I meet with him in President's Council for MWL every semester. We're working on a bill together to redo the game room. He likes to be really involved. He's good with that. Also, I did visa service day with him, and I can say he was the one person that stepped up the most to help with visa service day. He was all over the place, wheelbarrowing wood up a hill, taking giant things and throwing it, like sawing things. So he's pretty good. He volunteers, he steps up. I'm done. Promise.
Ask to bring the nominees back in.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I ask unanimous consent of the Senate to fill the first blank with Senator Blackwood.
Zoning objection.
I ask unanimous consent of the Senate to fill the second blank with Senator Clark.
Zoning objection.
I ask unanimous consent of the Senate to fill the third blank with Senator Benzoni.
Is there any objection?
UC of the Senate to fill the fourth blank with Turhall.
Is there any objection?
I yield.
Senator Jordan.
I move to fill the next one, I'm not sure what number, with Senator Breitbart.
Object.
Point of inquiry, Senator Benji was the second one, Clark, and then the third one, Legion Zone.
Correct.
The floor is open.
I move to fill the next blank.
Okay. Give me 1 second. These names are running to get this set. Sorry about that.
Will the chair please say the names?
Yes. Trendle, Wolf, Talon, Swanson, Breitbart, and Feaster.
Point of information, Mr. Chair, that all the names are up on the screen if you need a reference.
Thank you.
He's not here. He's not.
So, as a reminder, the voting process works. Say the name of the person you most want on the committee. I will say that it would be helpful if you feel for the temperature of the room, and if you want, it would also be helpful to not abstain. That, Bauer.
Wolf.
Benzoni.
Pass.
Breitbart.
Abstain.
Brody.
Wolf.
Birch.
Pass.
Benzoni, did you pass? Byram. Clark.
Talon.
Doherty.
Wolf.
Bisek.
Abstain.
Fitton.
Wolf.
Gallagher.
Wolf.
Kaufman. Kensler.
Wolf.
Kearns.
Abstain.
Need. Lund.
Wolf.
Merle.
Wolf.
Osborne.
Wolf.
Parkinson.
Wolf.
Peterson.
Breitbart.
Plettenberg.
Wolf.
Road.
Breitbart.
Snell.
Abstain.
Swanson.
Abstain.
Talon.
Wolf.
Turl.
Wolf.
Voss.
Excuse me, pass.
Walsh.
Wolf.
Williams.
Abstain.
Wolf.
Abstain.
Benzoni.
Breitbart.
Birch. Voss.
Wolf.
By a vote of 17 to 3, 17 for Wolf, 3 for Breitbart, 1 for Talon. Wolf's name feels that way. Senator Fitton.
I move, or ask you to see the Senate fill the sixth blank with Senator Breitbart.
Object.
Okay, it was objected.
I will move to fill the next blank.
Okay?
Point of information, since you're, can we vote to override the objection?
No, that's like.
No, I asked for UC,
That's
so
what this code is.
Good question. Okay. We will then vote on that, filling that blank. The remaining names are Trendle, Talon, Turl, wait,
actually, I'll withdraw my motion and just ask to fill the blank with Breitbart by a placard vote, please.
okay.
That's fine.
Please raise your placard yes if you'd like to fill the name with or with Breitbart. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes means you want Breitbart's name in the blank. No means you don't, and abstain means abstain. Up for yes. Down. Up for no. Down. Up for abstentions. By 20 to 1 to 6, Breitbart's name fills that blank. Senator Fitton.
I'll move to fill the seventh blank with BSEC. By a placard vote.
Okay. Yes means you want to fill the blank with FSEC. No means you do not want to. Abstain means abstain. Up for yes. Keep them up. Up for discussion. No. By a vote of 21 to 5, please explain for us.
Question.
Are there any objections, you see? This passes. We're now on Senate Order 2014-1-001 SG, seating the Center at Cyride Board of Trustees.
Well, this one has a lot less blanks. This is the title, seating a senator on Cyride Board of Trustees.
Consider adjourned.
I would like to refer to the executive director to talk a little bit about this.
Okay, so Cyride Board of Trustees, GSB has a pair of representatives, one of them which is nominated by you all. So basically, the responsibility of the Board of Trustees is to work on the directing board of Cyride and represent the student body there. So a lot of what Cyride does is centered around students. A lot of their rides are students, and they recognize that. But some of it's administrative, and some of it is open chances to have feedback and interact with the Cyride board and the leadership of Cyride. So there's both a chance to learn about the community and how Cyride works, as well as to have an impact on how it influences our community. I guess one of the things I will note is that I think it's probably important that you know about the finance side of GSB if you're going to take this position, not only because I'm the finance director, but also because there are upcoming budget talks within Cyride because of the increasing number of students on campus. So I would strongly encourage that the nominee be someone experienced in GSB and experienced in at least a little bit of the finances. And if they're not experienced, that they're willing to invest the time now to do so. So the other part about this is that typically the question arises, do you have to be names over the summer? You do not. However, you do have to make yourself available to count towards quorum by telecommuting into meetings and participating that way. So typical engagement, 1 meeting a month. You get a packet that's anywhere from 20 to 45, 50 pages of information that you're supposed to have looked at, and then you will go over at a meeting. There might be various other responsibilities, but that's Cyride at a glance.
President Hughes, you have something to add?
Sure, yeah. So this, along with SSFTC, is probably one of the handful, I guess not just those two, but definitely one of the most important committee appointments, and GSB has 2 seats on the Cyride Board of Trustees. One is elected by the Senate, so that's what you're doing here tonight. I got an email earlier today from the administrative assistant over at Cyride who said that whoever is appointed will have to get approved. Hold on a second. No, I'm reading it. Okay, you have to go to the city council at some point and get approved by them, and then your first, never mind. You'll have to take an oath of office as well in the Ames City Council, or the city clerk's office. Wow, it's 1:15 in the morning, so excuse me, I can't read straight. But anyway, so like I said, it's an important thing. So if you are interested and you're willing to put time in, you should go for it. I'll also let you know that, so this is the whole reason why I started speaking. There are 2 seats from GSB on this. One is elected by the Senate, the other is appointed by me. My appointment will be finance director this year. So there you go.
And I knew that when I was talking about recommending you know your finances, because I know that conversation's coming up, having served on the board for the previous year, that it is something on the horizon, and it's coming up quick. I guess I can answer any questions if anyone wants to know what I didn't say, or otherwise I will let you all take care of business.
Do you have a question?
when do they normally meet during the school year?
That depends. Typically, it's been either Monday evenings or Thursday evenings, but we work around schedules. Meetings are scheduled whenever quorum can make it, but they are scheduled around administrators, say Warren Madden typically sits on the board, as well as city officials as well. So it really depends what the composition of the board is and what schedules line up.
Any other questions? Vice Speaker Snow.
I open the floor for nominations.
Vice Speaker Snow.
I would like to nominate Senator Pitt.
I will accept.
Kinsley.
This isn't so much a nomination as it is just some point of information for patients. And I would suggest that even if you're going to be here in the summer, or you can make it back in the summer, but yeah, you're a little worried on the finance part, please don't let that discourage you. I know Dan would be, there's no better person to learn the finances from than Dan, or finance director, or Big Skeet. So if the finance is what's holding you back, please don't let that hold you back again.
Senator Long.
I'll nominate Senator Osborne.
I accept.
Can't write. Lindbergh.
I nominate Senator Merle.
I accept it.
Sorry, Senator Gilman.
Motion closing forums.
Okay. The nominees are Fitton, Osborne, and Merle. Now ask questions of the nominees. Kinsley.
Just yes or no answer. Will you be here in the summer? Is it here in the summer?
Yes.
Osborne.
Yes.
Merle.
No, but I plan on being able to drive here. You mean,
Senator Bauer.
In a minute or less, explain why he wants to hold this position. Go.
Today. I would turn. Fitton.
I'll say I had trouble accepting this because I knew my good friend Senator Merle would be accepting as well, but the speech by FDR really gave me pause because I think I have a very firm grasp of GSB finances, and I'm getting a firmer grasp, and definitely with the consequential decisions coming up, I think my background in that aspect would definitely be a plus, so I could hit the ground running as compared to a dragging transition.
Osborne.
Well, obviously I'm new to GSB. I don't have experience with GSB finance specifically, but I am a accounting and management major, so I have experience dealing with finance, and I'm versed in the normal robust of budgets, and I also know the importance of the Cyride system, as I've lived in Ames for 3 years, and I use the buses pretty extensively, so between the two I have a decent practical experience in both finance and Cyride.
Merle.
yeah, I really liked seeing what, the reason I wanted to do this is because of what I saw that Dan did. In all honesty, I talked to him about this position and the stuff like Next Bus, and grant writing. And I really think that with the growing enrollments, or the projected growing enrollments, I'd be really interested in trying to help address those concerns, how they affect the greater demands on the Cyride system, the fiscal issues that Spencer talked about. I do not have finance committee experience, but I am the treasurer of my floor. I don't know how that compares to it, but I would be very willing to learn more about it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Senator Fitton.
Ask the nominees leave the room.
Get out of here. Gensler.
Yeah, I really like I like all the nominees, but I wrote the placard because I am just a little concerned with the amount of time that Senator Fitt might be putting in GSB already. He is on the committee already, finance, and it is a fairly time-extensive committee, and I guess I'm just in favor of seating one of the other two before we seat Senator Fitt in two different committees.
Blanford.
All right, I'm just going to speak a little bit about Senator Murrell. Going back to December when Senator Clinton was leading GSB and IRTA was conducting their interviews, I was a part of that. And he came in for a different position and immediately stood out as being super overly qualified for that and a little bit overqualified for a GSB senator. And so I've gotten to know him over the past semester, and on UA we worked together on some possibly far-fetched Cyride ideas, so he's already had some experience in this area, and I really can't think of anyone who's more qualified for the position.
Doherty.
Can I direct a question towards that?
You may.
Who do you like best? Who do you think would fit this role the best?
I'm going to leave that up to your discretion.
Bauer.
Yeah, all the candidates are highly qualified and I respect them a lot. I do like Senator Osborne. I think he stood out in my mind. Although he is the first time GSB or whatever. I think he does have the knowledge and the drive to excel in the Cyride position. He is. I don't think not having finance experience will hurt him in the position. I think being an accounting or finance or whatever major, finance-related major, I think that'll really help him excel in the position, and I think he'd be the best choice for us.
Senator Kearns.
If I can just put one last word in for Senator Murrell, he's actually talked to me about this like several times over the last few weeks. Like he's very excited about this, very passionate about it. I think that he'll put in the necessary work to learn the finances, like Dan said, that he needs to have a good background of. And I think that passion is probably the first thing to drive work ethic, and because he already wants to do it so badly, that he'll do a good job with it.
Gensler.
Freeman.
Thanks, Dan.
Fitton's
I
not
mean,
here.
it's your. It's not just that's a great thing, too. Gensler.
Taking the floor, I'd like to motion to fill a blank.
Okay, please say the name of the senator that you want to, whose name you want to fill this blank, which is the only person that will be appointing. Okay, one moment, I want to recount the number of senators in the room so I know how many we need for majority. Okay, we have 28 senators present, so that means we need 15 for a majority, just so you're all aware. With that, let's do some voting. Wait, yes. Okay. Bauer.
Pass.
Benzoni.
Merle.
Breitbart.
Merle.
Brody.
Burrow.
Birch. No. Byro. Oh boy. Clark.
Pass.
Just hold on. Doherty.
Merle.
Fisek.
Osborne.
Fitton.
Pass.
Gallagher.
Morrow.
Kaufman.
Morale.
Gensler.
Osborne.
Kearns.
Morrow.
Mead. He's gone. Lund.
Pass.
Merle,
Pass.
Osborne, Parkinson,
Merle.
Peterson,
Peterson.
Remember, Big Brown?
Peterson, Lansberg,
Merle.
Road, Snell,
Abstain.
Swanson,
Merle.
Talon,
Osborne.
Turl,
Merle.
Voss,
Abstain.
Walsh,
Pass.
Williams, Wolf,
Merle.
Bauer,
Abstain.
Clark,
Fitton.
Lund,
Merle.
Merle,
Abstain.
Walsh.
Fitton.
By a vote of 16 for
Personal
Merle, 3 for
privilege.
Osborne. Did I miss someone? I am so sorry.
Right.
Senator Fitton.
Earl.
By a vote of 17 for Merle, 3 for Osborne, 2 for Fitton. Senator Merle's name fills the blank.
You see.
Can I do something?
Well, I was just saying that was to fill the blanks.
Okay. Are there any objections to use C? This passes. Okay, we are now on Senate Order 2013-1-013 SGC, Center of SSFTC.
Same deal. And I motion to fill blank.
Do you want, I want you to know, like, give the,
Go ahead. I want to see what happens first. Don't waste time. You have the floor.
Okay, and I nominate Vice Speaker Snell.
I accept.
Fitton.
I move to close the floor for nominations. I will not withdraw.
Second.
Okay.
I move to fill the blank with Senator Snell.
Second.
By unanimous consent.
Wait. That was way too fast. I'm sorry, it's too late for me. So the floor is now closed for nominations. Senator Fitton, you still have the floor.
I will yield.
Okay. Senator Zeller.
Can I get a recap what special student fee and tuition committee is?
Yeah.
Very important.
So that's kind of what I was here for first. So this is the committee. It's made up of half faculty and half students. The student representatives come from both GSB and the Graduate and Professional Student Senate. The faculty include Warren Madden, who's the Senior Vice President for Business and Finance, and some of his staff. Dr. Tom Hill is also in some of the meetings, who's the Senior Vice President for Student Affairs. So it's pretty, there's some prestige in the committee. And what is discussed is student fees. So the student fees that GSB collects are discussed, if the level is appropriate, if the committee determines if any new fees need establishment, or if any fee levels need to be adjusted. And while the committee doesn't make those decisions unilaterally, it does make recommendations to the Board of Regents. So that's where that kind of comes out of. So actually, I guess I can say this now, Senator Snell has experience on the committee.
Vice Speaker.
Excuse me, I apologize. Vice Speaker Snell. I've been called President Knight for a while now. So it'd be nice to have some experience, but at the same time, if you're interested, I said for Cyride, it's one of the most important committees. This is the most important committee that GSB has representation on. It is the money committee for not just the activity fee, but for all fees at the university, and talking about some pretty important stuff. The Cyride fee. One of the things I've realized now in my short time as GSB president is that everybody on campus wants more money.
So they will all be coming to this committee that are larger than GSB. Cyride is one example. There are a few other examples. They will come there and ask for more increases in fees or for establishment of new fees to support their organizations. And those will all be discussed in this committee, which is a fairly small group of about 10 people. So it's like I said, you have a real say, you have a real voice, and you're representing students and what happens to their money. So it's a big deal. That's what I got.
Senator Bauer.
Well, the nominee, in a minute or less, discuss his experience on the committee.
Certainly. I am the returning member of the Student Fees and Tuition Committee. I served on it for the previous year. I don't know if I can do better than President Hughes. He pretty much summed it up. It is a very critical and interesting committee in that essentially every dollar that is spent at the university comes through that committee with respect to the tuition dollars and the student fee dollars. We don't see the grant money or anything like that, of course, but it is essentially a committee that is one presentation after another every meeting. You have one organization that is coming to you, it's the library, the Teelan Student Health Center, then the CAP committee, and the sports committee. So my experience is simply that I've been a participating member of that committee for the last year. I think that I'd love to take more questions.
Senator Bauer.
Did we go to one year appointment?
Yes.
Okay, he's qualified, I don't know, do you have something?
Actually, I have a person. Yes. In a minute or less, as a senator last year, the only thing that I have pause about, can you speak about your commitments during the upcoming year? Because you did resign from the previous Senate and lack of representation in the Senate, so.
Yeah,
a minute or less.
Sure. To fill you guys in, I missed out on about the last month and a half or so of the last Senate session because I had 21 credit hours. That's a temporary problem. Going into the fall semester, I'll have 12 credit hours. So my time commitments will darn near be half of what they are in the upcoming year.
I move to fill the blank with Senator Stout.
Second.
By unanimous.
We already filled the blank. Didn't we?
All right, all.
Well, and then we have.
Call the question.
Second.
You see.
But we have. Did we just use the whole thing?
Yes.
Yes. Are there any objections? We are now on new business. No, we actually are on new business. Everything else will after policies. That was tabled. Do you have the same thing? Okay, new business, Senate Bill 2013-1-008F, Committee on Lectures Carryover Request.
Title, Committee on Lectures Carryover Request. Whereas the Committee on Lectures offers an exceptional and valuable service to the Iowa State University student body, and whereas the Committee on Lectures brings lectures, political debates, academic forums, cultural events, and entertainment to Iowa State University, and whereas granting a carryover to the Committee on Lectures would allow them to save money on lectures without losing allocated funds, be it therefore enacted that the remaining balance of the Committee on Lectures fiscal year 2013 budget be carried over to the organization's budget for fiscal year 2014. I will yield to questions of intent.
Senator Bauer.
The author's intent to provide the actual budget.
I don't have an answer for that question, actually.
Hensley.
Is it the author's intent to have a representative of the group here?
Seeing as I am a representative of the group, yes.
All right. Is it the author's intent to not have the budget necessarily, but the amount that's going to be carried over?
Yes. Do that for you.
Vice Speaker Snell.
Is Senator Fitton's intent to waive second reading?
No.
Are there any other questions of the day? Coolio, Senator. Is this numbered incorrectly?
The one that got number 10?
It says 2012 on mine. Is it 2013? 9.
We're done with that.
Oh, yes, we are. Cool. Okay, we're now back on Senate Bills 2013-1-006F, funding traffic.
What about 10?
No.
I think it was,
Oh, it was Blake, right about that? Sorry. Okay, we're on Senate Bill 2013-1-010F, the bike pump carryover request.
All right, title, GSB bike pump carryover request. Whereas there's always...
Second.
All right, and at this time, I would just like to strongly encourage everyone to ask any questions that you would like an answer to as a question of intent. That way we can contact Director Hofer and get actual response. If you will have any questions for debate next week.
Senator Mara.
Is it the author's intent to have a specific date of when this will be here? A week range?
I hope so.
Any other questions of intent?
Is the author's, is it the author's intent to also field questions via email or?
Yes.
Anything else? Awesome.
Well,
Oh, I did not see that. XR.
So I guess if you have any questions of the nature of the finances or logistics, I can probably answer them just about as well as Michael can at this point. I'm not being at Iowa State currently. But basically what happened is that this is us carrying over because the project didn't get completed for a various number of reasons. And so the plan is to complete it, but there's probably not a timeline given as of yet, but it is planned for the next fiscal year at some point.
Are there any other questions? Now are we on Senate Bill 006? Okay, we're now on Senate Bill 2013-1-006F, funding traffic. Senator Kinsler.
Seeing as how the whole purpose we table it was to get an update from Senator D, he's no longer here, I would like to table this for 1 week.
Second.
Second.
I don't just want to get this stuff done. Also, you can get most of their information on their budgets from the past 2 years on how expensive their registration.
Point.
I don't know specifically.
There was an objection. With that, we should move
Yeah.
directly in.
Sorry.
So, all those in favor of tabling this until next week, please vote no. Up or no? Down? Up for abstentions. By a vote of 23 to 5-0, we will table this until next week. With that, we are in closing announcements.
As a point of order, did we visit 2013-1-001F? It was tabled till the end of new business.
That's what I forgot to throw in here before. We did not. I was kidding. We're not in closing announcements.
My apologies, folks.
Oh, good call.
We're on Senate Bill 2013-1-001F. Senator Fitton, you got the floor.
Title Performing Arts Council Carryover Request. Just quick background, I was given this bill by former Finance Director Vandervelden at the request of the group. Traditionally, this has been, just like lectures, these come through every year. They're pretty mandatory. I don't have a specific number on this, and I'm not particularly worried about it specifically, but because through the regulation process last year, or excuse me, just 2 months ago, we gave them a 20% cut from their requested amounts. And so they already take on operating expenses to give discounted students to concerts at Stevens Auditorium. So with that 20% cut, that means they're taking on more operating experiences as a service to Iowa State, which gives me great comfort in giving them the carryover request for the next year, regardless of its amount. They said in order for them to break even with the amount they give in discounts to students, it would be around 170, if I remember correctly, 170, 180. That's the number I remember, and that's at least twice as much as we gave them last year. With that, I'll yield to debate.
Senator Goodman.
I'm going to have to disagree with Senator Fitton wholeheartedly. GSB just doesn't approve blind bills because there is no amount. I guess I am a little worried because I know it's going to be over $1,500 because that's what comes to Senate. So it could be anywhere from $1,500 to their entire budget. I don't know, in my time with GSB, we've never approved anything without knowing what the exact amount we approve is. Also, I kind of take a different view on carryovers this year. This kind of speaks to the carryovers as a whole, not particularly this bill. But seeing how we were in a little bit of a financial bind here during regular allocations, I think groups should be asking for what they need, not necessarily what they want. And if we give essentially money to a group that they don't use throughout the year, they still hold on to that money until it's playing during the fiscal year, or at the end of the fiscal year, when there are groups that really, the difference between succeeding and failing could be that $1,500. So I guess I am a little worried about just carrying this over blindly. I'm a little worried about carryover requests in general. Yeah, so take that as your.
God bless you.
Senator Fitton.
It's kind of funny that Senator Kinsler's taking on that attitude because I'm pulling up the lectures bill from last year, April 11, 2012, and it passed without objection with an amount for the Committee on Lectures Carryover Request. So I don't find that a palpable argument. And then second of all, once again, they're taking on operating costs and providing the service to students. That means we're not giving them enough money to make up the discount they give to students when they go to Stevens Auditorium. So I would urge quick passage for all of us. The money is well deserved to the organization as they provide a nice service to Iowa State. And I yield.
Yeah, it's irresponsible of us to pass a bill without knowing what we're passing. For all we know, it could be $10,000, $20,000. I mean, we don't know that. You can't say that. I mean, yes, I think you could trust the group, but I'm not willing to take that chance. It's irresponsible of us to pass a bill without knowing what we're passing.
Senator Goodman.
Just to respond to Senator Fitton's comments real quick, I'm glad he has my voting record pulled up. That is why I stated to begin with, that's why I'm taking a different view on things. As I stated as well, because of the unique situation we were just in during the regular process, we had never been in that spot before. That is why my views have changed. If you would like to debate this with me, I guess any further, I welcome the debate. I yield.
Senator Fitton.
Move me down, please.
Vice Speaker Snow.
Move me down.
Senator Fitton.
I'll ask QC further speaking privilege.
Yes.
I was just going to urge quick passage of this. Even if they did not spend a single dime, they would be getting $85,000. I have the budget right here from last year's. That's the most that they could get, and it would not make up for the operating costs that they would take on in providing the discounts to students this year. So, I'll yield.
Vice Speaker Snow.
Thank you. I think that some of the new people here might benefit from a little bit of fiscal context, so if I may address the question to the finance director. Dan, can you give us like a 60-second rundown of how allocations went here a few weeks ago and the problems we faced?
I think I've said it a couple times, but basically what happened is that we were requested roughly $1 million more than we had. So, I mean, we made all of our cuts within the rules to bring all the budgets down to, I guess, what we considered before the allocation cycle is within, what GSB would consider funding. And we were still $500,000 plus over budget. And GSB really can't run a deficit because we're allocating for the future. We allocate money that we don't actually have yet. We allocate next year's student fees. As they come in, we send them out. So it's not like we can say, oh, well, we'll just allocate $2 million and hope for a nice paycheck somehow. It doesn't work that way. So a along the way to getting that $500,000 result, we did a lot of things across the board. For instance, 80% for entertainment across the board was, I think, what we ended up at after balancing. And that would be where this fell. So that's a little bit of context as to why their budget for the upcoming year looks like it does. And that's a little bit of context on our budget this year.
Thank you. So as you can hear from the finance director, we gotta watch the purse strings. So we can't afford to just irresponsibly whiz money away. Senator Fitt and I think all of us will probably in the end completely wholeheartedly support the general provisions of the bill. I think that we need a number. If we're gonna do our jobs properly as senators, I think that we need to have a number to talk about. I'll yield. Question? Okay.
Senator, and yield to you, but why was a number not provided?
I can answer that. I was given this bill by the former finance director, Vanderbilt, because this has been routine every year in the past, every year that Senator Kinsler's been here, that Senator Snell's voted on for her as well. So it was proper procedure as the group received it. I'm sure things could have changed had they anticipated it, but they didn't expect people flipping on the drop of the dime.
Yielding time from Senator Kinsler.
Thank you, Senator. While I do feel that this may have been routine in the past, I do think that the situation we were in a few weeks ago was an extraordinary circumstance. And so being that it is an extraordinary circumstance, I think we have to judge things in a different light than what we normally have, because judging things in the way we normally have got us in the position where we were in trouble in the first place. Secondly, if I may direct a question to the finance director. Finance Director Radisky, do you know of any finance bill or specifically a carryover request where we've just blindly done this before without an amount? Because I know, for instance, the ones I've seen, they say carry over this amount or transfer from a different line this amount.
There are several in which we have done such things. GSB is namely one that if we desire to carry over, as Mary has indicated that we should probably consider doing so. Carrying over is done, for instance, in that bill I've seen text in the past that says the remainder of the budget, period.
Now, is that budget, the GSB one specifically, has Senate voted on that, or is that usually done within the committee?
I think all of them are voted within GSB as a whole because of the monetary value. I think that carryover requests are subject to the same restrictions as line item transfers, if I'm not mistaken. So I know there's an option for me to say approve it if it was less than $500, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just going off that, I don't remember anything I voted on that doesn't have a specific amount. I would be in favor, I guess, of tabling this 1 week until we get an amount. So I make the motion to table for 1 week.
Second. All in favor? If you want to table this, raise your bracket. Yes, want to table it. No means you don't want to. Abstain means abstain. Placards up for yes. Down. Up for no. Up for abstentions. By a vote of 25-02, this is tabled for 1 week. With that, we are moving into closing announcements. Senator Bauer.
All right, this is my longest meeting so far on GSB, so hopefully it doesn't get any longer than this. It's most likely the longest meeting all year. So it's downhill from here, guys. I'm impressed by how many people have actually stayed this whole time. So kudos to all of you. I'm sure the last Senate we would have probably a fourth of the people here right now. So we got some good people on Senate this year. Just a reminder, at Read Your Government Day, either Senator Boss or I will put that information on the online doodle, and then we'll send that out to make sure that we have the correct times. And then for anyone who hasn't had the chance to fill it out, they can fill it out in the online please fill it out. Thanks to everyone who did fill it out. We had a lot of people signed up, which is really good, so it should be a good time. Pictures, I'm not going to do it overnight because we all want to leave. But tomorrow, if you are free between 12 and 12:30, meet downstairs in the West Union office space. You can dress up. I got a couple people that are going to do pictures then. So for any of you who haven't had a chance and would like to do it, that would be your time. And also for the newly seated senators on the PR committee, look for an email from me, most likely tomorrow sometime afternoon. I'll send out a doodle. I would like to have at least one meeting before the semester ends, so that we can kind of establish where we want to go over the PR for the year. So please fill that doodle out as soon as possible. Like I said, the email will go out tomorrow. Once again, congratulations on sitting through a 7-hour meeting. It's going to be a good year.
Yeah, can I address this question about? Is it your intent to give me a link or a hard copy to give to RHA tomorrow?
You bet.
Any other questions? Senator Boss.
I'm going to reiterate the comments made by Senator Bauer regarding Meet the Government Day. You'll have me doing all the work for that, since I'm not to speak for. But what I will reiterate is that we have public relations dealing with Facebook on this event. By a show of hands, how many have been invited to the event Meet Your Government Day? Yeah, nice straw poll. Those of you who have not, I don't know what exact means. So you look it up, Meet the Government Day, the groups. Maybe it's not that you're friends with anybody else in the Senate, I've been invited to it. But then once you are part of the event on Facebook, take the time to invite other friends that are Iowa State members to it. We have about 500 people invited. About 60 says they're going. That's, if we're there. But there's 30,000 students or 31,000 students on campus. We're on 500 are invited right now. So keep that in mind when it comes to Facebook for our social media. And with that, I thank you and I
Yes, so for University Affairs Committee, I just sent out a doodle actually, so if you guys could fill that out by Friday so that we could get that meeting set so that everyone can plan around it. We'll be meeting hopefully sometime next week if we can all get together, but definitely by the end of the semester. With that, just fill that out and I look forward to meeting you guys.
All right, I'm going to do this really fast. I just wanted to express, to see if there's any interest. I'm starting a club next year called the Archaeology Club. So if you have any interest in geology, history, anthropology, archaeology, botany, or animal science, that all kind of goes with archaeology. Also, I graduated from Gilbert, which is about 5 miles north of here, and there's an old coal mining town that was abandoned in 1905, and they're doing archaeological dig up there, and we're connected with them, and we will be doing digs up there in the fall. And also, there's in the Class 6 department, there is study abroads you can do. I'm actually doing one this summer, and I'm living in Crete in Greece, doing an archaeological dig on the Minoans. And you can also go to Rome next summer for to go do a dig at Pompeii. So those are just some opportunities if you guys are interested in archaeology. So if you're interested in helping me get this club started, let me know. So, thank you.
I want to thank you first and foremost to the Senate for electing me to the Finance Committee. It's one of my great pleasures as a member of this body to serve on that. So thank you for allowing me to continue to do so. Lastly, I'd urge you, first and foremost, and also urge your constituents to have a fun and safe official VISHA weekend as well. Make sure you participate in the actual activities. Encourage university community spirit. And what is it? If you see something, say something. So make sure you're just staying safe. Obviously, there are unofficial activities, some of which people here participate in, but make sure you're being smart and that you're always, as we say in the Greek community, wearing your letters or representing who student leaders are at Iowa State. Thank you again. And
I'm going to thank everyone too. I know that's kind of funny because people make fun of people thanking all the time. But actually, no, I'm going to thank you all, and I may seem a little unorthodox sometimes, but I promise you I calm down a lot more if I'm not hopped up on caffeine and it's like total like hey.
I'd like to say thanks again to you as well for PR committee in July. Also Sunday, if you're not doing anything, it's at 6:45 Charlie Oaks. I'm in a rock band. I'm rock here outside of GSB. And we're playing a free show, and it's all ages. I'd love for you guys to come. It'd be cool to actually get out and socialize instead of talk about GSBs.
What time is that, what date?
6:45, Sunday, April 21st, at Carryover. Love to see you guys there. It's gonna be a good show.
Benzoni.
All right, I guess I have a question of the week. I can get back to you whenever this is like bring up right now. Basically, I just was wondering what you guys think of the whole feeling the temperature of the room. No.
Senator Peterson.
I just wanted to announce, in case you didn't know, we actually had 2 birthdays on the Senate today, yesterday, Wednesday. Senator Johnson and Senator Benzoni. She unfortunately couldn't stay, but Benzoni sacrificed nearly a quarter of his birthday to stay with us in this lovely room. Made a lovely house all night.
And with that, we are going to sing.
Yeah.
Ready?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sonny. Happy birthday to you. And many more.
No, not really.
Okay, Chief of Staff Reed.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that Amanda Loomis and Michael Plattenberg have been working together for a new event, or for an informal event on the Wednesday of Dead Week. Since there's no Senate that night, we just thought it'd be a good way for you guys to meet a lot of the cabinet members to meet you guys, and then of course judicial branch will also be involved with that. So keep that in mind. That'll probably be 7 to 9 here at the Memorial Union. But that's all I have.
Yes. Next week.
Next week.
I'll give an overview of that. FDR.
Okay, I'd like to begin by saying thank you to Sorry, I had to do it after you commented about it. Okay, I have a couple things. I know you want to get out of here, but I do have to say one thing as a past senator and as an officer of the Senate. Just because it's 12:30, 1 o'clock, 1:15, 1:30, take a breath and make sure that you're not hurrying through things. I know it gets late, and I know it's a long night. I was here too. But you got to make sure that you don't rush through things. You know, it is one thing to say, hey, keep your answer short, but it's another thing to make sure that all of your candidates get all of their ideas out. Because even if they don't end up with a position and somebody says something that's a cool idea, then you have the idea out there. And Mr. Pender reads it in the minutes, and that's great. Anyways, I'd like to meet with finance senators after the meeting really, really quick. I'll cover one thing with them. I will spend as much of next week as possible in the GSB office, so please come introduce yourself, say hello. I will be doing a lot of finance stuff for the upcoming year, but that doesn't mean you can't come and say hi. Let's see, moving down my list. As you can tell, I'm talking about student government, and I know just a little bit about finance and a little bit about GSB. So if you have any questions about anything GSB, I'm more than happy to help. You can shoot me an email, and I'm sure that that's an offer that all of the senior senators and every experienced GSBer is throwing out there. As I mentioned before, and I've mentioned multiple times, I'm talking about overhauling the finance system this year. I'm going to be starting to do brainstorming sessions, probably either next week or the week after. I know the week after is Dead Week. It won't be required, but I would love your participation in those things. So start thinking about what the priorities of GSB funding should be in the future. Maybe not what they are. So I guess I've made it transparent that I think that you should probably know about GSB finances. So if you don't know, or if you're confused at any point, at any time, let me know. It's my job to clarify that for you. As well, come visit me in my office if you want to just know about the whole thing. Because it's not exactly something I can do on the spot. It might take a little bit of time, but I promise we'll get there. So, with that, recycling.
Senator Gibson, do you have a question?
Yeah, not a question. No.
Okay.
All right, so if you remember, a long time ago, we had a little debate whether or not rules were suspendable. And after the short recess, I think some people came over.
Continue.
Anyway, reading from Robert's rules, if I may, real quick.
You may.
Perfect. Rules clearly identifiable as in the nature of rules of order that are placed within the bylaws can also be suspended by a two-thirds vote. So, with that,
Not that.
Okay. You have it for you.
So what's the finance, the procedure, the document that outlines the, what?
PNC.
PNC. Priorities and
Criteria. In long form, it's priorities and criteria. It's like a 9-page document that outlines our funding rules for allocation cycles. It's also bound to every other account except for events.
Okay.
And executive.
Have it, access to it.
I will make sure that gets sent out tomorrow.
Senator Bauer.
May I direct a question towards the chair?
Yes.
Do you have the committee, the university committee sheet yet? Or when can we expect that?
Next week.
Okay, thank you.
President Hughes.
Real quick, I have something that I forgot to mention in the comments from the executive branch earlier. For those of you who were around before, you may remember the project that purchased solar-powered recycling compactors to be installed on campus. The original date for completion was by VISHA. Well, now we're here and they're not up yet. But Dave Miller, who's Associate Vice President for Facilities, did inform me yesterday that the newly revised goal is to have those on campus by graduation. So before the end of the academic year in the second week of May, those they'll be blue instead of the green trash compactors. So keep an eye out for 5 blue recycling solar-powered compactors before the end of the school year.
Just to add on to what President Hughes just said, the order got lost. It's not anyone's fault here at Iowa State. Just to make that clear. Clerk,
Okay, we have 23 pages of minutes. Another thing, I know I talked last week about it, but the Sexual Assault Awareness Month this month, my Giant Warriors SAGE will be having their rally on next Thursday. Please be there. I did some quick calculations. Approximately 2,271 women on this campus will be raped, and 528 men will also be raped. So if you're against rape, please show up. That will be next Thursday at the NU West Terrace, and we will have a march from there. Any questions? What time? 6 p.m.
Okay. First, round of applause for our clerk. His work is outstanding, especially after this many hours. With that, for the event that Chief of Staff Lee mentioned, the GSB casual, informal, not required event, that'll be on May 1st from 7 to 9 p.m. tentatively here in the MU, just so you can put that in your calendars. It's going to be a super great, awesome time. September 21st is when we will be planning the GSB retreat for it. That is a Saturday. I don't remember what else. Oh, on the committees. Spencer and I will be talking about committees this Friday. That's why I said you can expect those by next week. We already have a meeting set up to go through it. So I just want to let you all know that. Happy Bisha. Vice Speaker Snell.
Well done, everybody. As Senator Bauer said, this is the longest Senate meeting I've ever seen as well. So well done, congratulations. I see a lot of loose up ties and coats were taken off and stuff, so. I will also be boring and very briefly thank you all for reappointing me to the SSFTC. As President Hughes said, that it may be arguably the most important thing that GSB has involvement with, just due to the gravity of the subject material. So thank you very much for having the faith in me to do that again. Remember way back when we had opening announcements, yesterday? During the open forum, when Rivka was here, we got in a little bit of debate there. Let's try to avoid that. I won't repeat too much of what I already said, but there's a little bit of unnecessary chatter there during the open forum. If you have stuff that you want to talk to each other about what the program or what the person presenting is talking about, we can do that outside of that time, just so we don't sit here. And she probably felt bad because we're arguing over her idea that she came to us with. Also, there's a little bit of confusion very early on. You do get 2 speaking privileges per motion. So if we have an amendment, you get 2 speaking privileges for that. If we have a second amendment, you get 2 more for that. And then on the bill itself, you get 2 more. So you can have something stacked up. I know a couple people were a little confused about that early on. With respect to some of the rules, stuff like I said, we probably have a little bit of confusion over rules, maybe once a meeting. That's not unusual. Please have patience with us. I don't know all the rules. Gabby doesn't know all the rules. Nobody here knows all of the rules. So when we will make mistakes. We do make mistakes. And I will beg for your forgiveness when we do. Nothing is ever done intentionally to screw anybody. So I'll share some of the blame and apologize for that. Congratulations to all the new committee members. That's fantastic. I'm really excited about this year. I don't say that lightly. I know, kind of like Senator Rhodes said, when you say thank you, it's kind of stereotypical, and it's stereotypical to congratulate people for being on committees and be excited about stuff. But this year, seriously, I think that we legitimately have a good team here and a good group, and it's pretty exciting. Finance committee is very important. In previous years, finance committee has kind of been a Senate whipping post. They'll come in here and they'll say, we send this to you guys unfavorably, and then we'll go ahead and we'll pass it anyway, and just completely ignore and argue with them. That's good and bad. The discussion is good, the debate is good, but we especially want to give them their due. We want to give them their credit. We did appoint them for a reason, and as the year goes on, we need to remember that we appointed them to do a very specific job. They're going to do that job for us, and we need to respect that opinion. So I will stand up for Dan and his committee when the time comes when we all gang up on them and try and stick knives in their back. So just to talk about the university committees very briefly that have popped up. In case you guys don't know, there's on these last year's list, there's 37 university committees that at least one GSB senator can sit on. Some of them have 2, some of them have 5. So if you're interested in being involved at the university level, which I encourage all of you to be interested in, do pay attention to Vice President Fletcher's email when it arrives in your inbox. You'll get a nice Excel spreadsheet with all the, probably at least 37 committees if it hasn't changed. As I was mentioned earlier, there is a sustainability committee at the university level, so if you dig that, that's cool. It's for every little cotton picking thing on campus, there's a committee for it. So if you want to get involved there, please do. I personally would like to have a goal of having all of the committees filled. I don't think we've ever done that. So that'd be a pretty cool thing to achieve. Two more things. One more. PR. PR stuff. Please be thinking about ways that we can improve PR, even though you are not necessarily on the PR committee. And of course, it goes double, so if you are. I kind of think that what obviously we've been doing isn't working, so we need to think a little bit differently about how things happen with respect to promoting ourselves. We don't need to have a Meet Your Government Day every month or anything like that, but we can do it systematically. I know I've had this conversation with Chairman Bao many times now. We were talking about the logo. I'll just give you an example. the logo thing. We obviously denied the policy about the logos. That's something we're going to have to talk about with President Hughes with respect to the old logo and whatnot. Great example of PR doing something relating our business to PR would be to make that an external contest and open that up to the student body, for example. Like we'll have it open to anybody who wants to design the logo for us. Maybe we can create an ad hoc committee, narrow it down to 3, 4, 5, or whatever, then we vote on that. Whoever wins gets a prize, something like that. That's a good thing, a good example of taking our internal business and making it external and getting other people outside here involved. So all the little things that you're going to write for bills, legislation, your plans, your programs that you're going to come up with as a senator, think of how we can get people involved. And bit by bit, no one little thing is going to solve our problems, but when we all do one little piece of that and have a larger, greater whole, then I think our need will improve. And that's it. That's all I got to say, guys. Thank you very much for sticking around and being patient. It was a great meeting, even though it was long. Have a safe and a happy beach. Go Cyclones.
All right, I'll make this a little bit shorter. But just to discuss with PR, I'll reiterate my position, how I feel. There's a lot of things to be done externally, but I still stand by the fact that it needs to be internal as well. I think some of the things that we do have been ineffective, but a lot of that is due to lack of participation, lack of people saying, or a lot of people saying, well, no one will show up to this. No one will do this. Why are we even doing this? And so that's something to think about. So you could have the best idea in the world, and it could be fabulous, but if you don't have that gumption, if you don't have those people here on Senate, us, that want to go out and do these things, because I know we do. I mean, you wouldn't be here at 2 o'clock in the morning if you didn't want to help GSB and help students. But sometimes it's getting us together and doing it, where I see the lack of communication. So always be thinking about what you can do to bring people in, but also be thinking about how you can raise up your other senators, who you can talk to, who you can get together, what chairs you can talk to. Come speak with me, come speak with Speaker Snell, come speak with Finance Director, come speak with PR, come speak with UA. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of resources, and I think that's what's really cool about GSB. So always keep that in mind. That leads me into the committees. I'm really excited about the committees, and congratulations to those who were on committees, and everyone else. We have some excellent university affairs, or university committees. University committees that will be fabulous. That is one of the goals that we'd like to have, is have more people on university committees. Some people have questioned why we don't just allow more seats on our internal committees like rules and UA and PR and finance. And a lot of that has to do with one, competition, because the best contested seats I've seen on committees ever, actually, in my time here. So that was fabulous. Everyone did a fabulous job, and I was really impressed with that. But also, we'd really like to get people on these university committees and also give you another responsibility outside of GSB and kind of bring those perspectives in as well. So that was really exciting. And also, some of the answers that I heard when we were asking questions, which were fabulous questions, and I'm glad we took the time. I know it's a lot of time, but I'm glad that we did it. A lot of it was very useful time. But a lot of the answers that I heard were very philosophical, and we should do this and stuff. And so now that you're on these committees, or that you will be on other committees, that's the time to take action and to put these ideas into action and make them tangible. And so that's the exciting part about committees, and that's the exciting part about being on GSB now. We have people seated, we have people on committees, and I know our last meeting is next week, but this will definitely give us a bigger opportunity to kind of hit the ground running when we're here in the fall. So always be thinking about ways to improve yourself and GSB and committees as well that you sit on. I was going to comment on the loose ties too, and the jackets off. I don't think I've seen Senator Kensler without his jacket on, so that you know what it is. Also, I'm a respect. I don't tolerate disrespect for opinions. I don't tolerate disrespect for people's questions. And that's just something that's very personal for me. Like, it's always, you don't have to be serious all the time or, you know, watch yourself all the time. But being respectful to your other senators is a huge thing to me. And I will constantly repeat that all the time. And so make sure you are respecting what you're saying. Language is such a powerful tool, as I'm sure many of you know, and the things that come out of your mouth are not, you should definitely think about them before you speak, especially in this setting. Be efficient with your language, make sure that it's respectful, and all sorts of things like that. So I'll definitely say that again and again. But yeah. So also, if we do call points of order or points of information, it's all a learning process, and I kind of would love to hold some more sessions for Carly Rowe, because that, I think, is one thing that we do lack a little bit sometimes. Like Vice Speaker Snell has said over and over again, though, is please feel free to kind of get what you want out, and then we'll figure it out from there. As a group, because that's kind of why we're here. But if someone does get on you for a point of order, it's not to say you're doing a terrible job, but it's really trying to keep that efficiency and that order going. But I think we've done a fabulous job, and I'm just very excited for the upcoming week and then for next year. So please be safe, and yeah, move to adjourn.
Second.